security section, there are 4 questions that have been asked in internal security, just like every other year. And we'll try to wrap up this discussion in time. So we have time till 2 o'clock. We'll try to wrap it up before that. So as far as internal security section is concerned, this year 4 questions have been asked, and that is the usual pattern which UPSC has been following in this section. The question numbers are also decided. If you look at last 5-6 years, you will see that question number 9 and 10, 10 markers, and question number 19 and 20, 15 markers are asked from internal security section. If we look at the questions that have been asked in the recent past, most of these questions have been related either to the topic of insurgency in the Northeast, or they have been related to the topic of Naxalism. We have encountered in last 5 years 1 question every year from the topic of cyber security. This year, interestingly, we have no question from cyber security. So that's a break from the trend of the past. And we have also seen in the past questions from border management. We have seen questions from the topic of role of external state actors and terrorism as well. This year, the questions that have been asked from internal security section, I would say, are a bit unexpected. Unexpected not in the sense that you could not have written the answers to these questions, but the questions that have been asked were not necessarily on the pattern in which UPSC has asked questions in the past. So as I said, in the past we have seen questions specifically from cyber security. So some of the important topics in the previous years have been the topic of cyber security. This year there was not even a single question that was asked from cyber security. So I am talking about important topics important topics as per syllabus of internal security. And every year they have been asking at least 1 question from cyber security in last 5-6 years, but this year there was no question. Then they have also been asking questions related to Naxalism, questions related to insurgency in the Northeast very frequently. Every second year you would find questions related to this, but there was no question this time. I was expecting a question on insurgency in the Northeast, especially because of the Manipur crisis, but UPSC surprisingly didn't ask any question on this topic as well. These are the questions, these are the topics that I'm telling you which are important, but which have been missed out on this year in UPSC's questions. Then a question on border management is also something which is expected every year, even though I would say that the question that has been asked on drones this year is related to border management only, but no direct question has been asked on border management in this year's examination. So that is also something which is very interesting. I was also expecting a question on the role of media and social media in creating challenges to internal security, but even on this topic, UPSC hasn't asked a question, and I think this is going to be a very important topic for the coming years. So especially for those of you who are going to be appearing in the coming years in 2024, 2025, I believe role of media and social media in creating challenges to India's internal security is going to be a very important topic going ahead. And then there are other topics as well which have been missed out on. For example, topic of role of external state actors. Now again, there have been some questions that have been asked on this particular topic in the past, but UPSC hasn't really asked a question in this year's mains examination as well. So these are some of the topics that you should keep a lookout for 2024 and 2025 examination, and possibly prepare these well, because this year at least there are no questions. Now let's get back to whatever are the questions that have been asked by UPSC in this year's examination. 4 questions, and as I said that we will try to keep the discussion as short as possible. The first question was related to the militancy and conflict in Kashmir. Now, this I would say is again something which was unexpected this year, because there was no specific news of initiatives taken by the government in order to resolve the militancy in Kashmir. And it's not that there were any specific news articles also that had come related to this particular topic. But when we cover the topics of internal security, we do touch upon the topic of insurgency in Northeast, and we touch upon the topic of militancy in Kashmir as well. So one could have still expected to write the answer to this question. So what is the question? Let's have a look at this. It says that winning of hearts and minds, which is often called as the WAM strategy, is in terrorism affected areas, is an essential step in restoring the trust of the population, right? So now the statement that has been given is very broad in nature. It is not specifically pointing towards Kashmir or towards Naxal affected areas or the Northeast. It is generally saying that when it comes to the resolving the issue of terrorism, it is important to have a winning and hearts and the mind strategy. And then it says, discuss the measures adopted by the government in this respect. So basically it is talking about measures that have been taken by the government in terms of winning the hearts and minds of people, in trying to bridge the trust deficit that exists between the citizens and the security forces, in terms of addressing this trust deficit that exists between the government and the citizens. So it says that what are the steps that have been taken in this particular context as part of conflict resolution in Jammu and Kashmir. So question is going from general to specific, right? So it is telling us that in general, WAM strategy plays a very important role in terrorism, and especially in context of Jammu and Kashmir, what are some of the measures that have been taken on this front by the government in India? That is what essentially the question is all about. So let us see what we could have provided in our response to as an answer to this particular question. So let's look at this particular question. This is question number 9. So in question number 9, to begin with, you could have explained what is WAM strategy. So the introduction possibly could have been defining what is WAM strategy, defining what is winning hearts and mind strategy, and the crucial role that it plays in resolving terror issues. So that is what should have been the thinking with which you could have begun writing the answer to this particular question. So what exactly is WAM strategy? See, WAM strategy is a strategy deployed by the governments across the world with the idea of bridging the trust deficit between the government and the citizens. It is a people-oriented process where you specifically aim at winning the confidence of the people through various measures, including provisioning of help by the government agencies, setting up of various aid clinics by the security agencies. It could even include trying to establish a people-to-people contact with the citizens in different parts of the area that is affected by the terrorist activities. It may also include taking various developmental initiatives by the government as well. So that's what generally WAM strategy is. So what you can mention when we define WAM strategy or winning hearts and minds, right? So winning hearts and minds, you want to conquer people emotionally, and you want to be appealing to their reason and logic as well, to their mind as well, that yes, indeed the government is concerned about our well-being, the government agencies are concerned about the problems that we are facing. So what are the points that you can be mentioning here? Here you can say that WAM strategy is a strategy that is aimed at, so you could mention that it is a strategy that is aimed at bridging the trust deficit between citizens and government agencies. There are various measures which are usually taken as a part of VAM strategy by any country or by any government agencies. You can talk about promoting infrastructure development, you could talk about establishing connect with local communities, you could also mention about setting up various aid clinics, support, which could be financial support, material support by the security agencies. You could also talk about empowerment of local communities, through various political measures. Right, so you could give some of the examples in order to justify to the examiner what exactly is VAM strategy. And since I said that you have to not only define VAM strategy, see, it's not necessary that you should write each of these things. I'm just giving you as an example. You have to see according to the limit of the words that you want to play in and whether you have enough content to write for the other part of the question as well. That is, what are the measures that have been taken by the government with respect to J&K in this context. Right? Anyway, so once you mention about all of these aspects of what VAM strategy is and what are some of the important aspects of VAM strategy, you must also mention what is the significance of this VAM strategy. So here is where you can actually make a difference in show to the examiner that you are a candidate who deserves more marks than the other ones. So you must talk about significance of this in general. And here you can make some passing reference of some of the other aspects that you may have covered while reading the internal security topics. You may mention that resolution of any internal security conflict throughout the world has happened only through a dialogue and a peace-based approach. You could say that the resolution of any such internal conflicts can happen in future as well, only through a dialogue and a peace-based approach. You could give the example of possibly the Mizo Accord that led to the resolution of Mizo insurgency. You could give the example of Assam Accord that led to the resolution of Ulfa insurgency or insurgency in Assam during the 1970s and early 1980s. Right? You could also give the example of the approach that was adopted by the government in Tripura in order to resolve the insurgency. You could also give the example of Colombia. So when we discuss about the Naxalism in India, I give the example of how Colombia was able to resolve an issue of same manner as Naxalism, which was a left-wing extremist movement in Colombia, which was led by an organization called as FARC, right? And how the Colombian government, through a dialogue and a peace-based approach, was able to resolve the issue of the FARC and the Colombian insurgency as well. So the point that I'm trying to make is that you must write some examples of why it is important to adopt a peace-based or a dialogue-based approach in order to resolve conflicts such as militancy or terrorism, and why violence can only help, or force by the security forces can only help in resolving the issue to a certain extent, right? And after that it fails. So here you must bring in your knowledge of what we discussed in our initial classes of internal security, that how the underdevelopment and extremism are linked to each other, and if we have to address the problem of extremism, we must try to address the root causes of extremism, which is underdevelopment. Once we address that, then the problem of extremism can be solved in a proper manner itself. Right? So those are some of the things that you need to mention in the introduction of your answer. Then the second part of the question is stating that discuss the measures that have been adopted by the government in this respect as part of the conflict resolution in Jammu and Kashmir. So again, here in this particular question, you may link this particular introduction to the conflict that exists in Jammu and Kashmir. So what you must do before you start writing down what are the measures that have been taken as a part of VAM strategy in Jammu and Kashmir, you must make a mention of the conflicts in J&K. What are some of the reasons or what are some of the root causes of conflicts in J&K? You must mention, you must give some example of that. You may possibly talk about, say for example, cross-border terrorism. You may talk about armed militancy in Kashmir. You may talk about local support to militancy, which is often seen in some parts of Kashmir, that there is a local support to the militancy as well. You may also mention about the rising menace of drug consumption, rising menace of drug consumption and drug trafficking in Kashmir. Recently there were number of reports, especially in the Indian Express, related to the issue of drug trafficking in Kashmir and the drug consumption in Kashmir. So again, a passing reference has to be made. Okay, there is no need to explain all of this in detail. And then you will mention that in order to resolve the above issues, the government has taken a number of confidence building measures, a number of measures to win the hearts and the minds of the local population. So what are the VAM measures or winning hearts and mind measures that have been taken by the government as a part of restoring normalcy in Kashmir? Firstly, you can mention that the government is trying to address the infrastructure deficit in Kashmir. So there are a lot of investments that have been made in terms of infrastructure improvement in Kashmir in the recent past. You may also talk about the Back to Village program that has been introduced in Kashmir, where the idea is that the civil servants must spend time in the villages, must go back to the rural communities, try to connect with them, try to understand their problems firsthand. You may also talk about the Prime Minister's scheme for scholarship. Prime Minister's scheme for scholarship can be mentioned. Apart from it, you may talk about Project Himayat, which has been introduced with the objective of promoting skill development among the youth of Kashmir. Right? So that is another aspect that you can talk about. You can also talk about Project Ummeed, which is aimed at the women empowerment in Kashmir, which is aimed at bringing the women into the mainstream of the life in Kashmir. You may also talk about that how the government has tried to, or the security agencies, you may mention, have been constantly involved in organizing medical camps in order to win over the trust of the citizens. You may also talk about distribution of relief material during disasters by the security agencies, right? So the distribution of relief material by the security agencies is also something that you can mention. You can also mention about the revival of village defense committees in Kashmir. So these village defense committees are committees that will consist of the local community people, those who have been trained, those who have been provided arms and ammunition to deal with militants or to deal with any security threats that they may face in their neighborhood, right? So these are some of the examples that you can give, and you just need to give one line each along with the examples that you are mentioning here as a part of the VAM strategy. So again, revisiting what all we have to do in this particular question, you first explain what is VAM strategy, what is the what are the aspects of VAM strategy, what is the significance or importance of VAM strategy. Then you talk about some of the conflicts that exist in J&K and why therefore the government has taken a number of measures as a part of its VAM strategy that would include all of these measures. Now, was it possible to predict this question in the examination? I would say no. But when we cover the topic of militancy in Kashmir as a general topic of the internal security, we do touch upon this particular aspect. Another thing is that, see, you must also keep it in mind that whatever things that you may have learned as a part of dealing with Naxalism or dealing with insurgency in Northeast, you can always change those things a bit and mold them according to Jammu and Kashmir, or mold them according to the requirement of the question as well. In internal security, you must keep it in mind that if there is a solution that has been adopted, let's say in Naxal affected areas, it is possible that it can be replicated in insurgency and militancy affected areas as well. What you just need to do is show a bit of intelligence, mold those points according to the requirement of the question, right? So here what we need to keep in mind is that there were some newspaper articles that had come related to this and repeated efforts by the government as well to deal with the militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. The point which is going to actually make a differentiator between you and a candidate who secures let's say 50 or 60% marks in this question is that if you've been able to write the schemes and the programs of the government related to this particular issue. And then there are some previous year questions also that have been asked, which are, one could say, broadly related to this particular theme, which is one question was asked in 2022 with respect to measures that need to be taken in order to enhance the involvement of the local communities in border management. And there was another question that was asked in 2019 with respect to the ban on Jamaat-e-Islami and how it was declared as an over-the-ground workers group which was aiding the various security agencies in Kashmir, right? So not security agencies, terrorist groups in Kashmir, right? So there were a few articles as well. You know, possibly you could have drawn some things from there. There was an article in the Indian Express which had come in January of 2023 with respect to revival of the village defense committees. And then there was another article in the Hindu which had come with respect to how we need to deal with the increasing number of IED explosions that have been happening in Jammu and Kashmir and what is the strategy that the government is deploying for this. तो यहाँ से कुछ थोड़े बहुत points निकल सकते थे, but I would say over exaggerating if I were to say that simply by reading these articles you could have written the answer to that question. That would be definitely an over exaggeration. Anyway, so this was question number 9. Does anyone have any doubts or any questions related to this question, question number 9? Okay, now let's move on to the next question, question number 10. Okay, so this one again, I would say that it was unexpected this year. Reason for that is because as such there were no newspaper articles specifically talking about drone technology or talking about how India is trying to counter the various activities that are happening on the border areas with the help of drones. इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है that there have been a number of instances in the recent past where the drones have been used to smuggle drugs and explosives on the Indian side of the border from Pakistan. We have also seen numerous instances of arms dropping being made with the help of the drone devices. So there has been an increase in number of instances of the drone droppings and drone sightings on the border areas. But ये topic I would say थोड़ा सा पुराना था. Reason for that is because it was in 2021 that the government had come out with the regulations and the rules for the use of drones in India. So question was asked in 2023. Then the point is that how do we prepare for such topics, right? That is obviously a valid question. Now in my opinion, the only way to prepare for these kind of topics is that when you are reading the newspapers, etc., you would be generally aware of certain changes that are being made by the government in order to counter the influence of the drones on the border areas. But again, I would say that this was a moderate to a difficult question because ये बड़ा specific question पूछा गया है इस बार. They have not asked a very generic question as such. So let us look at the question. The question says, the use of unmanned aerial vehicles, that is UAVs, by adversaries across the borders to ferry arms, ammunition, drugs, etc., is a serious threat to internal security. Right? So then it says, comment on the measures that are being taken to tackle this threat. So there are two parts of the question. First, in the introduction, we have to talk about how the unmanned aerial vehicles, how the drones have been repeatedly deployed by the neighboring countries to cause internal security challenges for India, and what are these internal security challenges. And secondly, you need to comment on the measures that have been taken in order to address this particular problem. So let's look at what would be our response to question number 10, right? So let's look at what could have been mentioned as far as question number 10 is concerned. So again, a 10 marker. So there is no need to write long drawn introductions, etc. One of the things that you could have mentioned in your introduction with respect to this particular question is that how there have been recent instances of several drones venturing into the Indian side of the border and making droppings of drugs and the arms, ammunition, etc. तो इसमें आप ये सब कुछ चीजें लिख सकते थे. Plus you could have mentioned some of the statistics also, if in case you had these statistics. So BSF, the Border Security Force, has noted that the sightings of the drones that they have witnessed in the recent past have increased substantially. For example, in 2022, the BSF stated that they had 268 sighting of drones in the border areas as compared to the number of sightings in 2021, which stood at 109. अब देखिए ये पॉसिबल नहीं है कि आपको ये स्पेसिफिकली नंबर याद होगा, बट आई एम जस्ट गिविंग दिस टू यू फॉर फ्यूचर, है ना. सो इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी कि कोई आदमी ये सब नंबर्स लिख कर आया होगा एग्जाम के अंदर. एंड यू कुड ऑल्सो बी गिविंग द स्टैटिस्टिक ऑफ 2020. सो इन 2020 दिस नंबर स्टूड एट समवेयर अराउंड 49. एक recent instance जिसकी हम बात कर सकते हैं, that was the droppings of the IED that happened at the Air Force station in Jammu in 2021. Okay, so this is possibly one specific example that you can give in the introduction of the IED device, IED being dropped, and heavy IED being dropped on the Air Force station in Jammu in 2021 by a drone. Now, once you have given this introduction, or the other introduction could have been, अगर कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, then the other introduction could have been that you could have simply explained what the drones are, or you could have simply explained the UAVs or what the drone devices are, है ना. तो ये आप कर सकते थे इंट्रोडक्शन के अंदर in order to just write down the introduction to this particular question. Now what are the concerns? तो एक तो part of the question ये है that there are certain concerns which are created as a result of drones smuggling drugs and explosives and arms and ammunition on the Indian side of the border. So what are the concerns which are raised by the drones crossing on to the Indian border and creating internal security challenges for India? See, the first is what you could have mentioned, that smuggling of drugs is something that we are witnessing is happening continuously with the help of the drone devices on the border areas, especially the Punjab border of India and Pakistan. Then you could also be talking about that drones can be used to attack critical infrastructure of a country. You could have given the example of how Saudi Arabia witnessed this particular problem in the past. So in Saudi Arabia in 2019, there was a swarm of drones, एक पूरा drone attack हुआ on one of their massive oil fields in Saudi Arabia. So similar kind of critical infrastructure attacks can take place in India as well with the help of these drone devices. Another problem that you can talk is that drone devices can be used for surveillance and for espionage by the neighboring countries and to get the important secrets related to national security of India. So that is also a possibility. And then you may also talk about that how drones may be used as devices for collisions with they may be used as a device for collision with the aeroplanes and with the various other vehicles, right? So you could mention about that as well as to how they can be used for collisions, they can be used for carrying out attacks against aircrafts, passenger aircrafts, or the goods aircrafts, etc. on the other side of the border as well. So these are some of the concerns that you could have mentioned, which could have been, which can be created as a result of the use of drones by the adversary nations against India. Now, what are some of the measures that have been taken? So you have to talk about comment. So it says comment on the measures that have been taken in order to deal with this particular challenge. So what are some of the measures that have been taken? First, let's talk about measures that have been taken. And since it says comment, in the conclusion of your answer, you can also mention that how this is still a very developing technology and we need a lot of aid and assistance from the other countries of the world, and we need to do more in terms of R&D in order to make ourselves more secure from drone attacks. So what are some of the measures that you could have talked about? You could have talked about legislative measures that have been taken, legislative rule-based measures that have been taken. You could have mentioned about the drone rules of 2021, which were released by the government in order to prevent the misuse of the drones and in order to regularize the use of the drones. यहाँ पे आप digital sky platform की भी बात कर सकते थे, where the citizens need to necessarily go and register their drone devices, and only if you have a license would you be able to operate a drone device. If it's a registered drone device, would you be able to operate it, right? Also, we have banned the import of drone devices into India except for R&D purposes, right? So हमने इंडिया के अंदर drone devices के import को भी ban कर दिया except for R&D purposes. Secondly, here you could have also mentioned about how DRDO is working on anti-UAV technology. So there are a number of measures that the DRDO is taking in terms of developing anti-UAV technology. You could have mentioned about Durga 2, which has been developed by DRDO with the aim of countering the drones sent by the adversary nation. There is a state-of-art forensics laboratory that has been set up in Delhi. इसके बारे में newspapers में भी आया था that there is a state-of-art forensics laboratory set up in Delhi with the aim of trying to counter the influence of the drones sent by the neighboring countries and to conduct investigations on what is the origin of these drones, etc. and all of those things. फिर उसके अलावा we have also deployed various forms of technology on the border areas to deal with the drone attacks. So we have placed a few jammers on the border areas. You may talk about setting up of various radars, cameras, surveillance devices in the border areas to detect the intrusion by the drones of the enemy countries. So that is another thing which can be mentioned. You can also talk about that how the security agencies such as the BSF are now coordinating and cooperating with the state police forces as well. So inter-agency cooperation is also something that we have seen a lot in the recent past. So inter-agency cooperation की अगर हम बात करेंगे, here you may talk about the inter-agency cooperation between, let's say, Punjab Police and BSF in order to develop mutual capabilities to deal with the drone attacks and the challenges that are being created as a result of the drones on the internal security issues. Then you can also talk about the involvement of private sector. So recently, one of the entities based out of Hyderabad, which is called as the Jenner Robotics, had Gene Robotics. This particular organization had launched a program called as Indrajal, right? So this was also in the newspapers, and there was an initiative that was launched by them called as Indrajal, with the aim of trying to catch hold of the drones which are launched by the adversary states. And then another aspect that you can mention is that the state police forces are continuously trying to engage with the community in order to create awareness about the drones, है ना. तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि गांव के अंदर कभी कहीं पे कोई ड्रोन आए तो लोगों को बड़ी एक्साइटमेंट हो और फैसिनेशन हो और फिर उसकी वजह से और ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट हो इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी. सो वी मस्ट क्रिएट अवेयरनेस अमंग पीपल इन द लोकल कम्युनिटी so that we can deal with these challenges related to drones, right? So these are some of the aspects that you can mention about as far as the measures taken to overcome the attacks by the drones are concerned. Now, here since it says comment, तो अपने conclusion में, in your conclusion, you could also mention that how this is a very nascent technology and it is very unpredictable in nature as well. It is nascent technology, it is unpredictable in nature. The development of the anti-UAV technology is very expensive. So India needs the help from the other countries of the world. We need to invest more in R&D of the drone technology so that we can truly become independent, and one could say that we could become completely independent of the other countries of the world in order to deal with the challenges that we face through drone technology. Okay, so this is what could be the conclusion that can be provided to this particular question. So again, I would say that, you know, this question was, as I said, that this question was relatively tough, and some of the points that you could have mentioned is the platforms, initiatives that have been taken by the government, including the coordination between Punjab Police or this Gene Robotics example that I gave you could have helped you get some more marks. But एक आर्टिकल आया था न्यूज़पेपर के अंदर, इंडियन एक्सप्रेस हैड डन very detailed research on the drug menace in Jammu and Kashmir. In that, they had mentioned about how drones are being used by the neighboring countries in order to drop the illegal medicines and the drugs on the Indian side of the border, and then this is creating a number of internal security challenges. Then let's look at question number 19. Question number 19 was a very broad question. I think this is perhaps one of the broadest questions that have been asked by UPSC in the internal security portion. So it says, what are the internal security challenges being faced by India? I think this is the simplest question that anyone can write an answer to. You have to talk about Naxalism, you have to talk about insurgency in Northeast, militancy in Kashmir, communalism, you should have talked about drug trafficking, organized crime such as human trafficking, arms trafficking, right? All of these things have to be mentioned. You could have mentioned about the piracy on the sea. You could have also mentioned about smuggling on the sea. है ना? तो सारे जितने भी आप possibly सोच सकते हैं, cyber security issues, cyber terrorism, cyber warfare, all of these are internal security issues which are faced by India. Differentiating factor will be that whoever writes as many number of issues along with examples, right? So it's important, जब आप cyber security की बात करें तो आप वहां पे एक example दे दें that there has been an 30% increase in the ransomware attacks in last 2 years in India, or India has become one of the most favored destination for cyber attacks in the entire globe. So these are the kind of examples that you need to give. Or you could have mentioned that insurgency in Northeast has cost India these many rupees, or these many number of $1 billion, or these many number of lives have been lost. Or you could have said that in Naxalism, these many number of districts are affected by Naxalism. So छोटा-छोटा example देने की ज़रूरत है. So all it says is, what are the internal security challenges which are faced by India? इसको innovative तरीके से लिखने का एक तरीका ये भी है that you could have mentioned the security challenges that we are facing due to internal reasons and security challenges that we are facing due to external reasons. So external reasons, you could have mentioned about cyber warfare, you could have mentioned about the armed piracy from the sea, you could have mentioned about the cross-border terrorism sponsored by Pakistan in Kashmir, and internal problems. You could have mentioned about communalism, you could have mentioned about the problem of drug trafficking within the country, you could have mentioned about fake Indian currency notes, you could have mentioned about the issues such as insurgency in Northeast or Naxalism. So that could have also been one of the innovative ways. See, now in examination, you have to think what is something that can impress the examiner, how I can segregate my points into different buckets to create an impression on the examiner. So internal or external dimension could have been one way in which you could have written down these challenges faced by India on the internal security front. Uske baad second jo part hai question ka, give out the role of central intelligence and investigation agencies tasked to counter such threats. Now, whenever I deal with the various security agencies and their mandate in our internal security classes, I'd say that I've been expecting a question on investigation and intelligence agencies for a very long time. And thankfully, they asked a question this year, but I was expecting them to ask a more analytical question. The question that they have asked is very straightforward in nature, which is that you have to talk about the role which is played by the various intelligence and the investigating agencies in India. तो इसमें भी आपको इंटेलिजेंस और इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज को अलग अलग सेग्रीगेट करके आप लिख सकते हैं, एंड यू कैन मेंशन इन ब्रीफ अबाउट द रोल दैट इज प्लेड बाय देम, एंड इन कंक्लूजन यू कुड हैव मेंशन्ड द शॉर्टकमिंग्स विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दीज एजेंसीज. सो व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट, से फॉर एग्जांपल, द रोल प्लेड बाय द, I hope I don't need to tell you what all has to be written in the first part of the question. That is something which is very, very easy. So role played by investigating and intelligence agencies in India. So here you have to make a passing reference to some of the investigating and the intelligence agencies in India. So when we talk about the investigating agencies, say for example, so in the investigating agencies, you could have mentioned about the CBI and let us say the NIA. You could have mentioned about some of the other agencies as well, which are involved in intelligence as well as investigation both. For example, you could have, apart from CBI and the National Investigation Agency, also mentioned about the Enforcement Directorate. So what is the CBI supposed to do? It is a specialized investigation agency created by the central government under the DSPE Act of 1946, and this agency is tasked with investigation of corruption cases, investigation of any serious crimes that are happening within the country, right? Then you could have mentioned about the CBI is an agency that is manned by the officers from the IPS, and they generally tend to provide support to the state police forces in their investigation and state police forces in the enforcement of law and order, etc. Then the second part of the, you could have mentioned about NIA. So this is an agency that was specifically created according to the NIA Act of 2008 with the aim of investigating into terror related offenses. This agency has been given powers to investigate the terror related offenses even in the states without seeking the permission of the state police as well. And that is what was one of the points of disagreement between the states and the center also when NIA was created. Enforcement Directorate, this is an investigation enforcement agency that has been created under the PMLA with the aim of preventing economic offenses in India, especially related to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act of 2002. So it is involved in investigating the links of the terror organizations to the organized criminal groups. It is involved in investigation of the funding sources for the various terror organizations, etc. And all of those things could have been mentioned. Then you need to mention about the intelligence agencies as well. Again, see, two lines on each of these intelligence agencies should be enough. But ऐसा हो सकता है that you may fall short of content. You may still not be able to write a lot. In that case, you write some of the shortcomings with respect to the functioning of the investigation and the intelligence agencies in India. So in intelligence agencies, you would have mentioned about RAW, the Research and the Analysis Wing, that was set up in the year 1969, specifically with the purpose of carrying out the, giving the intelligence to the internal security agencies of India, which emanates from outside India, threats that emanate from outside India and have a bearing on internal security situation in India. Intelligence with respect to that has to be collected by RAW, right? Then you would also mention about the Intelligence Bureau. So Intelligence Bureau is an intelligence agency which is a colonial institution that has been given the task of collecting the internal security, given the task of collecting the intelligence related to the domestic threats that exist within India. So it is involved in collecting the intelligence with respect to terror attacks that may happen. It is supposed to provide counter intelligence inputs to the various security agencies in India to deal with these to deal with various internal security issues. इसमें आप कुछ examples वगैरह भी दे सकते हैं that the IB in the recent past has been able to find the linkage between the terror groups in Jammu and Kashmir and some of the organizations such as the Jamaat-e-Islami or the organizations such as PFI in raising the funds for the terror organizations in Jammu and Kashmir. You could have mentioned about the NTRO as well, National Technical Research Organization, an intelligence agency set up in the year 2004 with the aim of providing intelligence inputs on the technical aspects of internal security. So NTRO is supposed to collect technical intelligence inputs with respect to the internal security challenges that India may face. For example, if India is going to be facing some kind of a cyber attack, then NTRO may coordinate with the intelligence agencies, say for example, may coordinate with the enforcement agencies such as CERT-IN and provide intelligence inputs to them to prevent or preempt a cyber attack that may happen on the critical infrastructure of the country. Or they may coordinate with NCIIPC to coordinate on such an act. Right? So that is another thing that can be mentioned. You could also have mentioned about FIU, Financial Intelligence Unit India, which has been set up under our commitment made at international level as a part of membership of Financial Action Task Force. So FIU India is the intelligence agency that is supposed to act as the linchpin between other FATF member and India to carry out various measures to prevent money laundering happening in India and to curb down on the terror financing in India, right? So these are some of the things that you could mention. Or क्योंकि हो सकता है, as I said, you may find that you may not be able to write more than 2 to 3 sentences on each of these organizations. You can write a bit more about the shortcomings of these organizations. You could talk about lack of inter-agency cooperation. You could talk about that most of these investigation and intelligence agencies in India do not have any legal backing. As a result of that, they lack accountability in their functioning. You could have talked about that they lack resources, especially technical manpower. They lack forensic labs in order to carry investigation and in order to preempt the terror strikes or internal security challenges that India may face. तो इस तरीके के कुछ आप shortcomings भी लिख सकते हैं in your conclusion of the answer related to this question. This was a very, very broad question, and I could say that perhaps sky is the limit to write in this question as such, but still, if you face any kind of shortage of content related to this particular question, you may write, as I said, shortcomings and challenges associated with the functioning of intelligence and investigation agencies. Okay, now let's move on to the last question. And the last question is something which was expected this year. Now, I would say that among all the questions that have been asked in the internal security topic this year, I would say that this was perhaps the only question which I expected and one could predict this year, and that was related to terror financing. So there was a no money for terror financing conference that happened last year in the November 2022, and there were a number of newspaper articles also related to this, and that is why this was a pretty much predictable kind of a question this year. So this says that give out the major sources of terror funding in India and the efforts being made to curtail these sources. So what are some of the major sources of terror funding, and what are some of the measures that have been taken to curtail these sources? In light of this, also discuss the aim and the objectives of the No Money for Terror conference recently held in Delhi in November 2022. As I said, the inspiration for this particular question was several newspaper articles and the No Money for Terror funding conference that had happened. इससे related कुछ questions past में भी आ चुके हैं. In 2017, a question was asked by UPSC where they had asked that what are the suggestions for curbing terrorism and what are the major sources of terrorist funding. अगर हम newspaper articles की बात करें, there was one article that had been written by former director of CBI, and this is an article from November 16, 2022, somewhere around the same time of this conference being organized. How can we further our efforts in curbing terror financing? This was an excellent article which had been written in order to curb the terror financing in India. There was another article which had come in Indian Express Explained on November 17, 2022, which was related to what is the objective, the aim, the significance of this particular No Money for Terror conference which is being organized in India. And then there was another article in the Indian Express on 25th of November 2022, which was in the UPSC Essentials series of Indian Express, where they had talked about what do we understand by terror funding, what are the various sources of terror funding in India, what is the impact of terror funding, what are the measures that have been taken in order to combat terror funding in India and globally as well. तो इस article में सब कुछ वो था what was required in order to write down the answer to this particular question. So let's see what all are the points that we could have mentioned as far as question number 20 is concerned, right? So question number 20. Now in question number 20, what is the possible way in which you could have begun the or provided the introduction to this particular question? See, here बहुत सारे तरीके हैं. एक तो आप FATF की recent meetings के बारे में कुछ mention कर सकते थे, where there have been important and key decisions that have been taken in order to curb the terror financing across the world. Or you could have mentioned about the G20 meetings that happened recently. Again, in those G20 meetings as well, there was a group that was dedicated specifically to the terror financing. Or you could have simply, अगर आपको कोई भी current affairs happening वगैरह नहीं पता है, you could have mentioned about the definition of terror financing as a term. So that is something that could have been done by you in your answer in the introduction. Now once you had mentioned the introduction, what are some of the major sources of terror financing? So that is the second part, major sources of terror financing for the terror groups in India. First one would have been organized crime, and here you could have mentioned that significant linkages exist between organized crime and terror groups in providing the funding to the terror groups. You could have given example of Jammu and Kashmir, how fake Indian currency notes are used as a source of financing the terror organizations in Jammu and Kashmir. Drug trafficking in Northeast, you could have mentioned about arms trafficking in Northeast, could have mentioned about drug trafficking in Naxal affected areas or illegal mining in Naxal affected areas. All of these are sources of the terror financing. You could have also mentioned extortion, right? Crimes such as extortion, etc., where you could have given the example of levy that is imposed by the Naxal groups on people living in the Naxal affected areas. So that is another thing that you could have mentioned. You could have also mentioned about the non-profit organizations, NGOs, acting as a source of raising funds for the terror organizations. You could have given the example of Jamaat-e-Islami, You could have given the example of People's Foundation for India. These are the organizations that have been banned in the recent past, where they were linked to various terror groups in India. Then you could have also mentioned, of course, about state-sponsored terrorism. So one of the major sources of terrorism in India is state sponsorship of terrorism by the adversary nations. You could have mentioned about the ISI of Pakistan sponsoring the terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. You could have also mentioned about cyber crimes that have become a very important source of raising money for the terror financing today. And then you could have also mentioned about fake Indian currency notes act through the route of Nepal, through the route of Bangladesh, acting as a source of terror financing. Then after this, you needed to mention about what efforts have been taken by the government in order to curb terror financing. So what efforts have been taken on this particular front? Firstly, you could have mentioned about the NIA and how within NIA there is a terror funding cell that has been created. So there is a terror funding cell which has been specifically created within the NIA to keep a check on the funding of the terrorist activities. Then you could have also mentioned about the changes in PMLA, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट के रिलेटेड कुछ रूल्स में चेंजेस किए गए हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, क्रिप्टो करेंसीज हैव बीन नाउ ब्रॉट अंडर द एम्बिट ऑफ PMLA transactions. You could have talked about that how the definition of the politically exposed persons has been expanded under the PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, है ना. और ये भी मेंशन करना जरूरी है that these changes that have been made in PMLA are in order to keep up to our commitment made at FATF. Since we are a full-fledged member of FATF, we need to keep taking frequent measures in order to upgrade our capability, in order to make our laws in sync with the other countries and the best practices that have been adopted internationally. So that is another measure that you could be talking about that we have taken in order to curb the terror financing in India. You could also talk about various training programs that have been conducted for the members of the state police forces in order to detect the fake Indian currency notes, etc., in order to keep a check on the hawala transactions. इसमें आप ये भी mention कर सकते हैं that we have recently cracked down heavily on hawala transactions, which is also one of the major sources of funding for the terror organizations. Cash smuggling, hawala transaction, hundi, etc. are also one of the major sources of funding for the terror organizations. इसमें आप F-Cod की भी बात कर सकते हैं. So there is the F-Cod, which is a group that has been set up, which is the fake Indian currency notes coordination group that has been set up with the aim of providing coordination between various security agencies to deal with the menace of fake Indian currency notes. And then you could also talk about that several states in the recent past have enacted legislations to deal with organized crime as well. So several states have made laws to deal with organized crime as well. You could give the example of Gujarat, you could give the example of introduction of a bill in Uttar Pradesh and strengthening and the changing of the laws in some of the states as well. Special cyber crime cells have been set up in each and every district of India in order to deal with the cyber crimes that may also be a major source of funding for the terror organizations. Once all of this has been mentioned, then you had to mention about the objectives and the aims of the No Money for Terror Financing Conference. Okay, so what are the aims and the objectives? I'm broadly telling you, you can look up the internet for this itself. So objectives of No Money for Terror Financing Conference. इसमें आप mention कर सकते हैं that the idea is to promote global cooperation in order to curb down on terror financing, because terror financing does not originate from one country alone. We need all the countries of the world to come together in order to deal with this challenge. You may also talk about technology exchange. So countries are aimed at the exchange of technology in order to deal with the terror financing, and this would also help in bringing some kind of synchronization between different countries of the world. Then the aim of the conference was also at restricting the use of NGOs, NPOs, etc. for terror financing, right? So the role of NGOs, NPOs, etc. in terror financing, and how we can make strict laws and take cohesive action as a global community to deal with this particular challenge was also one of the objectives. Then you could have also mentioned about the how this conference was aimed at eliminating the use of hawala transaction for the transferring of funds from one part of the world to another. This was also aimed at developing standard operating procedure which would be deployed by various countries in dealing with the terror organizations, right? So these are some of the objectives of the NMFT that you could have mentioned in your answer, and then you could have wrapped up your answer by talking about the importance of curbing terror financing, the linkages between organized crime and terrorism. कुछ examples दे सकते हैं आप specific. When we, in our internal security classes, when we discuss this topic of linkages between organized crime and terrorism, I give the example of 2004 Madrid bombings. You could have given that as a conclusion, that it is very important to prevent terror financing, especially coming from organized groups and some of these other sources, so that we can prevent events such as the Madrid terror bombings of 2004 in future. And so, is tarike se you could have concluded this particular answer. Now, having said all of this, you know, the 4 questions that have been asked this year, I would say that they are a break from the trends of the past. Should it get you worried? My suggestion will be no. Overall, you could have still written the answers to these questions. Yes, in the drone question, possibly your answer would not have been very specific. Maybe even in this question, you may have found it difficult to write the objectives of this conference. But see, even if you don't know the specific objectives of the conference, think that if there is an international conference that is happening with the aim of preventing the terror financing, what could be its objectives? Objectives have to be to prevent hawala transactions, objectives have to be to promote international cooperation, objectives have to be to promote technology exchange, objective has to be to develop stronger and stricter laws to deal with terror financing, objective has to be to curb down the role of the NPOs and the non-profit organizations in sponsoring the terror activities, etc. Right? So these are some of the points that you could have mentioned as far as this question is concerned. Now, having said all of this, I would suggest that as far as internal security topics are concerned, your approach should remain to be the same that has been since the beginning, which is that cover the basics of the topics. You should have at least 200 to 300 words to write on each and every topic in the mentioned in your syllabus. And secondly, keep a very close eye on the newspapers. In fact, for internal security, I would say that even if you are not necessarily reading the newspapers in detail, but current affairs magazine are also enough for internal security, because ऐसा नहीं होता कि internal security पे रोज कोई नई news आ रही होती है. So there are not a lot of things which are happening. You can always look up the current affairs magazine, monthly current affairs magazines, etc., in order to get a gist of whatever initiatives that have been taken, whatever are the conferences that are happening, etc., and use those points in order to aid your answer writing and to be able to add more value to your answers. Okay, so this is as far as the internal security portion is concerned. Anyone has any questions or doubts? We may take them up right now. Otherwise, we can begin with the next session. Okay, thank you so much.
हाल चाल है? Many familiar faces. All right. Let's begin our discussion for GS Paper 3 Economics section. My name is Aditya. I'll take up these economics questions. There are 8 economics questions, 10 marks and 15 marks each. Let's quickly discuss them. If you want me to comment upon the nature of paper, meaning that whether it was easy, difficult, attemptable or not, I can't comment on that. It is a very subjective question to answer. It depends upon your level of preparation. If you have prepared well, you will be able to answer questions. Otherwise, you will not be able to answer the questions. As simple as that. Having said that, if you look at these 8 questions, I believe that they were all on the attemptable side. But that has been the case forever. If you look at mains questions, how many of you have given mains this year? Nobody? If you ask anybody who has given mains, मेंस के बाद सबका कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ऊपर होता है. एवरीबडी बिलीव्स दैट मेरा पेपर अच्छा हुआ है मेंस देने के बाद. प्रीलिम्स में बिकॉज द एनालिसिस इज ऑब्जेक्टिव, देयरफॉर यू आर एंग्शियस और यू आर इन सम काइंड ऑफ अ situation where you are not able to assess whether my paper was good or bad because you are getting some marks and you don't get that much confidence. But after mains everybody is fully confident that yes, हाँ मेरा तो हो जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि आपने ऐसा आपको लगता है कि आपने सारे सवाल अटेम्प्ट किए हैं, एटलीस्ट कुछ कुछ लिखा है आपने सब सवालों के अंदर. बट दैट इज समथिंग ऑफ अ वेरी फॉल्स सिग्नल दैट यू गेट बिकॉज यू हैव रिटन अ फ्यू वर्ड्स इन मोस्ट आंसर्स और सम आंसर्स. To actually be able to get good marks in mains, your answers must be such that they force the examiner to give you more than average marks. You write something, you will get some marks. Not like prelims wherein you either get 1 or 0 or -1/3. It's you are going to get some marks. But whether you get substantial marks or not, meaning reasonable marks or not, good enough marks or not, that depends upon the quality of your answer. That depends upon your preparation. So even for an easy question, you may not be able to write a good quality answer. How do you write these good quality answers? For one, your introduction is extremely important. Now those who have been my students, they know I've talked several times upon introduction part. But for others who don't know, introduction, the most important part of your answer. Introduction is kind of a window that you give to the examiner for your answer, that this is what is going to come. In your introduction, you tell the examiner that have you understood the question or not. We'll discuss it with examples. जो इस बार सवाल पूछे गए हैं. We'll discuss them with this part with examples. But if you write something which is redundant in the introduction, you are not going to impress the examiner. Again, something that I've told in my classes. I'm sure everybody knows the difference between. Everybody knows what a friend zone is, right? सब लोग समझते हैं ना friend zone क्या होता है. आप अपनी आंसर की इंट्रोडक्शन से पता चलता है कि आप फ्रेंड जोन हो रहे हो या नहीं हो रहे हो. एग्जामिनर, when you write the answer, examiner will see you, because you are a mature student, you have prepared for 1.5 years, you will write obviously the right things in your answer. But simply writing those right things is not going to get marks. You think the paper is easy because you think you are able to write some points in the answer. That doesn't get marks, or that doesn't get enough marks for you to actually score good marks in this paper, in any paper. You write the right things. Examiner is not impressed by those right things. Examiner will give you 2, 3, 3.5, 4 marks at best. With 4 marks, you're not going to make through. To be able to impress the examiner, you need to score 5, 5.5 marks. And how do you get those marks? If you impress the examiner in the first line itself, not by telling some redundant facts, some redundant things to examiner. Beginning of your answer should be such that examiner knows that you have understood the requirement of question. Question is on unemployment. जैसे एक सवाल हम डिस्कस करेंगे, स्ट्रक्चरल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट के ऊपर सवाल है. अगर आपने अपने आंसर के डेफिनेशन में स्ट्रक्चरल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की डेफिनेशन, आंसर के इंट्रोडक्शन में स्ट्रक्चरल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की डेफिनेशन लिखी है, या ये लिखा है कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट की वैल्यू किसके बराबर होती है, या ये लिखा है कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट किसको कहते हैं, तो यू हैव लॉस्ट द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ एग्जामिनर. Examiner is not looking for those basic things that he already knows about and that have not been asked in the exam. Examiner is looking for a precise answer regarding what was asked. False hope versus actual good marks. Huge difference. This will come with only practice and practice. We'll see through these questions that what kind of answers you should have written so that you stand a chance of getting these एक्स्ट्रा 1.5 मार्क्स. 4 नंबर तो आपके आ जाएंगे. आप अभी भी आंसर लिखोगे, जिन्होंने मेंस नहीं लिखा है, कुछ लोग हैं जो इस बार अभी प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं, अगर आप अभी भी आंसर लिखोगे तो ट्रस्ट मी, अगर आपने 5-6 महीना भी प्रिपरेशन किया है तो आप इतना आंसर लिख दोगे कि आपके 4 नंबर तक भी आ सकते हैं. 3 नंबर तो सबके आ ही जाएंगे 10 में से, लेकिन 3 या 4 नंबर पे सिलेक्शन नहीं होगा. सिलेक्शन करने के लिए आपको 5-5.5 नंबर लिखे. यू हैव टू गेट दोस 5.5 मार्क्स. दैट मीन्स यू हैव टू वर्क फॉर दोस एक्स्ट्रा 1.5 मार्क्स. The purpose of these sessions is to get those extra 1.5 marks. It's not the content that you should be sitting here to listen to. All the teachers have come. I will talk about the content to write, but the basic thing that you should take away from these sessions is not कि भाई इस आंसर में ये कंटेंट लिखना है. वो तो आपको 50 जगह मिल जाएगा. नेट खोलो, नेट पे मिल जाएगा, कोई किताब खोलो, वहां पे मिल जाएगा. लेकिन किस तरीके से प्रेजेंट करना है वो उस 1-1.5 एक्स्ट्रा नंबर के लिए, वो चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है. वो है आंसर राइटिंग की प्रैक्टिस. लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड विद एग्जांपल्स ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आस्क्ड दिस ईयर. लेट्स स्टार्ट आवर डिस्कशन नाउ. एवरीबॉडी सेटल्ड? अब तो कुछ डिस्ट्रीब्यूट नहीं होना है क्लास में. सबको मिल गया जो चीज मिल रही थी? चलो अब स्टार्ट करते हैं अपना सेशन. ओके, first some basics. Number of questions that have been asked in economics. Generally they were asking around 8 to 10 questions earlier. Since last many years now they have asked 8 questions. Question 1 to 4 and 11 to 14 ये economics के होते हैं. Last year 9 सवाल पूछे गए थे. अब कई सालों से जो है 8 सवाल पूछ रहे हैं. 1 to 4 and 8 to 14. Regarding distribution with respect to topics, you see there is this big 47% chunk here. Which is this topic? Agriculture. Agriculture has the maximum weightage in your economics questions. Out of 8 questions, around 3 to 4 questions every year are from agriculture. तो 9 सवाल हैं, 9 में से 4 सवाल, 8 में से 3 सवाल agriculture के normally होते ही होते हैं. Now agriculture, I am classifying all those things which are mentioned in our syllabus as agriculture, which include cropping pattern, agriculture marketing, food processing industry, minimum support prices, direct indirect farm subsidies, e-technology in aid of farmers. I am classifying all that as part of agriculture. Land reforms. Now, agriculture is such a broad topic that it is covered in some part economics. Those who are our students of past, they might know. Some part economics, some part geography, some part society, some part science and tech. Society or post-independence, जो land reforms वाला part है, and some part science and tech. So 4 different subjects are going to cover this topic. But yes, the questions are asked in this paper precisely. Hence, we discuss them in economics part. और वैसे भी paper 3 के syllabus का part है, तो यहाँ पे ज़्यादा सवाल पूछे जाते हैं. Apart from that, the remaining 50% of questions, they are from topic growth and development, infrastructure, investment and industry, and budgeting or unemployment. So ये बाकी के सवाल हैं. Normally one question would be from budgeting part. One question every year is normally from employment part. You pick up last 10 years question, एक सवाल आपको हर साल employment पे दिखता ही है. इस बार भी है, last year भी था, पिछले साल भी था. हर साल आपको एक सवाल employment के ऊपर दिखेगा. But that question on employment, it may be a standalone question or it may be along with growth and development part. Inclusive development वाले part के अंदर भी employment के ऊपर पूछ लेते हैं. So there might be some kind of overlapping here. But yes, broadly speaking, this is the distribution of various broad topics, very broad topics. Growth and development, very important portion. That includes inclusive growth portion, that includes estimation of GDP, national income accounting portion, that includes sustainable development portion, that is growth and development part. Poverty, inequality, some questions asked from this particular topic. Then you have investment, infrastructure and industry. One question is usually there on investment models. Usually एक सवाल हमको investment models के ऊपर या फिर industrial aspect के ऊपर अब की बार भी है या फिर infrastructure के ऊपर मिलेगा. Investment, infrastructure और industry. From these 3 I's, you'll normally get one question. and then remaining you will find from budgeting and unemployment. Unemployment के ऊपर standalone question और budgeting के ऊपर standalone question regarding let's say importance of GST or let's say classification of various items in the budget, revenue capital classification, or some new tax that government is introducing, some ways to finance its deficits. So normally one question is there from that portion also. Okay, so this is broadly the distribution of various topics. With this, let's start our discussion. Let's see what questions are there. यार किस चीज से आगे होगी? फर्स्ट स्लाइड नहीं दिख रही है. Where's the first slide? Anyways, the first slide is not visible. There is some error. I'll just take up the. Anybody has the first question? MSME के ऊपर सवाल था पहला वाला. I'll take up the first question here itself. Anyways, don't worry. Faster economic growth requires increased share of manufacturing sector in GDP, particularly of MSMEs. Comment on the present policies of government in this regard. The first question. Let's discuss this. वो कैसा है बैकग्राउंड में नोट yeah sorry faster economic growth requires increased share of manufacturing. Faster economic growth requires increased share of manufacturing, particularly MSMEs. Comment on the present policies. Present policies. Okay. Take it. Thank you. Introduction. How do you begin your answer? What should you not write in the introduction? Faster economic growth requires increased share of manufacturing, particularly MSMEs. Comment on the present policy of the government in this regard. You don't have to write what does meant by the term MSME, that MSMEs are classified in this particular manner. You don't have to write importance of MSMEs in your introduction. Look at the question. You can write importance, but that is not the best way to start your answer. Question is, faster economic growth requires increased share of manufacturing. Meaning the examiner wants you to focus upon manufacturing sector as an engine of growth. Don't write in your answer that manufacturing comprises of all these activities, or this is classification of MSME, or this is the importance of MSME, these are number of MSMEs. ये सब नहीं लिखना है हमको introduction के अंदर. Question का need समझो क्या है. The need is that the examiner wants you to focus on manufacturing as an engine of growth, and then in that engine, importance of MSMEs particularly, and then some schemes of the government with respect to MSMEs. Introduction must be relevant to the need of the question. Manufacturing as an engine of growth. For example, one way of starting this answer. India has witnessed a faster growth post 1990s. However, the growth rate of manufacturing has been less, or the sectoral share of manufacturing had been constant to around 17% of GDP. Even though economy has grown at around 6.5% on an average, manufacturing sector has grown only at around manufacturing sector has grown at the same pace as that of GDP. Or share of manufacturing has remained stagnant in last 20-25 years at around 18% of GDP. You're trying to explain to the examiner that why is growth in manufacturing important. India has missed the manufacturing growth bus. Our growth rate has been largely services driven. This is also a decent way to start your answer. Focus on this part, manufacturing as an engine of growth of the economy. We have had economic growth of around 6.5%, wherein services have grown at around 8 to 8.5%, and industry has grown at around 6 to 6.5%. Agriculture has grown to around 3 to 4%. That means our industry has lagged behind services. Our economic growth is high because services grows at a faster pace. Faster economic growth can't be sustained for a long period using only services growth. You require industry to also grow at a faster pace to sustain this faster economic growth. Have all this information in your mind and then try to present it to the examiner in a manner that examiner gets impressed by the first line that you write. Wait, pause, look at the question, assess the demand, think about what can you write in the introduction. The most important part of your answer is introduction because that decides how much marks you are going to get. Read the question, assess the demand of the question, think about what can you write in the introduction, what information can you give to the examiner in the introduction, then write down that information, write down that portion in your introduction part. For example, in this case, now that you know all these things, एग्जामिनर को ये सब स्टैटिस्टिक्स नहीं देना इंट्रोडक्शन के अंदर, पैराग्राफ के अंदर. एग्जामिनर को सिंपल भाषा में बताना है कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के इंजन का ग्रोथ है, फास्टर ग्रोथ का, फास्टर इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ अचीव करने का एक तरीका है. सिंपली राइट डाउन दिस लाइन इन योर इंट्रोडक्शन. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इंजन ऑफ सस्टेन्ड फास्ट ग्रोथ. You're not explaining something to the examiner, you're introducing that you have understood the demand of the question. Question wants you to write about manufacturing as an engine of growth. Recognize this part, write down in the first line. Manufacturing is the most important engine of sustained fast growth. Even though Indian economy has grown at a decent pace in last 20 years, it is primarily because of services and not because of manufacturing. For India to achieve faster growth for a long period, we need manufacturing sector to grow. 3 lines in your introduction. Last 4th line. For a faster growth of manufacturing, MSME growth is necessary. You are now linking all these portions in a manner that examiner understands that you understand the question. This is how you express your understanding to the examiner. इंट्रोडक्शन में कुछ ऐसी बात नहीं लिखनी चाहिए, कोई रिडंडेंट फैक्ट लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है, कुछ एक्सप्लेन करने की जरूरत नहीं है एग्जामिनर को. इंट्रोडक्शन में केवल ये बताना है एग्जामिनर को दैट आई हैव अंडरस्टूड द क्वेश्चन वेल. दिस इज हाउ यू बिगिन योर आंसर. देन इन योर सेकंड पैराग्राफ, नाउ व्हेन यू स्टार्ट राइटिंग द कंटेंट पार्ट, अब लिखो जितनी तुम्हारे पास इंफॉर्मेशन है कि देश में कितनी एमएसएमईज हैं, उनका जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना है, उनका एक्सपोर्ट में कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना है, उनकी क्या प्रॉब्लम है, जो लिखना है लिखो. लेकिन इंट्रोडक्शन के अंदर यू हैव टू मेक श्योर दैट यू आर एड्रेसिंग एग्जैक्टली द नीड ऑफ द क्वेश्चन. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट इंट्रोडक्शन. लेट मी क्विकली एड्रेस द कंटेंट पार्ट. कंटेंट में हमको क्या लिखना है? Once you have given this starting to the examiner about importance of manufacturing for growth and within manufacturing importance of MSMEs for growth. Once you have written this, now the next part becomes easy. You can give such stats. Manufacturing employs around 30% of population. Employment में लिख सकते हो. Manufacturing employs, there are various ways in which you can express this thing to the examiner. Manufacturing employs around 30% of population. Manufacturing contributes to around 20% of GDP. Its share has remained stagnant since last 30 years. Write these things in a content part. MSMEs. There are around 7 crores MSMEs in the country. Around 95% are micro enterprises. For economy to grow, these micro enterprises must graduate to small and medium enterprises. Micro, small and medium. So we have got around 95% micro enterprises out of around 7 crore MSMEs that we have. तो लगभग सारी की सारी हमारी माइक्रो हैं. इकोनॉमी को अगर ग्रो करना है मतलब फर्म्स को ग्रो करना है. फर्म्स को ग्रो करने का मतलब क्या हुआ कि माइक्रो को ग्रेजुएट होना है टू मीडियम एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस. The proportion of micro enterprises has remained the same over long period of time. What does that reflect? If proportion of micro enterprises has remained the same over long period of time. अगर 91 में भी माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेज अराउंड 95% थे और 2023 में भी माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेज अराउंड 95% हैं, तो क्या रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा है ये? कि माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेज ग्रेजुएट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं मीडियम स्मॉल के अंदर. तो हम इसी का तो पॉइंट एग्जामिनर मांग रहा है आपसे. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एज एन इंजन ऑफ ग्रोथ विद अ फोकस ऑन एमएसएमईज. दिस इज व्हाट एग्जामिनर वांट्स यू टू राइट. द शेयर ऑफ माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेज in total enterprises in the country has remained stagnant at around 95% in last 30 years. Not first you have written about share of manufacturing in GDP, now you write about share of micro enterprises as part of all enterprises. Within all micro, second part समझ में आया क्या है? Micro enterprise का share in total, micro enterprises का share in total MSMEs. First information that you give is with respect to manufacturing as a whole. Second that you give is share of MSMEs, micro in MSMEs. Third information that you have to give in your answer is कि in MSMEs में से कितनी manufacturing है, कितनी services MSMEs हैं. Out of all the MSMEs in the country, around 40% are manufacturing MSMEs and around 60% are agri or services MSMEs. 40% are manufacturing MSMEs and around 60% are agriculture and services. Agriculture, services and services MSMEs, around 60%. That means manufacturing MSMEs are a minority amongst all the MSMEs. Again we are trying to reinforce our point that why do we need focus on MSMEs for manufacturing for growth. Economic growth comes from manufacturing growth. Manufacturing growth comes from MSMEs. How many MSMEs in manufacturing? Write down around 40% MSMEs in manufacturing. We have to focus on these 40% manufacturing MSMEs for manufacturing shares in GDP to rise and GDP to grow at a faster pace. ये सब लिंकेज जब तक दिमाग में नहीं होगी तब तक कागज पे नहीं उतर पाएगी. So read the question, assess the question, then think about what all points you are going to write. I should not be telling you MSMEs की क्या क्या प्रोग्राम है. सवाल में पूछा गया है कि सरकार ने क्या क्या पॉलिसी बनाई है, बट दिस इज फैक्चुअल. यू नो ऑल दीज पॉइंट्स. आत्मनिर्भर भारत, उद्यम पोर्टल, एस्पायर स्कीम, credit guarantee scheme, mudra yojana, you have to write all these things. These are factual things. There are 1000 schemes of the government for MSMEs. Take 3-4 more important one. Access to credit के लिए लिख देना, एक credit guarantee scheme है सरकार की. मुद्रा योजना है access to credit के लिए, सेट भी provide करता है. Write down about Aspire portal which tries to focus on innovation costs for the MSMEs. There is international competition scheme through which we are trying to expose our MSMEs to international markets, कि वो market research करें बाहर जाके, और market research में जितना खर्चा आता है सरकार उसको reimburse करती है. अब ये factual चीजें, उसके लिए आपको क्लास में नहीं बैठना है कि भी मैंने आपको बताया सरकार ने ये स्कीम चलाई है. You can get these schemes from lot of material. हमारे PT 365 में, main 365 के अंदर, हर चीज के अंदर ये सब चीजें भरी हुई हैं, तो वहां से इनको रेफर करो. क्रेडिट गारंटी के बारे में लिख सकते हो, एस्पायर पोर्टल के बारे में लिख सकते हो, इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन के बारे में लिख सकते हो, मुद्रा योजना के बारे में लिख सकते हो, मेक इन इंडिया, आत्मनिर्भर भारत, इन सब के ऊपर आप लिख सकते हो. सो राइट डाउन अबाउट सम स्कीम्स. Examiner does not want you to write about these schemes in detail. Simply write down these are some steps that the government has taken for them. वो जो क्योंकि एक सवाल पूछा हमको लिखना ही है. But more important part of your answer would be how do you establish the fact that MSME growth is important from manufacturing growth and manufacturing growth important for total economic growth. ये fact जो हमने establish किया है through these numbers, this is what is important in your answer. I'll pin all this thing up, I'll collect all this thing and they'll tell you how to write this answer. First part, introduction. In introduction, write down about the importance of manufacturing as an engine of growth. Manufacturing is the most important engine of sustained economic growth. In last 30 years, even though our economy has grown at a fast pace, the share of manufacturing has remained almost stagnant. Around 40% of manufacturing is contributed to by MSMEs. And therefore, MSMEs MSME growth is an important element of manufacturing growth and thus total economic growth. The first part of your answer. Second part, particular focus on MSMEs. Give a subheading. Introduction के बाद एक subheading होगी आपके आंसर में. In that subheading, you will write down that importance of MSMEs for manufacturing. Subheading जरूरी है. Structure डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. मैं दोबारा बोल रहा हूँ, कंटेंट डिस्कस करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है. स्ट्रक्चर डिस्कस करें. कंटेंट आपको सब पता भी है, सब चीजें. Second part would be subheading where you write importance of MSMEs for faster manufacturing growth. Then give some statistics. Manufacturing contributes to around 20% of GDP, which has remained stagnant in last 30 years. Manufacturing employs around 30% of population. Within MSMEs, we have around 7 crore total MSMEs, out of which around 95% are micro MSMEs. Since the share of micro MSMEs has remained stagnant, that means MSMEs have failed to graduate from micro to medium or small. That means MSME sector has not grown. For manufacturing to grow, therefore MSME should grow. Amongst all MSMEs, around 40% are in manufacturing. Therefore, we need to target these MSMEs which are in manufacturing in order for manufacturing sector to grow and thus Indian economy to grow. एक structured logical तरीके में आप पूरा आंसर लिख रहे हो. Then next subheading would be constraints faced by MSMEs. Before writing government schemes, you must always write constraints part. Constraints faced by MSMEs. अब जो आपके दिमाग में गवर्नमेंट स्कीम है उसके कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग कंस्ट्रेंट लिख दो. जैसे आपको पता है मुद्रा योजना के अंदर सरकार क्रेडिट प्रोवाइड कर रही है, तो कंस्ट्रेंट पहले लिख देना. कंस्ट्रेंट के अंदर एक्सेस टू क्रेडिट इज द मेन कंस्ट्रेंट. उद्यम पोर्टल के थ्रू इनोवेशन को प्रमोट कर रही है. दैट मींस एक्सेस टू इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी, एक्सेस टू न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी इज अ कंस्ट्रेंट टू एमएसएमईज. So write constraints and then write down the steps taken by the government. Choose any steps. As I said, choose for example Mudra Yojana, credit guarantee fund for MSMEs, Aspire scheme. Sorry, उद्यम नहीं, Aspire था वो जो मैंने बोला था, not उद्यम. Aspire portal, innovation वाला Aspire portal और Aspire scheme. International competition. MSME is not exposed to international competition because market research takes cost, involves cost. Government says we are going to fund any kind of market research cost that you are going to incur. So write down the constraints that they face and then write down government steps taken to address those constraints. Right? Clear? सबको समझ में आया किस तरीके से हम स्ट्रक्चर्ड आंसर लिखेंगे? कंक्लूजन. कंक्लूजन फिर सबहेडिंग नहीं लिखना कंक्लूजन की. कंक्लूजन क्या होता है? सिंपली एक क्लोजर लाइन होती है. यू सिंपली राइट अ क्लोजर लाइन. एग्जामिनर गेट्स टू नो दैट योर आंसर इज कंप्लीट. हाउ वुड यू राइट कंक्लूजन? कैसे लिखते हैं कंक्लूजन बताओ. अब तो कई सारे पेपर डिस्कस हो गए, बताओ कैसे कंक्लूजन लिखते हैं. नहीं, पॉजिटिव नहीं, कंक्लूजन में लिखना क्या होता है? हाँ, इनोवेटिव. इनोवेटिव मतलब क्या होता है? कंक्लूजन का मतलब, कंक्लूजन में क्या नहीं लिखना होता है? कंक्लूजन में आपको ये नहीं लिखना होता है कि भाई what is some new thing that can be done. Don't write those new aspects in conclusion. In conclusion part, you have to write down that you have to simply summarize what you have written above and give that a positive twist. For example, in this case, simply write down that by taking the above steps and ensuring that timely credit is available to MSMEs, we can improve their potential of growth and their contribution to the economy. Simply write this point and that acts as a concluding line of your answer. There must be a closure also. Closure, केवल एक एग्जामिनर को पढ़ते पढ़ते ये नहीं लगना चाहिए कि आंसर बिना किसी क्लोजर के खत्म हो गया है. एक लाइन क्लोजर की लाइन होनी चाहिए. That by doing this we are going to do achieve this thing. That is how you close your answer. ठीक है? That is concluding part. Clear? Let's move on to the next question now. It is a 10-mark question. You can't write upon the shortcomings of the scheme. Fine, you don't have that much space. Okay, next question. What is the status of digitalization in the Indian economy? Examine problems faced in this regard and suggest improvements. Status of digitalization. Okay, what is meant by the term digitalization? Now this is a new term. तो अब आप जब इस आंसर को स्टार्ट करोगे, you can introduce your answer by writing about what is it that you mean by the term digitalization. One way to start your answer is you write down what is meant by the term digitalization. You can write, for example, digitalization means faster adoption of digital technologies in various aspects of the economy, from health to payment to governance. Give such example. That is one way to start your answer. Digitalization means faster adoption of digital ways, digital means in various aspects of economy. How do citizens interact with various service providers, including the government and private sector? When that transformation takes place, that is called as digitalization. So write down what is digitalization. Give some examples what is meant by the term digitalization. अब यहाँ पे आप एक essay लिख सकते हो digitalization के ऊपर. हमको essay नहीं लिखना, 10 मार्क का सवाल है. हमको कैसे 10 मार्क के अंदर एक अच्छा आंसर लिखना है. When you write status of digitalization, now this is something that was covered in our main 65 also. When you write status of digitalization, you should be writing, for example, what is the total number of payments that we do in digital ways, how many people, what is the tele density in the country, 93% tele density है. You should write about, let's say, different fintech startups that have come up, वो सब आप लिखोगे. लेकिन एक सबसे important चीज़ है जिसकी सबसे प्रायोरिटी होनी चाहिए आपके आंसर में, सबसे ऊपर जो एग्जामिनर को दिखना चाहिए. How do you assess this status of digitalization of the Indian economy? You don't assess it simply by seeing that how many people are making digital payments. You don't assess this by looking at tele density. You don't assess it by looking at how many people are on social media or how much government services are being provided. ये तरीका नहीं है digitalization assess करने का. मतलब ये इकलौता तरीका नहीं है और ये बहुत अच्छा तरीका नहीं है digitalization assess करने का. When you look at status of digitalization, what it basically is asking you is to talk about digital public infrastructure. Digital public infrastructure is an enabling aspect of digitalization. Government has built protocols, government has built infrastructure so that many fintech companies can come up. Government has built infrastructure or has made that infrastructure publicly available so that open network for digital commerce can come up, ONDC. Government has built payments infrastructure so that inter-country payments can be easily facilitated at a low cost. That is what digital public infrastructure is. That is what should be writing in digitalization का status in the country. Status of digitalization is, जैसे यहाँ पे हमने इतना कुछ लिखा हुआ है, Digital India by numbers. What is the cost of data? How has it fallen? How many telecom subscribers are there? How many, let's say, how many sessions through Diksha platform, learning platforms are being provided every day? Or for example, how much Aadhaar biometric authentication has been done, or how many vaccines have been administered by the COVID platform? ये सब supporting arguments हैं of your digitalization aspect. Main argument of digitalization that should be there in your answer is with respect to building digital public infrastructure. Government has spent a lot of resources in building this, making it available in an open network form, open source form. चलो अब डिस्कस करते हैं कि आंसर कैसे लिखा जाएगा, स्ट्रक्चर क्या है. कंटेंट ब्रॉडली मैंने बता दिया है, आंसर का स्ट्रक्चर देखते हैं. Status of digitalization in the Indian economy. Examine the problems faced in this regard and suggest improvements. First is introduction. इंट्रोडक्शन, राइट डाउन अबाउट व्हाट इज मेंट बाय द टर्म डिजिटलाइजेशन, हमने लिख लिया है. सेकेंड पार्ट, गिव हेडिंग. अब यहां पे सब हेडिंग आएगी, स्टेटस ऑफ डिजिटलाइजेशन. स्टेटस ऑफ डिजिटलाइजेशन. Write down here, digitalization status can be assessed by looking at the enabling infrastructure that government has built. Enabling infrastructure that has been built. Digital infra as a public good. Government has built protocols, government has built standards, government has built digital infrastructure, which has enabled lot of startups, which has enabled government to provide information to citizens on a real time basis, which has enabled government to carry out programs in a corruption free direct manner. That is how you assess status of digitalization. To support your arguments, then you write some of these arguments here. That India is home now to the third largest number of startups in the world. Most of them are in fintech space. India is home to largest volume of digital transactions or third largest value of digital transactions. Through digitalization, we have enabled administration of 200 crore vaccines to people in a timely manner. Through digitalization, government has been able to spend resources in an efficient manner. For example, providing benefits in form of LPG subsidy, providing pensions under Atal Pension Yojana, providing salaries under MG Narega scheme. Through digitalization, we have been able to track on a real-time basis how many villages in the country are open defecation free. This is how you track this status of digitalization. तो पहले हमको लिखना है कि डिजिटलाइजेशन के अंदर क्या चीज है, कैसे हम स्टेटस असेस करेंगे. यहां पे लिखेंगे हम कि हम डिजिटलाइजेशन का स्टेटस कैसे असेस करेंगे. गवर्नमेंट हैज बिल्ड एनेबलिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज नाउ अ पब्लिक गुड. What is this public good? Government has built platforms, protocols, standards, infrastructure that can be utilized by anybody. This has resulted in faster adoption of digital technologies in various fields, as can be seen in government co-win platform, government giving of subsidies, payment of wages, fintech startups. India home to third largest number of startups, most of them in fintech. India home to largest volume of digital transactions, around third largest home to third largest by value transactions. This is example of digitalization. सबको समझ में आ रहा है डिफरेंस क्या हम बात कर रहे हैं. One is the broad infrastructure and then example of use of that infrastructure. This is how you assess status of digitalization. Then next subheading in your answer. देखो 10 मार्क्स का सवाल है, बहुत ज्यादा कंटेंट मत कर देना कि सब कुछ ही लिख देंगे यहाँ पे कि पूरे डिजिटल इंडिया के 9 पिलर्स लिख देंगे या फिर डिजिटल इंडिया बाय नंबर्स में आप ये सब चीजें लिख दोगे कि अलग अलग चीजें क्या है. You can't write all these things. As I said, you can write an essay here, but you have to make sure that you are restraining yourself within 2 pages of the space given to you. Next part is examine the problems faced. Subheading problems faced. Write down in this problem faced क्या क्या problem है जो digitalization को constrain करती हैं. You can write, for example, data protection is a problem, privacy is a problem, vernacular language is a problem, infrastructure is costly, that is a problem or an hindrance. So write down some broad problems. What are the problems faced due to or during digitalization? So write this thing, problems. Suggest improvement. Subheading होनी चाहिए आंसर में, suggested improvements. Suggested improvements. Write down what can be done for this thing. We can have strong local data protection laws. For example, as is mentioned in the data protection bill, local data will be stored locally. We can develop regulations in such a manner that people are not subject to cyber fraud, especially financial fraud. We can make sure that data is not utilized without proper authorization first hand. Development of technology by keeping local needs in mind, for example, development of them in vernacular languages. So you can give such suggestions here with respect to the problems that you have identified. तो यहाँ पे जो problems लिखी हैं उनके respect में solution है. ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि problem कुछ लिख रहे हैं, solution कुछ और लिख रहे हैं. हमने solution लिख दिया data protection, problem में लिखा ही नहीं हमने data privacy के बारे में. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. Link होना चाहिए यहाँ पे. जो problem लिखी है उसी के corresponding कुछ solution आपको देना है. Fine? Easy question, easy to answer question. सबको समझ में आया क्या है? How do we write? Introduction, what is digitalization? Second subheading, status of digitalization. Write down that enabling infrastructure that government has built acts as a public good. Digital infra as a public good. Government has built standards, protocols, all these things, public infrastructure which has enabled faster adoption of digital technology in various means by the people of the country. This can be seen in the following way. UPI transactions, number of startups, CoWIN platform, transfer by the government, saving resources, corrupt-free transfer by the government, all these things. Status of digitalization. Then next write down about issues that are faced. Write down these 3-4 issues, suggestions corresponding to the issue that you have identified. Clear? Concluding line होनी चाहिए answer के अंदर. Digitalization has the potential to act as a multiplier effect of economic growth. India's economic growth in recent past has been attributed partly to faster digital adoption. With safe and secure, more widespread adoption, it can serve as another engine of growth. Simple. इस तरीके से मत ये मैंने 3-4 लाइन बोली हैं, इसको कंडेंस करके एक लाइन में लिख सकते हो. This is how you conclude your answer. ठीक है? Clear? आगे बढ़े? बोलो. क्या चीज? इंडिया स्टैक वही है, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है इंडिया स्टैक. डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, एपीआई लेयर एंड द नेटवर्क लेयर एंड एपीआई लेयर, सॉफ्टवेयर लेयर एंड द नेटवर्क लेयर. तो वो यहीं पे डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का पार्ट है इंडिया स्टैक. ये मेंस 65. अब देखो मैं कंटेंट पे इतना फोकस नहीं कर रहा हूँ. आई एम अज्यूमिंग दैट यू विल बी एबल टू रीड द कंटेंट ऑन योर ओन. आई एम फोकसिंग मोर ऑन स्ट्रक्चर. बट हैविंग सेड दैट, जितना कंटेंट में बता रहा हूँ, मैं कंटेंट इस हिसाब से बता रहा हूँ कि आप 150 वर्ड्स का आंसर लिख पाओ. क्योंकि कंटेंट इसके अंदर, हम यहाँ पे कंटेंट डिस्कस करने के लिए, पढ़ाने के लिए नहीं बैठे कि आप कैसे ऐसे लिख पाओगे इस चीज का. फिर देन द होल पर्पस ऑफ दिस सेशन गेट्स डिफीटेड. आई कैन रीड द आंसर फ्रॉम सम सोर्स, हमने भी बना रखे हैं, वहां से मैं आपको पढ़ के बता दूंगा कि इसके अंदर ये भी लिखो, ये भी लिखो, ये भी लिखो. 500 वर्ड का आंसर हो जाएगा, क्या लिख पाओगे उसके अंदर. ये स्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर फोकस करेंगे हम. ठीक है? All right, next question number 3. How does e-technology help the farmers in production and marketing of digital agriculture, of agriculture produce? E-technology in aid of farmers in production and marketing of agriculture produce. Explain it. Okay. One good approach that I think that you should adopt in writing this answer is कि आप यहाँ पे diagrammatic approach अपनाओ. Make a supply chain of various aspects of agriculture. For example, make it like this: cultivation, marketing, processing, post processing. One approach that you can follow is diagrammatic approach. यहाँ पे आप डायग्राम बना के लिखो कि क्या क्या aspects. Make a diagram like this, a flow chain, supply chain like this, and then write down what aspects can be covered by this e-technology, can be held by e-technology. So various aspects of cultivation. You can write, for example, यहाँ पे आप लिखो cultivation में availability of information, decision support, availability of credit, inputs at a competitive cost. You write this in cultivation part. देन मार्केटिंग, प्रोसेसिंग, पोस्ट प्रोसेसिंग, बेसिकली जो एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग का पार्ट है, इसके अंदर लिखो कि क्या क्या आप इमेजिन करते हो, या फिर यहाँ पे आप लिख सकते हो एक और चीज, फार्म इंश्योरेंस. In this part, you can write down what all various things can be helped. How can e-technology help here? Better access to traders, fair price, information about storage, advanced information about future prices, direct linkage with FPI, certification of agri produce for exports and accessing a larger market. देखो इतने सारे पॉइंट्स मैंने लिख दिए हैं, आपको इतने सारे पॉइंट्स लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. You can choose to write 3 points in each part. But if you write like this, I think examiner is going to read your answer better rather than if you write in paragraph कि भाई ये कर सकते हैं. If you write like this, I think examiner is going to understand that you have understood the question. कंटेंट पार्ट के अंदर हमको ये चीजें लिखनी है. सवाल आसान सा सवाल है कि भाई ई टेक्नोलॉजी हाउ डज इट हेल्प द फार्मर इन प्रोडक्शन एंड मार्केटिंग ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस, एक्सप्लेन इट. प्रोडक्शन में कहां कहां ई टेक का इस्तेमाल हो सकता है एंड मार्केटिंग में कहां कहां ई टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल हो सकता है. यू राइट सिंपली एक्सप्लेन दीज वेरियस, एज इन आइडेंटिफाई दीज वेरियस पॉइंट्स वेयर टेक्नोलॉजी कैन हेल्प. You don't even have to write about what role will technology play. If you simply write these points and present to the examiner like this, examiner knows that you have understood everything. Rest everything that you write, probably examiner is not even going to read those things, look at those things. Examiner knows आपको exactly सवाल में जो पूछा है आपको पता है और आपने उसको एड्रेस कर दिया है यहाँ पे. Now obviously हम आंसर केवल इतना लिख के डायग्राम बना के नहीं छोड़ सकते, हमको लिखना तो पड़ेगा ही आंसर के अंदर. But if you do this thing, most of your task is done. You are going to get marks probably on the basis of this only. Then write down, once you have done this, then write down, for example, simply, for example, aid to farmers through e-tech, e-technology. अब now यहाँ पे आप एक एग्जाम्पल दे दो. Write like this, as in separate the cultivation part from marketing part. एग्जाम में पूछा है, सवाल में पूछा गया है प्रोडक्शन एंड मार्केटिंग पार्ट, तो प्रोडक्शन पार्ट मार्केटिंग पार्ट आपने सेपरेट कर दिया. नाउ आप गिव एन एग्जांपल सिंपली दैट व्हाट इज इट दैट यू आर गोइंग टू डू, व्हाट एग्जांपल्स आर यू गोइंग टू राइट हियर. कल्टीवेशन के अंदर लिख लो, फॉर एग्जांपल through access to information about weather in advance, farmers can take better cultivation decisions. Through precision farming, farmers know which area of their crop requires what inputs. Through digital soil health cards, farmers know which nutrients are missing in their soil or what kind of treatment is required for their crop. So give these as examples. जब यहाँ पे example लिखोगे तो फिर ऐसे 1 2 3 करके example लिखना. So write 3 examples each for the cultivation part, production part and marketing part. जैसे I have given example, I'll repeat. You can write examples of e-technology में access to weather information in a timely manner can help the farmer to assess which crops should be grown, helps in taking cropping decision. Precision farming helps the farmer to know which part of his crop requires what kind of treatment or what kind of input. Digital soil health cards, accessing them, farmers can get to know what nutrient is missing in their soil and hence can take better decisions. So e-technology in aid of farmers. एक और पॉइंट लिख दो, through direct benefit transfer in fertilizers, more farmers will be able to access fertilizer subsidy and hence government can provide benefits in a more efficient manner. Again, technology in aid of farmers. Then give example of marketing activities. Marketing में कैसे e-technology help कर सकती है. ई-नैम का एग्जाम्पल तो देना ही देना है ना. ई-नैम हमने पहले ही पार्ट लिखा है. बेटर एक्सेस टू ट्रेडर्स फॉर अ फेयर प्राइस. थ्रू ई-नैम farmer can access larger number of traders and hence expect to sell his produce at a better price. ई-नैम का एग्जाम्पल हमको देना ही देना है. Then give other examples. For example, farmers can get to know about through various portals. UPL ने एक पोर्टल बनाया. UPL एक फर्टिलाइजर की कंपनी, काफी बड़ी कंपनी है. UPL has made a portal through which farmers get access to knowledge about where are fertilizers available, when will fertilizer be available in a particular district. Farmers can get to know about that part. FCI का पोर्टल है through which farmers get to know that where is storage available. You know where is storage, hence you can store your produce at that point. आपको इधर उधर भटकना नहीं पड़ेगा. You know that where you can store your produce. E-technology in aid of marketing and processing, post-processing activities. Through e-technology, you can get to know about single window clearances of getting your produce certified. I know that if I have to get my produce certified from FSSAI or Ministry of Pharma, Ministry of Agriculture, there will be many processes involved. If there is a single window clearance process, I can get my produce certified and make it fit for exports. That means I get access to broader market also, marketing opportunities. Is it clear? Straightforward सवाल है. इस सवाल में presentation is what matters more. How do you write the answer? First, how does e-tech help the farmers in production and marketing of agriculture produce? Introduction part. Agriculture has started to adopt technology of late. As a result, we are seeing many farmers who adopt technology grow at a faster pace. Incomes of farmers grow at a faster pace because of adoption of technology. In this regard, a broader adoption can accelerate agricultural growth in the following manner. Then draw this diagram, show what are the various aspects of various points where technology can help, then give a subheading examples. Then in examples, write down three examples each, four examples each, whatever you want to write. Ki how will technology help the farmers in production part? How will technology help the farmer in marketing part? Production part में write down about, for example, access to weather, better production decisions, precision farming, soil health card, इनके बारे में लिख सकते हो. You can, if you want more content, you can write about access to credit. You can write down about direct benefit transfer in fertilizers. You can write more points. But हाँ, फिर हमारा आंसर 10 मार्क्स का नहीं रहेगा, हमारा आंसर फिर 20 नंबर का हो जाएगा. If you do this, you are going to fill your 2 pages and you will be able to conclude well then. ठीक है, ये हमारा होना चाहिए. Again, we are focusing on the presentation structure part of your answer. If you do this, definitely you are going to get more marks as compared to simply writing in big paragraph कि ये हम कर सकते हैं. एग्जामिनर को एग्जाम पढ़ेगा भी नहीं उस केस के अंदर. This is the better way of presentation. Right? Clear? आगे बढ़े. चलो. Straightforward question. State the objectives of objectives and measures of land reforms in India. Discuss how land ceiling policy on land holding can be considered as an effective reform under economic criteria. State objectives and measures of land reforms in India. Discuss how land ceiling policy on land holding can be considered as effective reform under the economic criteria. Now, how do you begin? क्योंकि ये एकदम स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. तो इसमें कुछ आपसे कोई क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस नहीं मांगा है, कोई कमेंट नहीं मांगा है. कमेंट सेकंड पार्ट में मांगा है, लेकिन फर्स्ट पार्ट में तो एक सिंपलेस्ट फैक्चुअल सवाल पूछा गया है. ऑब्जेक्टिव्स एंड मेजर्स ऑफ लैंड रिफॉर्म्स. योर फर्स्ट लाइन इन द आंसर हैज टू बी सब हेडिंग हियर. Hit the bullseye in the very first line itself. Start your answer by simply giving a subheading, objectives of land reforms. दिखना चाहिए एग्जामिनर को, objectives of land reform. Next subheading, measures of land reform. Measures of land reform. ये structure होगा हमारा आंसर का. If you want to write one line introduction, you can write, certainly you are free to write. You can write one line, for example, post-independence, land was highly inequitably distributed and hence land reforms were taken by the central government as a priority measure. इस तरीके से लिख सकते हो, but that is not adding any value. You can write, if you want to write, you can write that line. I'll repeat. You can write an introduction in this answer. I would not prefer to write an introduction. I would simply write in the first line itself, simply subheading दूंगा, लिखूंगा क्या objective of land reform थे. आप लिख सकते हो simply post-independence because land was highly inequitably distributed, therefore government had land reforms as a priority agenda to pursue through policy measures. You can write this thing. Clear? Objective क्या थे land reforms के? सबको मालूम है, बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं होनी चाहिए. फिर भी broadly speaking objectives were, let's say, equitable distribution. ये हमारा पहला objective था, equitable distribution. efficient cultivation. Land rights to the landless. Assurance of tenancy to tenant farmers. All this with the broad objective of achieving faster agriculture growth, hence increasing farmers' incomes and making the country self-sufficient. सबको मालूम है, इसमें बताने की आवश्यकता है नहीं कुछ, but you know what are the objectives. Objectives of land reforms, again, I am telling this to you because it is my duty to tell to you, but you know all these objectives. What were the objectives of land reforms? Broadly, we took land reforms with these objectives. Broadly, this objective, specifically these objectives. Broadly, the objective was that we want to achieve a faster agricultural growth, hence faster improvement in farmers' income, as well as assuring that the country becomes food secure. We have food security problem, become self-sufficient in food. That was the broader objective. Specifically objective क्या थे land reforms के? Specifically objective was we should have a equitable distribution of land. We should have an efficient or optimal cultivation pattern. We should have land rights for the landless, and we must have assurance of tenancy to the tenant farmer. That means they must not be kicked out at will by the owner, by the landowner. There must be assurance of tenancy. ये हमारे broad objectives of land reforms थे. I'll repeat objectives. Give us subheading objectives of LR. Write down achieving faster agricultural growth, hence improving farmers' incomes, along with making the country self-sufficient in food grain. That was the broader objective, which was sought to be achieved through this equitable distribution of land, improving the efficiency of cultivation of Indian farms, land rights to the land to the landless, and assurance of tenancy to the tenant farmer. ये हमारे objectives of LR थे. Next subheading, measures of land reform. What measures were taken? यहाँ पे write down about specific measure. For example, write down about Zamindari Abolition Act. उसके बारे में लिख सकते हो. Write down about Land Sealing Act, Zamindari Abolition. Write down about Land Sealing Acts of various states. Consolidation of scattered land holdings. Tenancy reforms. Land being a state subject, it was the states that pursued these acts or these measures. The major measures taken were, major measures of land reforms were abolition of Zamindari system, Land Sealing Act in various states, consolidation of scattered land, जिसको बोलते हैं rememberment, tenancy reforms to make sure that the tenant farmer enjoys rights on the farm, is not kicked out at will. These were the measures taken with respect to land reforms. So clear subheading होनी चाहिए objectives of LR and measures of LR in the country. Discuss how land sealing policy can be considered as an effective reform under economic criteria. Now this is a little bit difficult question. How can land sealing policy on land only be considered an effective reform on under economic criteria? You simply don't have to write positives of land sealings and negative of land sealing. ये नहीं लिखना है आंसर में. आंसर की अप्रोच या आंसर का जो स्ट्रक्चर होगा वो ये नहीं होगा कि लैंड सीलिंग के पॉजिटिव्स क्या थे, लैंड सीलिंग के नेगेटिव्स क्या थे. हमको ये नहीं, इस तरीके से आंसर नहीं लिखना है. प्रोज एंड कॉन्स, पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव, इस तरीके से आंसर अप्रोच नहीं करना है. क्वेश्चन इज discuss how land sealing policy on land holding can be considered as an effective reform under economic criteria. Is it an effective reform under economic criteria? So first you have to write down in the answer that what is considered as an effective reform under this economic criteria. Which kind of reform would you consider to be effective? So write down here in your answer, write down assessment of, subheading होगी हमारी assessment of land ceiling policy. Assessment of land ceiling policy. This give this subheading. Write down land ceiling can be considered as a success if land ceiling results in improvement of farmers' income, increase in agricultural production. लैंड सीलिंग क्यों है? लैंड सीलिंग क्यों है? क्योंकि हमको इक्विटेबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ फार्मिंग लैंड करना है. सवाल में क्या पूछा है कि क्या ये इकोनॉमिक क्राइटेरिया के ऊपर एक एफिशिएंट रिफॉर्म, इफेक्टिव रिफॉर्म है कि नहीं है. आंसर में ये दोबारा सुन लो अच्छे से, आंसर में ये नहीं लिखना है कि लैंड सीलिंग रिजल्ट्स इन इक्विटेबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ लैंड हेंस इट इज एन इफेक्टिव रिफॉर्म. अब आप एक रिकर्सिव रेफरेंस दे रहे हो यहां पे कि लैंड सीलिंग रिजल्ट्स इन इक्विटेबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन देयरफॉर इट इज एन इफेक्टिव रिफॉर्म. नो, दैट इज नॉट व्हाट इज आस्क्ड. व्हाट इज आस्क्ड इज लैंड सीलिंग एन इफेक्टिव रिफॉर्म अंडर इकोनॉमिक क्राइटेरिया. So you give us a heading, write down that assessment of land ceiling laws on economic aspect, or whether they have been effective or not. Assessment of land ceiling laws on their economic effectiveness. Write down in your answer first, when do you consider something to be economically effective? So in this part write down, जब ये लिखोगे subheading दोगे, उसके बाद लिखो land ceiling laws were undertaken for equitable distribution, taken for equitable distribution. However, whether they are economically effective or not, however, whether they are economically effective or not can be assessed by looking at whether agri incomes increased, whether agriculture production increased. Write down the criteria that you will use to judge whether these reforms have been economically successful. Don't write in your answer they were meant for equitable distribution, hence they are successful. नहीं, ये नहीं लिखना है. Write down that they are meant for equitable distribution, but to judge their economic effectiveness, this is what we are going to do. Whether agriculture incomes increased, whether agriculture production increased. For this, if you had specific knowledge, तभी आपको मार्क्स मिलेंगे यहाँ पे. अगर आपकी वेग नॉलेज है तब एटलीस्ट इतना लिखना तो आपको पड़ेगा ही. अगर आपको नहीं पता है, listen carefully, if you don't know that whether land ceiling laws result in, if you don't have any data that whether they have resulted in increase in agriculture incomes or agriculture production, then you will write only a vague answer. But at least write that vague answer in this structured manner कि आप कम से कम ये तो लिखो. अगर आपको specific data पता है कि कैसे agriculture income बढ़ी, agriculture production बढ़ा, then it's well and good. To get 6.5 marks, you have to write that data, but at least you will get 4.5 to 5 marks if you at least write this part here. डेटा मैं तुमको दे देता हूं, अब वो डेटा है, नहीं पता तो कोई बात नहीं, अब पता चल जाएगा, अगली बार एग्जाम में आएगा तो उसको इस्तेमाल कर लेना, राइट? When we compare those areas where land reforms, land ceiling laws were implemented versus those where land ceiling laws were not implemented, there is a one very important case study. If you compare West Bengal and Bangladesh, in West Bengal, land ceiling laws were implemented versus in Bangladesh, land ceiling laws were not implemented. You have generally similar type of areas, similar soil, similar culture across the two areas. But in one area, there is a policy difference of land ceiling being implemented, in other policy, land ceiling not being implemented. Agricultural production in West Bengal increased at a much faster pace as compared to Bangladesh. Agricultural incomes of Bangladesh, of West Bengal farmers increase at a much faster pace as compared to Bangladeshi farmers. That means land ceiling laws have proved to be economically successful as well. Similarly, agricultural incomes of those areas where land ceiling laws were well implemented, West UP, J&K, Kerala and West Bengal. Agricultural incomes of J&K farmers increase faster than other farmers. Why? Because land ceiling laws were well implemented. Versus in case of, let's say, Rajasthan, where land ceiling laws were not as well implemented. Incomes of large farmers increased, but that of small and marginal farmers did not increase. ये data से आप substantiate कर सकते हो. सवाल में मैंने बोला था सवाल थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है. It requires knowledge. If you have this knowledge, you can write a good answer. If you don't have this knowledge, which I'm sure most of you, those who have written the exam may not have this knowledge. Even if you don't have this specific knowledge, still, if you write proper structure, trust me, you will get good marks. आप थोड़ा सा वेग हो सकते हो आंसर के अंदर क्योंकि आपके पास नॉलेज पूरी नहीं है, लेकिन अगर नॉलेज है तो अच्छी बात है. अगर नॉलेज नहीं भी है तो अगर स्ट्रक्चर ढंग से लिख रहे हो तो आपको अच्छे मार्क्स मिल जाएंगे. राइट? आई विल रिपीट द एंटायर आंसर. First, give the subheading objectives of LR, broad objective, specific objective. Second, write down measures taken, zamindari abolition, tenancy laws, rememberment of as in land consolidation, zamindari abolition, land ceiling laws. Next, give a subheading assessment of land ceiling laws on economic criteria. In that, write down land ceiling laws were implemented for equitable distribution of land. However, to judge whether they were successful on economic criteria, we can use two parameters. One, whether agricultural production increased, and second, whether farmers' incomes increased. Then assessment में हम लिखेंगे that if we compare areas where land ceiling laws were implemented versus where they were not implemented. For example, between West Bengal and Bangladesh, we see that farmers' incomes have risen at a faster pace, agriculture production has risen at a faster pace. That means land ceiling laws work. Similarly, within the country, areas where land ceiling laws were better implemented, such as J&K or Kerala, farmers' incomes of these areas increased at a faster pace as compared to areas where land ceiling laws were not that well implemented. Hence, it can be argued that land ceiling laws work well, as in they are good on economic aspect also. They lead to improvement of efficiency as well. Clear to everybody? सबको समझ में आया? चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. Distinguish between care economy and monetized economy. How can care economy brought into monetized economy? Through women empowerment. Care and monetized economy. What is care economy? अब देखो इन टर्म्स को एग्जाम में देख के वो नहीं करना है कि यार ये क्या टर्म पूछ ली गई है. ऐसी टर्म्स कई बार पूछी जाती हैं. आप ये नहीं बोलना कि भाई किसी ने पढ़ाया नहीं केयर इकोनॉमी क्या होता है. As civil services aspirants with prudent mindset, you should be able to understand what does this term mean. Care economy that concerns with caregiving. और सवाल पे पूछा भी है कि किससे डिस्टिंग्विश करना है, मोनेटाइज से डिस्टिंग्विश करना है. मोनेटाइज्ड मतलब क्या होता होगा? जहां पे where some goods services are provided for some monetary value, तो वो that would be monetized economy. So I have to distinguish between something that is monetary in nature, that means has some monetary value, economic value, something that doesn't have that value. So you have to distinguish between those things. Care and monetized. So what is care economy? Care economy is that economy in which care is provided for, let's say, children, for elderly, for ill, for disabled, and generally the payments made are less or not made at all. Versus monetized economy is that where some goods and services are provided and a reimbursement is made based on their market value basis. That is monetized economy versus care economy. In question, they have asked you to distinguish between the two. Therefore, you can choose to write in a column format. आप लिख सकते हो कॉलम फॉर्मेट में, लिख सकते हो केयर इकोनॉमी और मोनेटाइज्ड इकोनॉमी, आप डिस्टिंग्विश कर सकते हो. दैट वुड बी, आई थिंक, अकॉर्डिंग टू मी, आई थिंक दैट वुड बी अ डिसेंट इनफ वे टू आंसर. Whenever you use these column format things, जब भी आप कॉलम फॉर्मेट में लिखोगे कि केयर इकोनॉमी क्या है और मोनेटाइज्ड इकोनॉमी क्या है, जब भी आप ऐसे लिखोगे, a better way is not to simply write here, but at the same time also write the parameter based on which you are distinguishing them. For example, write down here nature. On the basis of nature, what is care economy? What is care economy? What is monetized economy? On the basis of type of work, what is care, what is monetized? On the basis of employment, what is care, what is monetized? On the basis of prominent worker group, what is care, what is monetized? On the basis of nature, care economy is that where most of the goods and services provided are not paid for or are underpaid. Not paid or underpaid. Versus monetized economy is that in which goods and services are paid at their market value. The nature of work is considered something which is not supposed to be paid. Things that money can't buy. On the basis of type of work. The type of work is such that in care economy, it is mostly informal work. Taking care of elders, children, sick, disabled, etc. Versus monetized economy, type of work. Services provided on a competitive basis, in return for incomes. Monetized economy. Employment in care economy. Employment and prominent workers in the group, इनको एक साथ लिख लेते हैं. Employment and prominent workers in the group. Informal work है. Most of the people who are working are, let's say, children, women, underpaid or overworked, maid. Versus prominent worker type is male, skilled, formally contracted, educated. Differentiate on the basis of some parameters. Clear hai? You are differentiating between care economy and monetized economy. What is the nature? Nature is that it is a not paid or an underpaid work. Not supposed to be paid. For example, care of things that money can't buy. Versus monetized economy. Something that is exchanged at a market value. You provide some good or service and you get a market value for that. Monetized economy. Type of work. It is informal work that involves taking care of parents, elderly, children, sick, disabled. Versus type of work. It is services provided at a competitive market price. That is the type of work. Nature of employment or prominent workers involved here. It is prominently children who are working in this care economy or women working in care economy. Or unskilled, underpaid maids. Unskilled, underpaid and overworked maids in this economy. Versus in monetized economy, it is mostly male which is working there. Not mostly ka matlab, majority is male working there. Skilled workforce is there. Somebody who has a formal employment contract is there. Somebody who has some formal education is there. This is nature of monetized economy. So this is how you differentiate between care economy and monetized economy. Is this clear? How can care economy be brought into monetized economy through women empowerment? कैसे लेके आ सकते हैं? You have got different aspects of care economy: early childhood education, social work, healthcare services, care for disabled and elderly. What does care economy result in? It results in, for example, those who are employed in providing such care services, they being deprived of various aspects such as ability to go to school because I'm providing care, hence I can't go to school. I can't upskill myself. I don't have any kind of financial independence even though I'm working for your financial independence. Because let's say my husband can go out and work, therefore I'm taking care of my child. But taking care of my child deprives me of my financial independence. My husband gets financial independence. So there's some aspects of care economy that you should write in your answer. What can be done? One, you can recognize and get them represented in some manner. Care can be redistributed. Some care work can be reduced. And most importantly, you can share this aspect. For example, taking care of children through development of creche facilities. Creche facilities which take care of children on a monetary basis. You are converting something that was unpaid for now in a paid manner. For example, आपको एक formal creche में बच्चे को नहीं डालना है. But what can happen is a kind of sharing system can develop wherein people contribute some resources and say that on a weekly basis, on a rotational basis, we are going to take care of each other's children. कि आज 7 फैमिलीज हैं, 7 के छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं और रोटेशनल बेसिस के ऊपर वो सब बच्चों की केयर करते हैं, एंड फॉर दैट दे हैव कंट्रीब्यूटेड अ फंड फॉर दैट. Now that work that was care work is now getting monetized in some manner. Why? Because now there is a contributory care economy now. So through this you can transition care economy into monetized economy. Maternity benefit leave to women. You provide maternity benefit leave. As a result of that, now for 6 months you are getting paid. Technically you are not working in the field, but at the same time you are working for, let's say, the country, the nation, or the family. You are working for them. So that means you are getting paid for that. Making maternity benefit leave gender neutral. That is also another point that you should write. Right now only women get 6 months of paid maternity leave. What if that was gender neutral? For example, men can also get that leave. If men can also get that leave, one, it is their responsibility, no doubt about that. Second, if they can get their leave, that means men will now also be involved, would be willing to take those maternity, care economy responsibilities. So if you do such steps, you can transition this care economy into monetized economy in a acceptable manner. तो ये कुछ तरीके हैं. Recognize the workers which are working in the care economy. Make sure that they have some representation for their rights. For example, they are not underpaid. आपके घर में कोई लड़की काम कर रही है, उससे आप 4 काम करवा रहे हो, साथ में बच्चे का भी ध्यान रखवा रहे हो, बड़े बूढ़े का भी ध्यान रखवा रहे हो, and you are not paying her for those things. Recognize the rights that they have. Redistribute the care. That means, as I said, circular aspect, rotational aspect, redistribute the care. Reduce, for example, various aspects of care that can be outsourced. Try to outsource those various aspects of care economy. And finally, share. If men and women start sharing this aspect, that means, then you can expect that there will be a faster transition of this care economy towards this monetized economy. So this is how you try to make this care economy. These are all aspects of women empowerment. You recognize the labor, recognize their rights, reduce the number of care services that are not monetized, try to share. This is all what is happening. This is all women empowerment that is taking place. So through this, you try to transition care economy into monetized economy. Clear? आंसर लिख सकते हो इसके ऊपर. जो हमने फर्स्ट पार्ट लिखा है डिस्टिंग्विश वाला केयर और मोनेटाइज इकोनॉमी के अंदर, वो पार्ट ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट क्यों है? क्योंकि उस पार्ट में ऑब्जेक्टिव आंसर अवेलेबल है. सेकेंड पार्ट जो है कि हाउ कैन वी ट्रांजिशन केयर इनटू मोनेटाइज, वहां पे स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट्स थोड़े कम है, तो हमको बड़े ध्यान से लिखना पड़ेगा. रिप्रेजेंटेशन वाला पॉइंट जरूर लिखना है, लेबर यूनियन थ्रू दैट सो दैट देयर राइट्स आर हर्ड. मटर्निटी बेनिफिट वाला पॉइंट वो एक, क्योंकि ऑब्जेक्टिव पॉइंट्स कम है वहां पे. मटर्निटी बेनिफिट, making sure that longer maternity leave is provided, gender neutral aspect in maternity benefit, this sharing of care as in rotational aspect of taking care of children, these things, ये specific कुछ ही points हैं, ये इनके बारे में हमको ध्यान रखना है. ठीक है? Clear to everybody? कैसे हम लिखेंगे आंसर? Alright, let's move on to the next question now. हाँ बोलो. Introduction कैसे करना है इस सवाल का? Distinguish between care and monetized economy. In the first line, write down the, किसने पूछा था? First line, write down the definition of care economy. Simply write down care economy involves taking care of those, care economy involves mostly unpaid or unpaid work, such as taking care of all these entities. Then simply draw your table, care and monetize, and on the basis of what part you are differentiating. Nature के aspect differentiate करना है, टाइप ऑफ वर्क पर फॉर्म पे डिफरेंशिएट करना है, एंड प्रोमिनेंट एम्प्लॉयमेंट के फॉर्म पे डिफरेंशिएट करना है कि वर्कर्स किस टाइप के हैं, मेन हैं, विमेन हैं, अनस्किल्ड हैं, स्किल्ड हैं, फॉर्मल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है कि नहीं है, इस एस्पेक्ट को डिफरेंशिएट करना है. तो ये 3 पार्ट हमारे होंगे, नेचर ऑफ वर्क वाला पार्ट, टाइप ऑफ वर्क वाला पार्ट, एंड कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ वर्कर्स और एम्प्लॉयमेंट राइट्स वाला पार्ट. ये 3 पार्ट्स होंगे हमारे डिफरेंशिएशन के अंदर. ठीक है? तो वो टेबल बना के हमको डिफरेंशिएट करना है. ऑलराइट. नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं. सोशलिज्म कैपिटलिज्म यहाँ पे कहाँ से आ गया? नहीं, this is nothing to do with socialism and capitalism. This is simply recognizing the social dynamics of the society. GDP में हम पढ़ते नहीं है कि what are the various things that are not part of GDP. This is basically care economy not part of GDP. Things that can't be monetized, जिनकी कोई monetary value नहीं है, वो GDP का part नहीं है. तो care economy gets underrepresented. You can write these points, लेकिन फिर वो बड़ा आंसर हो जाएगा. You can एक लाइन लिख देना आंसर के अंदर कि care economy comprises of care economy comprises of unpaid or underpaid work, and as a result of that, these things don't get recognized in GDP of the country. In countries, अब ये कुछ additional information आप use कर सकते हो, जाओ तो use कर सकते हो. कल ही की वर्ल्ड बैंक की रिपोर्ट है, कल ही वर्ल्ड बैंक के जो चीफ इकोनॉमिस्ट है इंडिया के लिए, उन्होंने बोला है दैट इफ इंडिया ब्रिंग्स इन 1% मोर वुमेन इनटू वर्कफोर्स, लेबर फोर्स, देन इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज गोइंग टू ग्रो बाय एडिशनल अराउंड $90 billion. So what is that 1% workforce that he's talking about? He's talking about transitioning this care part into monetized part. अमेरिका में there is a concept of babysitter, नैनी जो होती हैं, versus इंडिया में that is not that such a developed concept. Therefore अमेरिका में भी वही सर्विस है, इंडिया में वो सर्विस नहीं है. अमेरिका में वो जीडीपी का पार्ट है, इंडिया में जीडीपी का पार्ट नहीं है. क्या इंडिया में बच्चे को पैदा होते ही धकेल दे रहे हो आप बाहर सड़क के ऊपर? ऐसा तो नहीं कर रहे हो ना. इंडिया में भी बच्चे की केयर कर रहे हो, अमेरिका में भी कर रहे हो, लेकिन अमेरिका में वो एक मोनेटाइज मैनर में हो रही है, इंडिया में नॉन मोनेटाइज मैनर के अंदर हो रही है. इफ यू सिंपली मोनेटाइज दैट पार्ट, योर जीडीपी विल इंक्रीज और नॉट. सो दैट इज व्हाट ही इज टॉकिंग अबाउट. सो केयर इकोनॉमी को ट्रांजिशन करो इनटू मोनेटाइज पार्ट, सो दैट यू आर गोइंग टू सी even better results of your economic growth. That is what he's saying. That work gets paid, which is right now unpaid, and obviously your GDP increases, you look at better numbers for your economy. Fine? हाँ जी, लिख सकते हो. सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का रोल इसके अंदर लिख सकते हो, क्योंकि वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के ऊपर पूछा गया है. देयर इज अ स्पेसिफिक एस्पेक्ट ऑफ वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, यू कैन डेफिनेटली राइट दैट पार्ट. यस, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट वाया सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स. Self help groups, for example, that will assist women in development of these crash facilities. Self-help groups which allow women to access credit, therefore they become financially independent, therefore there is a even bigger impetus to transition care to monetized part. अगर women, think about it, अगर एक women housewife है versus एक women कहीं कुछ काम कर रही है, if you are working somewhere, that means your transition from care to monetize is going to be faster. If you are not working, you are going to remain stuck in that care part, that is non-monetized part. So self-help groups का role वहाँ पे आ जाता है. So write upon that part. Good point. Write down about that part in your women empowerment portion. ठीक है? Role of self-help groups, women self-help groups especially. All right, let's move on. Paid domestic. सर्टनली वो स्टेप्स हैं, लिख सकते हो डेफिनेटली, बिल्कुल उसमें कोई गलती नहीं है. आप एग्जांपल लिखो कि तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट ने डिसाइड किया कि हम डोमेस्टिक वर्क को पे करेंगे, बट उसको केवल वहीं पे रोक देना. वो जो पॉलिसी पर्टिकुलरली है उसका काफ़ी नेगेटिव एनालिसिस भी है, बिकॉज व्हेन गवर्नमेंट डज दीज थिंग्स इट लीड्स टू द एम्प्लॉयर अंडर पेइंग यू. देन जब सरकार आपको पे कर रही है तो इसका मतलब एम्प्लॉयर अंडर पे करेगा ना. थिंक ऑफ इट लाइक टिप. हम रेस्टोरेंट में अगर टिप देते हैं, जैसे इंडिया में टिपिंग कल्चर इज नॉट दैट वेल डेवलप्ड, अमेरिका में इट्स वेल डेवलप्ड. Because tipping culture is well developed, therefore all that restaurant staff in America is highly underpaid. Versus in Europe, they are well paid. Similarly, if government gives you, government says that we are going to make payment to you for the household work that you do, that means the household जहाँ पे आप employed हो वो आपको कम पैसे देगा then, because you are getting benefit from the government. So that results in the effective pay that they get. और जो सरकार से पैसा मिलेगा उसको obtain करने में काफ़ी मेहनत है, काफ़ी hindrances होंगे उसमें. तो बस एग्जाम्पल देके रोक देना वहाँ पे, दैट तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट ने इसको रिकॉग्नाइज करने की कोशिश करी है. ठीक है, गुड पॉइंट, गुड पॉइंट. या देखो यहाँ पे दिखा रहा है फर्स्ट स्लाइड भी. ओके, ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Explain the changes in cropping pattern in India in the context of changes in consumption pattern and marketing condition. This is a vague question for which it is easy to write a general answer, impossible to write a specific answer. I can't write a specific answer for this question. I can only give examples, but I can't substantiate examples with data. I can only give examples here. I have tried to look for data. Our team tried to look for data, but we could not find any specific data here. So, looks easy, but is actually difficult. We have tried to look for data a lot. We could not find data. But we can give you generic examples so that you are able to write a decent enough. अच्छा आंसर तो लिखवा देंगे आपको, लिख भी लोगे आप इसके अंदर, इतना मुश्किल नहीं है. लेकिन स्पेसिफिक डेटा सब्सटेंशिएट करने के लिए हमको नहीं मिला. क्या नहीं मिला मैं आपको बता दूंगा. Explain the changes in cropping pattern in India in the context of change in consumption pattern, marketing condition. How do you begin your answer? You may write about what is meant by the term cropping pattern, but that is not a very good way to begin the answer. जैसे मैं बोलता हूँ कि definition लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है आंसर के अंदर. Simply address what has been asked. कि changing cropping pattern का मतलब क्या है. Simply write down that cropping pattern depends upon various factors. Most importantly, upon the demand of the population and the marketing conditions in the economy. सवाल में भी यही पूछा गया है कि क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न कैसे डिमांड या कंजम्पशन पैटर्न के थ्रू और मार्केटिंग के ऊपर कैसे चेंज, मार्केटिंग की वजह से कैसे चेंज कर रहा है. सो सिंपली राइट दिस थिंग, क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न बिगिन, फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ आंसर, बिगिन योर आंसर लाइक दिस, दैट क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न डिपेंड्स अपॉन वेरियस फैक्टर्स सच एज डिमांड इन द इकोनॉमी and the marketing conditions in the economy, agriculture marketing infrastructure in the economy. We expect that farmers will cultivate those crops which are high in demand or rising in demand. At the same time, ability of farmers to market their produce and get remunerative benefit for that also plays a big role in determining the cropping pattern. समझ में आया? रिपीट करूं? हाउ डू यू बिगिन योर आंसर? यू बिगिन योर आंसर बाय राइटिंग डाउन व्हाट इज क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न डिपेंडेंट अपॉन. आप लिख सकते हो कि क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न क्या होता है, आप लिख सकते हो, बट आई डोंट थिंक सो दैट इज अ वेरी गुड वे टू स्टार्ट योर आंसर. व्हाट इज क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न? क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न refers to the dominant crops grown in a region. You have a region and in this region let's say 50% of entire cropping area is taken up by sugarcane. So you say that sugarcane is a dominant crop. या फिर यहाँ का cropping pattern है sugarcane and wheat. Sugarcane is the first crop, wheat is the second crop. Hence you say that sugarcane wheat यहाँ का cropping pattern है. तो ये होता है cropping pattern कि कौन कौन से dominant crops एक region में grow किए जाते हैं. अब हो सकता है उस region के अंदर धनिया भी उगाया जाता हो, लेकिन धनिया would not be part of cropping pattern because let's say very small area is dedicated to coriander in that region. So dominant crops grown in region, they are the ones that constitute cropping pattern. What will be the dominant crops? That will depend upon two very important factors. One, the consumption aspect, and second, the marketing aspect. अब सवाल में देखो क्या पूछा गया है, changes in cropping pattern in India in context of changes in consumption and marketing condition. It was this is something that should be there in your answer. It was expected that cropping pattern would largely be a function of agroclimatic conditions, the climate and the soil. That crops that are suitable to a particular region should be the dominant crops in the region. However, of late we have seen that crops grown in region are less dependent upon the agroclimatic factors, but more dependent upon the demand and the agriculture marketing practices. Changes in cropping pattern because of consumption pattern and marketing conditions. That means there is this other factor, agroclimatic regions, which is agroclimatic factors, which is expected to be the dominant factor in determining cropping pattern of a place. कि कैसी soil है, कैसा weather, कैसा climate है उस region का. लेकिन उसकी बजाय अब डोमिनेंट फैक्टर क्या दिख रहा है? वो दिख रहा है कंजम्पशन, मतलब डिमांड किस क्रॉप की है, और एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग किसके अंदर पॉसिबल है, ये चीज हमको दिख रही है. सो दैट इज हाउ यू राइट डाउन चेंज इन क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, नाउ गिव एग्जाम्पल्स. हरियाणा, पंजाब एंड वेस्ट यूपी, विच आर agroclimatically semi-arid regions, should not be growing rice, but the dominant crop in Haryana is rice. And that too basmati rice, which is a water guzzling crop. Why that? Explain that point. Explain that it is because that there are agriculture marketing institutions that support procurement of rice at a remunerative price. ये आंसर केवल और केवल एग्जाम्पल्स का आंसर है, हमको एग्जाम्पल्स ही देने हैं इस पूरे आंसर में. Give example of a particular crop, that why is a crop grown in a region, what are the dominant factors that determine that why is that particular crop in that region grown in that region. Rice is not geographically relevant to Haryana, but still rice is grown. Why? Because of marketing conditions of that region. Government provides a remunerative price, government provides facility of assured procurement, therefore farmers cultivate it. So marketing conditions becoming a dominant factor determining cropping pattern. Demand. Oats are not grown naturally in India. Oats are primarily a European and American crop. Maize or corn not grown in India, primarily an American and European crop. Right? Because it requires less temperature. But the cultivation of maize and oats has increased because of changing consumption pattern in the country. changing demand, increased demand of such crops, and hence increased area of cultivation under such crops. Coarse cereals, despite being agroclimatically suitable, have less area under them, that is, they don't form part of dominant cropping pattern because there is not enough marketing facilities for those cereals. On the other hand, during last few years, because of increased demand due to health concerns, area of cultivation under ज्वार, बाजरा, रागी has increased. Coarse cereal के अंदर area has increased because of increasing demand of these cereals due to changes in consumption pattern. तो इस आंसर में हमको एग्जाम्पल ही एग्जाम्पल लिखने हैं. कैसे लिखेंगे आंसर? गिव एग्जाम्पल. फॉर एग्जाम्पल नंबर 1 बासमती राइस. राइट डाउन क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न इज in Haryana is basmati rice despite Haryana not being agroclimatically suitable for that. Why? Write down the role of marketing conditions there. Oats. India is not naturally suitable to grow oats and maize, but because of changing demand in last few years, increasing demand in last few years, we have started to cultivate these crops and that too in large quantity. Coarse cereals. Most of the countries suited to grow coarse cereal, but because there was no demand, hence they did not occupy any area. And of late, the demand has increased, as a result of which farmers are now cultivating or allocating more and more area to these coarse cereals, ज्वार, बाजरा, रागी. So this is how you write examples there. अब डेटा क्या नहीं है जो मैं बोल रहा था, डेटा ये नहीं है कि पहले कितना एरिया था, अब एग्जैक्टली कितना एरिया इनके अंदर है, या फिर एक लॉन्ग टर्म में कितना चेंज हुआ है. हम 1-2 साल के थ्रू हम क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न चेंज नहीं बता सकते हैं, हमको एक लॉन्ग टर्म चेंज बताना पड़ेगा. तो वो डेटा हमारे पास अवेलेबल नहीं है, इसीलिए हम यहाँ पे एग्जाम्पल्स लिखेंगे. Not completely vague, more suitable, but not completely exact also. We'll write such examples here. So structure of the answer. First point, write down what is cropping pattern. Write down what is cropping pattern dependent upon. Factors that influence cropping pattern. In that, write down agroclimatic regions, marketing conditions, demand of crops. Different factors have different dominant role to play in determining cropping pattern. It is expected that agroclimatic region would be a dominant factor, but of late we have seen that marketing conditions and demand of the good are also playing an important role. For example, then write down example के तौर पे first basmati rice, second oats and maize, third let's say coarse cereals. You can write about other aspects such as potato के बारे में लिख सकते हो. Demand of processed food has increased. For example, chips has increased. That means more and more farmers in Gujarat are now cultivating potatoes. A foreign crop, not native to India, but now Indian farmers growing crop as in potato in the country. Why? Because demand of potatoes in the country is increased. So examples लिखने हैं. Examples ही इस answer के necessity part है. So give examples. Give example of, as I said, rice, basmati rice to be specific in Haryana, potatoes in Gujarat, oats and maize in this region, again northern Indian region जहाँ पे cold climate है. Clear है? इस तरीके से हमको आंसर लिखना है. एग्जाम्पल्स के साथ लिखेंगे. दैट इज हाउ वी कंक्लूड दिस आंसर. हाँ जी बोलो. ऑर्गेनिक वेजिटेबल्स लिख सकते हो. अगेन यार वो मैं सोचा था ऑर्गेनिक वेजिटेबल के बारे में बताने के लिए, लेकिन अगेन उसके ऊपर कोई भी डेटा अवेलेबल नहीं है ऑर्गेनिक के ऊपर. हाँ लिख सकते हो एक वेग पॉइंट की द डिमांड ऑफ ऑर्गेनिक क्रॉप्स हैज इंक्रीज इन रीसेंट टाइम्स, एज अ रिजल्ट द एरिया अंडर कल्टिवेशन ऑफ ऑर्गेनिक क्रॉप्स हैज इंक्रीज. लिख सकते हो, एक पॉइंट है, अच्छा पॉइंट है, लेकिन थोड़ा वेग है. शुगर केन का तो यार अब केवल और केवल मार्केटिंग है उसका फैक्टर. देख सकते हो. हाँ महाराष्ट्र के अंदर शुगर केन कल्टीवेट होता है, जबकि वो वहाँ के लिए सूटेबल नहीं है. विदर्भा में कल्टीवेट होता है क्योंकि पानी नहीं है, फिर भी कल्टीवेट होता है मार्केटिंग की वजह से. लिख सकते हो आंसर इसका. मिलेट्स, यस मिलेट्स इज इंपॉर्टेंट. मिलेट्स यू शुड राइट. डेटा है सब्सटेंशिएट करने के लिए नहीं है ना, तो मतलब ठीक है वो लिख सकते हो चीजें. प्रोटीन की डेफिशिएंसी, सोयाबीन कल्टीवेशन इज इंक्रीजिंग. ठीक है, प्रोटीन की कंजम्पशन इज इंक्रीजिंग, हेंस सोयाबीन कल्टीवेशन इज इंक्रीजिंग. राइट ऑल दोस पॉइंट्स एग्जांपल्स के तौर पे लिख सकते हो, बट डेटा जब तक नहीं है तब तक मैं थोड़ा वो रहूंगा. नहीं दे सकते. सिक्किम ने ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग बंद कर दी. Government introduces procurement policies and government says we are going to give assured procurement of millets, hence farmers start cultivating millets, right? हाँ बिल्कुल लिख सकते हो. ठीक है, ठीक है, चलो लास्ट सवाल करते हैं. हाँ एक और सवाल है, पता है, बोलो क्या. 11th किया नहीं डिस्कस. Oh, sorry. Okay. You can segregate them, gives two different subheadings. Change in cropping pattern due to consumption, second change in consumption pattern due to marketing condition. You can segregate them. चलो ये क्वेश्चन फटाफट डिस्कस करते हैं, बहुत आसान सा सवाल है. India's unemployment is mostly structural in nature. Examine methodology adopted to compute unemployment in the country and suggest improvements. Most of unemployment in India is structural in nature. How do you begin your answer? Don't explain what is structural in the first line. A better way to start your answer would be that you write down that unemployment in India is not explained because of absence of jobs or lack of growth. Rather, it is largely explained because of lack of skills. Hence, it is mostly structural in nature. This is how you begin your answer. Then in next line, you write down what is structural unemployment. I'll repeat this thing again. Unemployment in India is not explained because of lack of jobs or lack of growth of the economy. Rather, it is due to lack of skills or skill mismatch of workers and the requirements of the job. Hence, it is mostly structural in nature. Then in next line, you can write down about what is meant by structural unemployment. Structural unemployment is that when workers do not adapt willingly or are stopped from adapting to new skills which make them eligible for new job. That is structural unemployment. Economy's structure changes and the workforce fails to adapt to that new structure. That is अलग तरीके से आप explain करते हो structural unemployment क्या है. Examine methodology adopted to compute unemployment in the country and suggest improvements. क्या methodology है? हम इसको दो parts में लिखेंगे. First broad part and second broad method and second specific method. Write down first methodology to calculate unemployment. Just a second. Methodology. इसके अंदर लिखो फर्स्ट ब्रॉड एस्पेक्ट क्या है. ब्रॉड एस्पेक्ट इज lay down a standard, second sample and collect information from the sample, third apply the standard. Standard as in what will be considered criteria used to be considered somebody as unemployed. Second part, create a representative or diverse sample of the population and collect the standard relevant information from the sample. And third, apply the standard to categorize somebody as employed or unemployed. What criteria do we use? फिर उसके बाद specifically लिखेंगे. This is broad methodology as in broad aspect, and then specifically क्या लिखना है हम? Specifically there are two standards used. One is USPS approach and second is CWS approach. NSSO carries out PLFS, periodic labor force survey. NSSO PLFS carry out करती है हर साल, जिसमें NSSO unemployment पता करती है using two approaches, usual status, principal status approach and the current weekly status approach. Write down in 2 lines each की क्या क्या समझते हो इस approaches से. USPS क्या है, जहाँ पे majority time criteria है, and CWS क्या है, जहाँ पे last 1 week का status है. Current weekly status जहाँ पे you assess unemployment using last 1 week status during last 1 week. Were you able to get work? मालूम है ना सबको USPS क्या है और CWS क्या है. Majority time during last 1 year, for majority of time were you able to find work or not, and CWS during last 1 week were you able to find work for at least 1 hour on any one day or not. पिछले एक हफ्ते में किसी भी एक दिन आपको क्या 1 घंटे के लिए काम मिला या नहीं मिला, दैट इज CWS अप्रोच. तो ये दो अप्रोचेज जो NSSO इस्तेमाल करता है. This is the methodology that it uses. First, write down the broad method that we lay down the standard as in when will we consider somebody to be employed or unemployed. Second, write down we have to construct a representative diverse sample of the population. From that sample, collect the standard relevant information, then apply the standard on that sample. Then write down the specific approach is, the specific method is, we have two standards to consider somebody to be employed or unemployed. One is the USPS approach, where we consider somebody to be unemployed if a person was not able to find work for majority of time during last 1 year. Second is CWS approach, where we consider somebody to be unemployed if person was not able to find work for even 1 hour on any one day during last 1 week. 1 घंटे भी काम नहीं मिला तो आप CWS पे अनएम्प्लॉयड हो. अगर आपको पिछले 1 साल में मेजॉरिटी टाइम काम नहीं मिला तो आप USPS के ऊपर अनएम्प्लॉयड हो. तो ये 2 अप्रोचेस NSSO इस्तेमाल करता है. Suggest, examine the methodology. You have written down the methodology, then write down issues in this method, and then you have to write down the steps that can be taken, steps for improvement. क्या issues हैं हमारे current methodology के अंदर? One is that unemployment numbers are collected on a highly infrequent basis. 1 year is too long a time to get to know about unemployment. So unemployment हमको और frequently पता होना चाहिए. So one is infrequency. Second, sample. The sample that we have may not be representative of the population. The sample might not reflect the diversity of the population in the correct proportion. अगर हमारे sample में, for example, country में rural population 68% है और sample में rural population 72% है, तो इसका मतलब sample हमारा rural population की तरफ biased है. कंट्री में तो रूरल पॉपुलेशन 68% है 2011 सेंसस के अकॉर्डिंग, वर्सेज सैंपल में रूरल पॉपुलेशन 72% है. बिकॉज ऑफ दिस योर सैंपल बिकम्स बायस्ड टुवर्ड्स रूरल पॉपुलेशन और नॉट, सैंपल के अंदर ज्यादा है. हेंस योर सैंपल इज नॉट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन इन करेक्ट प्रपोर्शन. दैट इज द सेकंड प्रॉब्लम विद द करंट मेथड. थर्ड, रिकॉल पीरियड. रिकॉल पीरियड इज हाई. यूएसपीएस अप्रोच, यूजुअल स्टेटस में मैं आपसे क्या पूछ रहा हूं कि बताओ पिछले 1 साल में कितने दिन काम ढूंढा और कितने दिन काम मिला. तो क्या आपको याद रहेगा कि आपने आज से 8 महीने पहले काम ढूंढा था कि नहीं ढूंढा था? दिस इज रिकॉल पीरियड. आई गिव यू टाइम पीरियड ऑफ लास्ट 1 ईयर. टेल मी ड्यूरिंग लास्ट 1 ईयर फॉर हाउ मेनी डेज वर यू लुकिंग फॉर वर्क एंड वर यू एबल टू फाइंड वर्क. Since recall period is long, hence the responses become inaccurate. That becomes another problem with the current method. And finally, the problem is, how do you collect this data? Is the data collected in some digital manner so that it can be accurately compiled, or is it collected on pen and paper? Then it leads to errors of human judgment, or it leads to human errors there. So how do you collect data? That becomes another problem in this unemployment statistics calculation. So we have identified 4 broad problems here. क्या क्या problem है हमारी? First problem is infrequency. Unemployment numbers not available at frequent intervals, available at a long interval. Second problem is sample is not representative of the diversity of the population in the correct proportion. Second problem. Third problem is long recall period. Recall period is long and hence responses are less accurate. Fourth, how do you collect data? Do you collect it using digital means or do you collect it using pen and paper? If you collect it using pen and paper, then it is prone to human errors. Recording and compiling is prone to human errors. So these are 4 broad problems that we identified in unemployment statistics collection. How can you address them? Suggested improvements. We can leverage technology to collect data more frequently. डिजिटलाइजेशन के अंदर हम इसको इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. People can let the government know on a daily basis whether they were able to find work or not able to find work, whether they were looking for work. That means we can get unemployment numbers on a far more frequent basis. You can shorten the recall period. For example, visit the households more frequently. Rather than visiting just once in a year, visit them once in a month or once in a quarter, so that recall period gets shorter and then you are able to add them up over 1 year and hence get more accurate responses there. Use technology, for example, use tablets in order to collect information so that it can be compiled in an accurate manner. So through such use, make sure that you use other results of various other surveys to make sure that your sample is well representative of the population. तो इस तरीके से हम ये suggested improvement लिख सकते हैं. जो हमने problem identify किए हैं उन्हीं के corresponding suggested improvements हम लिखेंगे. ठीक है, ये स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है, टेक्निकल सवाल है. अगर आता है तो अच्छी बात है, नहीं आता है तो अब तुमको पता चल गया क्या है. अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट कैसे मेजर करते हैं सबको समझ में आ गया क्या है. हाउ डू वी मेजर? विद दिस ब्रॉड मेथड एंड स्पेसिफिकली यूएस अप्रोच एंड सीडब्ल्यूएस अप्रोच. इश्यूज हमने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए, क्या 4 इश्यूज हैं ब्रॉडली, एंड हाउ कैन वी एड्रेस दोस इश्यूज लाइक दिस, राइट. दिस हाउ वी मेजर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट. Okay. What are direct indirect subsidies provided to farmers, farm sector in the country? Discuss issues raised by WTO in relation to agriculture subsidies. Direct indirect subsidies provided to farm sector in the country. Straightforward सवाल है. Introduction. First line write down. देखो क्योंकि WTO के ऊपर सवाल है तो we have to write in that WTO aspect only. I'm sure everybody knows about agreement on agriculture AOA. नहीं पता तो पढ़ लेना प्लीज, अपने आप पढ़ लेना. अब यहाँ मैं AOA तो नहीं पढ़ाऊंगा आपको, but yes, you should know about AOA, agreement on agriculture, the agreement with WTO that consists of free and fair trade in agriculture. So how do you begin your answer? A good beginning would be that you write down that being a member of WTO, a country is expected to pursue free and fair trade, which extends to agriculture as well. Being a member of WTO, a country is expected to pursue free and fair trade that extends to agriculture as well. However, because agriculture is practiced by farmers, which might not have capacity to withstand the foreign farmer, countries provide support to their agriculture in various ways. Even though this support distorts free and fair trade, it is justified in name of protecting the vulnerable. समझ में किस तरीके से आंसर स्टार्ट करना है हमको? Examiner now knows, you know the entire gist of this question. सवाल में पूछा गया है कि सब्सिडीज क्या क्या देती हैं, उनको डिफरेंशिएट करना है और WTO के एस्पेक्ट में क्या इश्यूज WTO ने रेज किए हैं. Now you have addressed in this introductory part every aspect of this question. Being a member of WTO, countries are expected to pursue free and fair trade, extending even to agriculture. But because agriculture practiced by farmers, which might not be able to withstand exports from other countries, that is which might not be able to withstand free trade, governments provide various measures of support to agriculture. And this support, even though violative of free trade, is justified in name of protecting the vulnerable, that is the farmer. You have explained this entire question in this first paragraph itself. Then give a subheading, subsidies provided by the government. Write down direct subsidies, second indirect subsidies. Answer में clearly लिखो, आसान सी चीज है. Write down subsidies provided, direct, explain what is direct, give example of direct. Second, indirect, explain what is indirect, give example of indirect. What is direct? Direct is when benefit is provided directly to the farmer. Farmer gets the benefit in form of money. Versus indirect, farmer gets the subsidized product, that is a good or a service. The money for that good or service goes to somebody else, but farmer gets a subsidized product. Farmer gets the product versus farmer gets the cash in hand. जब farmer को cash मिलता है, we use a term, very important term that should be part of your answer, something called as agency. In case of direct subsidies, farmer has the agency, meaning farmer can decide for himself how to use money. Versus in case of indirect subsidies, farmer doesn't have agency, meaning farmer simply gets a subsidized product, can't choose which product to get or not get. Farmer gets a subsidized product itself. तो डायरेक्ट में एजेंसी है, इनडायरेक्ट में एजेंसी नहीं है. तो ये दो पार्ट्स हमको लिखने हैं. डेफिनेशन अलग अलग जब लिखेंगे वी हैव टू राइट दोस थिंग्स. डिफरेंशिएट नहीं करना कॉलम बना के कि डायरेक्ट ये है इनडायरेक्ट ये है. सिंपली राइट डाउन डायरेक्ट सब्सिडीज, गिव डेफिनेशन. फार्मर गेट्स द बेनिफिट डायरेक्टली. इन दिस केस फार्मर हैज अ एजेंसी. एग्जांपल्स आर, दो एग्जांपल है यहाँ पे. वन, डायरेक्ट ट्रांसफर्स टू फार्मर्स, राइट डाउन पीएम किसान स्कीम. एंड सेकेंड, प्राइस सपोर्ट इन फॉर्म ऑफ एमएसपी. ये हमारी दो डायरेक्ट सब्सिडीज हैं. Second part, indirect, write down the definition. Farmer gets a subsidized product, not the subsidy amount. That means farmer does not have the agency here. These includes various aspects such as fertilizer subsidy, subsidized fertilizer, subsidy given to the producer. Farmer gets subsidized loans. The bank gets the full interest rate, but government bears that cost. Farmer pays only some part of that cost. Subsidized seeds, subsidized power, subsidized water, these are all examples of indirect subsidies given to the farmer. जहां पे farmer को एक subsidized product मिल रहा है, amount किसी और को मिल रहा है, farmer को एक product मिल रहा है, that is indirect subsidies. Write those things down. Discuss issues raised by WTO in this relation to agriculture subsidies. क्या क्या issues हैं, यहाँ पे हमको issues लिखना पड़ेगा. About fairness of subsidies. You have to mention about AOA here, agreement on agriculture here. अंडर AOA कंट्रीज आर सपोज टू लिमिट देयर ट्रेड डिस्टॉर्टिंग सब्सिडीज. कौन से बॉक्स में होती हैं? एम्बर बॉक्स. Countries are supposed to limit their amber box subsidies, meaning those are trade distorting in nature. Because they distort trade, hence they have to be limited. India and other developing countries negotiated for a permanent peace clause. Peace clause में क्या है? Even though country limit है amber box में developing countries के लिए that they are going to not give subsidies more than 10% of their agriculture production value. India produces agricultural output worth 10,000 rupees this year. 10,000 का 10% कितना हुआ? 1,000 रुपए. तो इंडिया एक साल में कितनी एग्रीकल्चर सब्सिडी दे सकता है? मैक्सिमम 1,000 रुपए की, जो कि ट्रेड डिस्टॉर्टिंग इन नेचर है. नॉट अदर तो दे ही सकता है, बट ट्रेड डिस्टॉर्टिंग जो एम्बर बॉक्स में वो मैक्सिमम 1,000 रुपए की दे सकता है. इट कैन बी 1,000 रुपीज ऑफ सब्सिडी देयर. So India gives a subsidy more than 1,000 rupees, let's say 1,500 rupees, meaning we are in violation of our AOA commitment, WTO commitment की violate कर रहे हैं. Because we are violating, other countries will go against us at WTO. Because they are going against us at WTO, therefore we'll have to take some corrective measures in that case. We have to reduce our subsidy. India negotiated for something called as peace clause. मतलब peace. Nobody is going to go against us even if we violate our commitments. But in return, we said that two things. One, we are going to rationalize our subsidies in some time. And second, we are going to give proper disclosures, transparently disclose what are the various subsidies that we are giving. ट्रांसपेरेंट डिस्क्लोजर करेंगे और समय से उनको हम कम कर देंगे, रैशनलाइज कर देंगे. इस बदले में हमको एक पीस क्लॉज मिला. वी वर अलाउड टू वायलेट दिस AMS amber box commitment. We are allowed to violate. In return, we said that we are going to rationalize soon, and second, we are going to transparently declare these subsidies. What subsidies we give for what purpose. But recently what has happened is WTO has said that India is not cooperating. One, India may not be reducing these subsidies, but is actually increasing these subsidies. Give example of Garib Kalyan Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. Under Garib Kalyan Yojana, because government is distributing food grains to more number of people, therefore it is procuring more food grains now. Because it procures more, therefore government gives more MSP support to the farmers. As a result, total subsidy outgo rather than decreasing has actually increased. Why? Because of number of beneficiaries covered has increased. Second, India has not been transparent. According to WTO, India has not been transparent in declaring what all various subsidies we are giving. Since we have not been transparent, therefore other countries have said that we can't give this peace clause permanently. India will have to declare its subsidies, what subsidies for what purpose you are giving, at least declare karo. But we have not been declaring, we have not been transparent, hence there's a problem that WTO raised against this thing. So these are WTO issues that have been raised in relation to agricultural subsidies. Argue them from the point of view of fairness of subsidy, whether subsidies are allowed or not. India restricts exports. Basmati exports हमने restrict कर दिया. India gives export subsidies distorting international trade. India gives many subsidies to the farmer, direct and indirect subsidies, resulting in reduced cost for the farmer, which results in price of agriculture products being less in the country, the price at which our farmers can sell being less in the international market. So India distorts agriculture trade. We are allowed to do that. We have this peace clause, but in return, we have to declare what subsidies we are giving in a transparent manner, and we have to promise that we are going to rationalize them soon. We have not rationalized, rather we have increased our subsidies. Give example of GKY. Second, we have not been transparent in declaring that what subsidies do we give for what purpose. As a result of that, other countries do not know how much wheat we are stocking, how much wheat we are procuring. We do not disseminate this information in a timely manner. Therefore, a problem of transparency as well. These are WTO issues raised in respect of India's agri subsidies. Clear to everybody? सबका समझ में लिखना क्या है, स्ट्रक्चर समझ में आ गया, आंसर का कैसे करना है. फर्स्ट पार्ट इंट्रोडक्शन, द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग दैट व्हाट आर दीज एग्री सब्सिडीज, व्हाई डू वी गिव देम अंडर WTO, व्हाई डू वी टॉलरेट देम. फर्स्ट पार्ट जो हमने लिखा था इंट्रोडक्शन वाला पार्ट. सेकंड पार्ट सिंपली सब हेडिंग, डायरेक्ट सब्सिडीज डेफिनेशन एग्जांपल्स. सेकंड इनडायरेक्ट सब्सिडीज डेफिनेशन एग्जांपल्स. थर्ड सब हेडिंग WTO issues dash fairness of subsidies, fairness of support. Then analyze this in this part. Agreement on agriculture, amber box subsidies, and requirement in return for this peace clause. Peace clause mention होना चाहिए आंसर के अंदर, AOA mention होना चाहिए, amber box mention होना चाहिए, और 10% of agriculture production value mention होनी चाहिए. ये चीजें necessary हैं जो आंसर में होनी ही होनी चाहिए. आसान आंसर है. If you write this in this structured manner, you shall be able to write lot of content and get good marks for this content. Fine? चलो, I've overshot my time. Abhishek sir is waiting for you. Security session. हाँ बोलो. हाउ मेनी लाइन्स फॉर व्हाट? इंट्रोडक्शन में कितनी लाइन होनी चाहिए? इंट्रोडक्शन के अंदर मैक्सिमम 3 होनी चाहिए, मैक्सिमम 3 लाइन्स, 3 सेंटेंसेस, मैक्सिमम 3 सेंटेंसेस. लेकिन हाँ, अगर नंबर ऑफ लाइन्स बोल रहे हो तो इट शुड नॉट गो बियॉन्ड हाफ अ पेज. हाफ पेज से ऊपर नहीं जाना चाहिए. हाँ, अप टू हाफ पेज इज गुड इनफ. नो, 6-7 लाइन्स और इन सेंटेंसेस. सेंटेंस, हाँ इतना ठीक है. दिस इज फाइन, दिस परफेक्टली फाइन इंट्रोडक्शन. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. No, it's perfectly fine. देखो, your introduction must be more relevant. That is more important. Introduction में आप जबरदस्ती चीजें ऐड नहीं करना. ठीक है? बोलो पीछे क्या बोल रहे थे? Farm insurance, will it come under W2 subsidies? किस में आएगा? आप बताओ किस में आएगा? इनडायरेक्ट में आएगा. फार्मर गेट्स इंश्योरेंस एट अ सब्सिडाइज प्रीमियम. गवर्नमेंट पेज पार्ट ऑफ दैट प्रीमियम. सो फार्म इंश्योरेंस इज पार्ट ऑफ इनडायरेक्ट सब्सिडीज, नॉट डायरेक्ट सब्सिडीज. ठीक है? एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस एनीबॉडी हैज? हाँ जी बोलो. Differentiating point is not the content. Differentiating point is structure and presentation of your answer. It is not the content that differentiates. Everybody, you people have prepared for 1.5 years. You all have same content, similar content. It is the presentation part, language part. अगर आपका language पे command अच्छा है, grammatical mistake नहीं है, structure अच्छे से बनाया हुआ है, वो जैसे diagrammatic representation बनाया था, अगर वैसी चीजें आपने इस्तेमाल करी है, trust me, examiner is impressed. Introduction very very important in your answer. अगर वो चीजें हैं तो you are definitely on way to get those extra 1 and 1.5 marks. Fine. All right. Take care everybody. All the best. Hope to see some of you in classes and some of you during interview preparation. All right, all the best. Take care. बस यार.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So already a quite long session. Few things before I start the session. You expect about 3 questions in science and tech. It can be 2, it can be 4. ये एको जानबूझ के पार्ट है, सिस्टम हमारा ऐसा है कि एको है. So you expect either 3 or 4 questions. There were 4 questions this year from science and tech. Some of the themes, one good thing about this year's paper was that the themes were very much known and very much expected also. Like you expected a question on Chandrayaan 3 or you expected a question on AI, artificial intelligence. You also always expected a question on EVs. So EV is a very old thing. Like पिछले जैसे Vision IS test series में I remember that पिछले 4 साल से we are asking this question, how EVs are different, how EVs are different. And finally there was a question asked by UPSC also. So this was also an expected thing. And even the last question, which is about biotechnology, that how microbes can help in tackling fuel crisis or fuel shortage, to be more specific. So even that question is on expected themes because there was a very good question last year asked by UPSC. There were 2 parts of the question. The first part was that what are the applied areas of biotechnology, something like that, that in which of the following or in which of the areas we use applied biotechnology. Now there will be many areas where you have to write about, for example, you have to write how it has applications in agriculture or industry, but you also had to write about biofuels. That biofuels is a very important area of application. And on that particular application, there was a specific question asked by UPSC this year. So the good thing in this year's all 4 questions were that they were on expected themes, and any student who has done current affairs and who has gone through all the keywords given in the syllabus should have been able to answer really good answers in all those 4 questions. I often feel that students always fear this particular topic, especially if you do not have a science background, haven't studied science for very long. But I always tell this to students that it doesn't matter, frankly, because the questions will not be very technical. The questions will be very much analytical, and irrespective of background, a very good answer in science and technology can be written. And same is also true for prelims examination, by the way, that even in prelims you can answer science and technology questions. Because the best part is that questions are not factual. There is no as such fixed source for science and technology. That is why even in regular classes, I never ask students to go through some book which is available in market written from the science and tech perspective. In fact, I will show you that all of these questions, how they can be answered just from current affairs, just from newspaper. Each and every question, it was picked from current affairs. So I have taken snapshots of some of the links from the Hindu. In fact, I did not even have to use Indian Express. I just did a simple Google search and I could find that in last 1 year, all of these themes, they have been covered really well into newspapers. So newspaper reading is the most important thing you can do for this particular topic in both prelims and mains examination. वो सबसे important है. That will help you a lot. बाकी जो भी चीजें हैं, all the other things like magazines and ready-made materials, all of them are complementary. Definitely use them, but that shouldn't be your primary source. Use newspapers as your primary source. So let's start the discussion. We have 4 questions. Let's start the discussion. The very first question was that introduce the concept of artificial intelligence. How does AI help in clinical diagnosis? Do you perceive any threat to privacy of the individual in the use of AI in healthcare? Now this question is difficult only because of one reason, that even though it is a 10-marker question, and there are 3 parts. So the only difficulty you will find is that you have a lot to write here, and how you can write all of those things into 150 words. Apart from that, this question is very easy, very expected question. AI as a theme, I think, will remain important for many more years. Just I expect a question on AI even in paper 4, ethics, not necessarily in paper 3. I expect an essay on AI in future, that impact of AI on society. Already UPSC did ask a question few years ago, impact of AI on employment. Essay, I'm not talking about paper 3 or paper 4. There was an essay that how is AI going to impact employment in the world, in the employment scenario of the world. But this is a very specific question. Again, one more thing I would like to highlight here is that this application in healthcare, that's also a very favorite theme of UPSC. They have asked questions in previous years. Just there was a question in 2020, I remember, that application of nanotechnology in health. So this is also a very specific theme they focus a lot upon, that healthcare applications. So what we can write? I think there are a lot of things which can be written. Let me first show you some of the sources I picked from just last 1 year. So this entire question can be answered from this particular editorial, which was part of Hindu, October 27, 2022. It has everything, like all of the applications of AI and the threats, everything is given in one editorial. So this question has definitely been picked from this particular editorial. But even other news, like for example, some IIT Mandit startup AI-based solution to detect respiratory genetic disorders, or Indian Council of Medical Research releases guidelines for AI uses in healthcare. That AI uses does raise certain questions, and what should be a proper ethical guideline to tackle those issues. So this theme has been very well covered. AI as a theme has been covered a lot because of ChatGPT, because of generative AI. So this was a very expected theme. I have given. So this particular link I was talking about, where this question has been picked from, all of the applications, challenges, everything is given in this particular editorial. So question is very simple, it is very straightforward. You do not have to do a lot. There are 3 parts. In every part you can write a lot. I can define AI in 100 words, 150 words itself. And I can also talk about the second part in 100, 150 words. I can also write the third part in 100, 150 words. But somehow I have to write all of those things together in 150 words. So that is the challenge. So this challenge, however, can be tackled quite simply. That we have to first talk about we have to define AI. Where is the pencil? This one. We have to define AI. The definition part is very simple. We are talking about simulation of human intelligence in machines. It is an interdisciplinary branch. Fundamentally, however, it is a branch of computer science, but it does require knowledge of many domains because it has applications in many domains. So fundamentally, it is a branch of computer science which is interested in simulating human intelligence into machines. And when I use the word human intelligence, I mean a lot of things. For example, our capability of reasoning, or our capability of finding solutions to problems, awareness about our surrounding, all of those are part of our intelligence. And we are talking about similar type of intelligence into a machine. That machine does not have to have a physical manifestation. That should be very clear. Why I am making it clear is that often people confuse between AI and robotics. Robots always will have a physical form. AI does not need to have a physical form. Think of ChatGPT. ChatGPT only exists in digital domain. Generative AI, right? That only exists in digital domain. So this differentiation should be clear. We do not have to write that here, but a simple definition that we are talking about mimicking human-like intelligence into machines. That is what AI is. And you can be more specific that we are talking about reasoning, we are talking about problem solving, we are talking about analytical skills, we are talking about awareness about our surrounding, all of those things. Right now, the type of AI which we are developing is called narrow AI or weak AI, that we are talking about systems which is good at doing some things really, really well. But it is not good at doing all the things what human brain can do. So such type of AI can be called general AI or strong AI. जो question इसके बारे में बिल्कुल नहीं है. Nobody knows how to develop general AI as of now. So whatever AI is being developed, it is an example of narrow AI. That in a particular domain, an AI is becoming as good as human beings, and in many cases better than human beings. So there can be many branches of AI. For example, I can have computer vision, or I can have machine learning, right? I can have natural language processing. So there are many branches of artificial intelligence. For example, computer vision, it can take visual input as data, and it can process that data, and it can give you outputs. And those outputs may be better than even human visual perspective. Because think about it, we can only see things in visible light. But I can design an AI with sensors which can collect data even in, let's say, infrared or ultraviolet light also, and it can see things even in UV or infrared also. Or it can distinguish between these two images really, really well, which is not possible for human beings to do. For example, if you have been given a tree, and I ask you to distinguish two leaves, you'll not be able to do that because the similarity in shape and color and each and everything. But a very good AI camera can distinguish. So for example, how we can distinguish between two faces, right? That is how our camera works. This facial recognition works. This is also a type of AI, that it will only be unlocked by my face. It will not be unlocked by your face. This is also an example of AI. But the human brain, we can distinguish between different images. But an AI can distinguish between even two leaves on a tree, which we cannot do that. So we are talking about this type of capability. In machine learning, we are talking about an AI. The more data you feed to this AI, the better its learning capability. Its outcome is not dictated by you. So, जो भी हम normal computer algorithm design करेंगे, a normal computer algorithm, you write down all the steps, and those steps will decide that what will be the output. A machine learning algorithm will be very different from a normal algorithm, because in machine learning algorithm, the output is decided by that how much data you have trained this particular system. So if you have trained a particular system on more and more amount of data, it is going to be better and better at its decision making. So for example, it can, now I have an AI which can, let's say, predict that what you are going to look like 10 years in future or 20 years in future. So, and those predictions are very, very accurate because you have trained that AI system on huge amount of data. Now, why I'm giving all this background? Because with this background, I will explain that how AI can have applications in clinical diagnosis. So in the first part, not more than I think 30-35 words, you can talk about define AI, talk about mimicking human-like intelligence, but don't just stop there. Definitely mention that what type of intelligence we are talking about. We are talking about reasoning, problem solving, analytical skills, those things. Definitely also you can mention some of the very famous branches of AI such as computer vision or natural language processing or machine learning or deep learning. All of those things you can mention. And then jump to the second part, that how does AI help in clinical diagnosis. The more examples, concrete examples you are going to write, your answer will become better and better. So one way how it can help is that it is equipped with better sensors, and those better sensors can analyze medical images in a better way. For example, an AI system can look at CT scans or X-rays, and it can come to certain conclusions which perhaps doctors cannot do, not because they are not capable, but simply because their eyes can only see in visible light. But AI can find problems, diagnose diseases in much better way because of the underlying processing capability and because of the fact that it is equipped with better sensors, better than our eyes. So an AI can analyze X-ray or CT scans, and it can predict or it can diagnose a patient very early. I will give you a few examples. There was a news, not that old, in fact few months old news, that Google CEO Sundar Pichai announced that they have developed an AI algorithm which by doing retinal scan can predict that what is your chance of you having cardiovascular disease, that what is the chance of heart disease or heart attack in the future. And it did that prediction with 80% of accuracy. So we are talking about such type of capability that a person who is suffering from heart disease and retinal scan will be different for that person compared to a healthy person. Maybe normal eyes cannot detect it, but an AI can detect it, an AI algorithm can detect it. So that will be one very important application of AI, that it can diagnose diseases really, really well. Second, there are a lot of things about human body which we still do not understand. Again, because of our limitation in processing capability. Wherever we talk of complex systems, for example, think of our genetic makeup and how our genes make us vulnerable to certain type of diseases. We know that they do, but we do not know in many cases how they do that. That certain people, because of their genetic structure, they are predisposed to have particular type of diseases, maybe diabetes, maybe cancer. So an AI can help in finding those answers. That it can help in that how genetic makeup, which is by the way very complex data, how it makes us vulnerable to various type of diseases. That will be an application of AI. AI can also have application in, let's say, very simple application into as chatbots. जैसे मान लो आप डॉक्टर के पास गए and डॉक्टर आपका preliminary level का data collect करेगा. So an AI can collect all of that preliminary level data and it can provide a very accurate description of the patient for the doctor to perhaps explore further. Or it can even be as simple as a chatbot talking to you. जैसे lot of times आपने देखा होगा कि अब customer service center आप directly किसी customer care executive से तो बात करते नहीं हो. Now a lot of time you are simply talking to some chatbot. Now that chatbot is an AI which can understand your language and it can also answer back to you in the same language. That is what natural language processing is, by the way. So you can think of a medical chatbot, that a medical chatbot talking to a patient, learning more about the patient, and based on that giving some suggestions, or at least collecting all of that data, analyzing that data on a preliminary level and sending that data to a specialized doctor. So all of those things are possible with the help of artificial intelligence. So we can write down multiple applications of artificial intelligence, the more number of examples. For जैसे ये जो मैंने आपको news बताया, that how an IIT Mandi startup is finding ways that how AI can help in genetic makeup, or how it can help in certain type of diseases. So give more examples, relevant examples. You can also take the example of wearable devices. That think of all these watches, आजकल जैसे Apple का watch है, Google का watch है, that they are collecting lot of this data. And think of that if this data is being stored and processed by Apple or Google, and by processing data, they can tell you about that what is your health status, or maybe they will tell you that if you are vulnerable to a particular type of disease. So yes, it is possible. And in this case, what we are doing, we are collecting data from wearable devices, and that data is being processed by some AI algorithm. So we can write down all of these examples in bullet points, all of these points, and in each and every point, if you are writing down specific example, your answer becomes better and better. So I can summarize all of those things, that we can have applications in diagnosis. It can have applications in understanding more about complex biological data. Biological data, for example, genetic makeup and its relationship with diseases. It can also have very simpler applications like medical chatbots talking to patients. That can also be a very simple application. So their applications can be really, really sophisticated, and it can also be very simpler applications. And finally, this part, it is equally important, that do you perceive any threat to privacy of the individual? Now the question starts with do you. So prima facie the answer is yes. That yes, prima facie there is a threat. And that threat is very simple. It's very simple to comprehend. That जो healthcare data है, that is a very sensitive data. My medical health is my personal data, and it is a sensitive data. I do not want that data to be divulged to the rest of the people. I only perhaps would like to share this data with the doctor I am visiting. So that is the biggest threat. That because AI, modern AI, they are data-driven technology, and that data has been collected from patients. So how that data has been collected, how that data is being managed, from which agencies that data is being shared, if you are sharing that data, have you taken the consent of patient? All of those issues become very important. And we can talk about all of those issues one by one. That we are talking about AI systems which have been trained on huge amount of data. Then have you invested enough into cyber security wherever this data is being stored? Because this data is vulnerable to cyber attacks. One threat. Second threat, that even if, let's say for example, even if you have invested everything in cybersecurity, all of that, but a particular, if your data, for example, if Apple is collecting your healthcare data or Google is collecting your healthcare data, then who they are sharing this data with? Or have they taken your consent? And by the way, even if they have taken your consent, do you actually know the significance of the consent you gave? A lot of time what happens is that आप सीधे लास्ट में जाते हो, यू क्लिक ऑन एक्सेप्ट ऑल एग्रीमेंट्स, यही करते हैं ना, कौन किसके पास टाइम है पूरा वो पढ़ने का. सो व्हेन यू गिव कंसेंट, डू यू एक्चुअली नो व्हाट डज दैट कंसेंट मीन? आर वी empowered? Do we actually know that a tech company is empowered to share our sensitive healthcare data to some third party? Do we actually know that, even if we have given our consent? So these are some of the issues we have to talk about in this second part, final part of the answer, that yes, prima facie there is a threat to privacy because AI is a data-driven technology and healthcare is a personal sensitive data. So who you are sharing that data with, how you are storing and managing that data, have you invested enough into cyber security? All of those things can pose a threat to privacy of the individual in the use of AI in healthcare. But the answer should not end here. Because this question is an opinion-based question, you should definitely conclude here that even though there is a threat, but those threats can be minimized. We can regulate AI. So for example, जैसे अभी आपने G20 summit अभी आपने पढ़ा होगा डिटेल में. One of the major theme of G20 summit was, even Prime Minister made a speech on this particular topic, that how we can regulate AI more effectively. So we can talk about that even though there is a prima facie threat, we can, for example, let's say, we can anonymize data. That rather than having data of an individual, we are talking about data which is anonymous. It is still health data, but you cannot, by looking at the data, you cannot actually say that whose data it is. So anonymizing data, that is one solution. Another solution can be that proper legal mechanism, and importance of consent should be very clear in the mind of patient itself. So for example, all AI based companies, who they are sharing this data with, it shouldn't happen without the patient. It shouldn't happen without the consent of whose data this belongs to. And this requires a proper legal mechanism. If you can perhaps talk about Digital Data Protection Act also here. That would have been a very good addition in your answer writing. जैसे अगर मान लो conclusion में आपने Digital Data Protection Act पढ़ा होगा आपने अभी Digital Data Protection Act के बारे में. So you can talk about this act in conclusion. That this act aims to hold tech companies accountable that how they are storing and sharing the personal data of individuals. And that personal data can be also healthcare data. So that can be a concluding remark that yes, prima facie there is a threat to right to privacy. We can talk about how there is a threat, and then finally we can conclude that how those threats can be minimized. And you have to write all of that, by the way, in 150 words. That will be the biggest challenge, that how we can summarize each and everything in 150 words. So if you have any question, go ahead and ask. Okay, हम लिख सकते हैं तो एक बड़ा ही स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट और बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट है. व्हाट ही इज सजेस्टिंग इज दैट विद द हेल्प ऑफ AI, a pharma company coming to know about prevalence of a particular disease in a particular region and accordingly inflating the price of that medicine. That will be a very specific misuse of AI, but yes, that can be written. We can write that. So ऐसे इसमें कुछ गलत नहीं है. Yes, it is possible and we can write that. Anyone else would like to contribute to any part of the answer if you have any doubt here? Just because there has been a question on AI, I still would consider this to be a very important topic going ahead in future examinations. For me, this is it will remain a very important topic in future examinations of UPSC also. Sorry? देखो यहाँ पे right to privacy ज़्यादा important theme है. आप एक सेकंड आप यहीं पे रुकिएगा ज़रा. राइट टू प्राइवेसी जो है वो ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट, जो पूरा क्वेश्चन का फोकस देखो क्या है, थ्रेट टू प्राइवेसी ऑफ द इंडिविजुअल। कॉपीराइट इज अ सेपरेट इशू, जो एआई एंड कॉपीराइट जो पूरा एक इशू है वो खुद में एक सेपरेट इशू है। दैट इशू हैज बिकम वेरी प्रोमिनेंट बिकॉज ऑफ जेनरेटिव एआई। सो इन दिस आंसर वी डू नॉट हैव टू डू दैट। इस आंसर में हमको लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है, बट योर क्वेश्चन इज अ वेरी रेलेवेंट क्वेश्चन फॉर अनदर थीम, a theme which basically will try to talk about AI and associated copyright issues. तो वहां पे हम इसको हम हाईलाइट करेंगे। तो ये, हाँ जी, ये तो चैलेंज है, मैं तो शुरुआत ही मैंने यहीं से करा था। That will come from answer writing. So इसका एक, the question is that lot of 3 parts of the question, all parts are very important, all parts can be written in like lot of words, so how we can summarize all of those things in 150 words, that is your question. एक तरीका इसका ये है that you do not have to explain each and everything in detail. You have to accept the fact that lot of things are given. For example, you can, let's say, I will give you few examples, that when I defined AI, I also named few of the technologies of AI without necessarily talking about what is machine learning or what is natural language processing or what is computer vision. Then whenever I talked about applications of AI, then I talked about, let's say for example, first point, diagnosis. I talked about that how AI can better diagnose by looking at the medical images using computer vision. That's it. We do not have to further deliberate upon it. When I talked about complex biological data, then we can simply, one example I can give is that how AI can help in, let's say, understanding genetic predisposition of diseases for a particular person. Chatbots just in 1 line. So without deliberating a lot about them, just writing 1 or 2 lines is more than enough. And similarly also in the third part, when I'm talking about the threats, I can talk about the first threat, that cyber security threat. That जहाँ पे भी जो data servers हैं, are they secure enough? Second threat, that sharing, that all these tech companies, who they are sharing this data with, have they taken consent from the person? Third threat, that overall misuse of data. We can talk about that also again in 1 line. And then again we can conclude here that prima facie there is a threat, but that threat can be minimized by adequate legal protection. For example, Digital Data Protection Act 2022, and that is how we can write everything in 150 words. So this comes from practice, that a lot of times, this is not the first time UPSC has done it, कि 10 नंबर का क्वेश्चन है एंड आपके 3 पार्ट हैं। ये पहली बार नहीं है, बहुत बार UPSC पास्ट में कर चुकी है। How do we? ये हमने अपडेट करेगा। Thank you. Discuss several ways in which microorganisms can help in meeting the current fuel shortage. Even though the question is this part, I do think that perhaps a very good introduction can be explaining current fuel shortage itself. अक्सर हमेशा एक डाउट रहता है ना कि इंट्रोडक्शन में क्या लिखें, तो यहाँ पे एक बना बनाया आपके पास इंट्रोडक्शन है, that a context is given here, you need to explain that context. यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन में एक्सप्लेन नहीं करा हुआ है, आपको एक्सप्लेन करना है, राइट? सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आई कैन टॉक अबाउट फ्यूल शॉर्टेज. Let's say last year there was a coal crisis. You remember? There were blackouts in many cities, and those blackouts were fundamentally because the coal supply है that was disrupted. और थोड़ा सा और पहले चले जाओ, just 2 years ago, not even 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, when Russia-Ukraine war started, and that disrupted the oil supply, led to hike in prices of essential commodities along with oil and natural gas. So we can talk about that how fuel supply is part of a very complex global supply chain, and there can be shortage because of any global phenomena, and you can give some recent examples such as last year coal shortage or Russia-Ukraine war के बाद जो petroleum और gas shortage था. So we can give a context here in the introduction itself. So how I'm going to write here is that we will first provide a context. अब एग्जाम्पल हम देंगे, वी हैव टू प्रोवाइड एग्जाम्पल्स हियर. जितने रिसेंट एग्जाम्पल्स होंगे, कॉन्टेक्चुअल एग्जाम्पल होंगे, हमारा आंसर उतना बेटर होगा. देन वी आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट, perhaps before jumping to the main part of answer, we can talk about that one way to tackle this issue is diversification of energy sources. That we need energy from various sources, and one of those sources can be biofuels, right? So before I jump to how microorganisms help, we can give a context here that solution kya hai iska? Solution here is diversification, which simply means that you are able to produce energy from multiple sources, and one of that source can be biofuels. So the question is mostly about biofuels, because in almost all of the biofuels we use microorganisms, right? एक तरीका ये है हमारा, एक और तरीका हो सकता है करंट इंट्रोडक्शन लिखने का. We can either in introduction or in conclusion definitely talk about national policy on biofuel. That's a contextual topic. जैसे इस केस में क्या होगा, हमारा जो इंट्रोडक्शन होगा वो कुछ ऐसे होगा that the largest contribution in our import basket is from petroleum and natural gas, right? And that petroleum and natural gas, it can suffer from multiple factors. We can again give example, and in this context that if we become energy independent as a country, we are talking about India as a nation, then nothing better than that. And then we can talk about this context of in this context, national policy on biofuel focuses upon biofuel production, and then we can jump to the main part. So definitely write in a 20-30 words either with this introduction or that introduction. I think both are fine, equally fine. As such एक चूज करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Then we can directly jump to how microorganisms are helping. So think of some of the most famous biofuels. For example, the most famous one is bioethanol, right? That how I can give this heading, how microorganisms helps. How microorganisms help. देखो क्वेश्चन वैसे साइंस एंड टेक का है, अगर थोड़ा हम टेक्निकल पार्ट लिखेंगे तो आंसर और बेटर होगा. बट इवन इफ यू डू नॉट नो ऑल ऑफ द टेक्निकलिटी, बट स्टिल अ वेरी गुड आंसर कैन बी रिटन. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आई कैन टॉक अबाउट फर्स्ट बायोएथेनॉल. देखो बायोएथेनॉल हम कैसे बनाते हैं? वी टेक सम शुगर मॉलिक्यूल and through fermentation process we convert that sugar molecule into ethanol, which can be blended with now petrol, gasoline basically, and we can now use a blended petrol. So the fermentation process hai, for fermentation process we will either use some yeast or some bacteria. So we are going to write that we are talking about here fermentation of sugar, starch. That sugar I can take from, let's say, corn. I can take this from sugar cane. There can be multiple sources. And this fermentation is done by certain yeast and bacteria. And in the same point we can also mention that how we can blend this ethanol with petrol, and how this blended petrol can be very beneficial, that you have now this extra source of fuel, and it also, by the way, is environment friendly in the sense that it has less carbon footprint. ये भी part हम लिख ही सकते हैं कहीं ना कहीं पे. Then think about the second most famous one, right? The second most famous one is biodiesel. Why I've started with this too? Because as of now we do have target to blend fuel. We do have target to blend fuel, 20% blending of ethanol and 5% blending of biodiesel. Ethanol into petrol and 5% biodiesel into diesel by 2025. तो ये target initially हमारा 2030 का था, but this target has been revised to 2025. That was also given in newspaper, by the way. This was a news in February 2023. तो ज़्यादा पुराना news भी नहीं है, 6 महीने पुराना news है mains के, that PM rolls out 20% ethanol blended petrol in 11 states UTs. And same news, if you read this, it will tell you that जो हमारा target 2030 का था to do that, we have revised that target that we have to achieve this by 2025. So this becomes a context that why this topic has been asked. Now think about the second particular application, biodiesel. अब biodiesel बनाने का जो सबसे फेमस तरीका है वो है microalgae. Most of the algae are microorganisms. There are macroalgae, but most of them are microalgae. And microalgae, they synthesize lipids. In the process of their growth, they synthesized lipids. And these lipids can be converted into biodiesel. And that biodiesel now can be blended with normal diesel, and we can have this alternative fuel available. We can also talk about biogas. Biogas is जो organic waste होगा. For example, think of cattle dung. That's a very famous organic waste. When that is decomposed by bacteria in the absence of oxygen, that is called anaerobic condition. So decomposition of organic waste in absence of oxygen, which is called anaerobic condition. This produces methane, and methane is a very good source of energy. This produces methane. This methane can be utilized for household cooking, but it can also be utilized for by burning methane we can produce electricity. There is a dedicated scheme for that. Does anyone remember name of that scheme? PM Govardhan Yojana. So we can talk about this, that there is a dedicated scheme to promote this, which is PM Govardhan Yojana. So if you again know some government schemes in a particular context, definitely write it down in the answer itself. So this is third, bioethanol, biodiesel, biogas, three of the most important fuel, and in all three of them microbes are playing a very important role. We can also talk about in general biomass, तो चलो फिर भी biogas तो है decomposition of organic waste such as cattle dung, but in general I can use microbes in waste to energy. Environment में जब आप waste management पढ़ते हो, तो waste management में we do read about that how we can convert waste to energy. Now solid waste in itself can be divided into two parts. जो ड्राई वेस्ट है सच एज पेपर एंड ऑल, लकड़ी पेपर, इसको जलाना बहुत सिंपल है. बट जो वेट वेस्ट है सच एज जो भी आपका ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट है, जो किचन में आपका वेस्ट जनरेट हो रहा है, फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल्स, इसको आप जला नहीं सकते. बट अगेन दिस कैन बी फर्मेंटेड एंड विद द हेल्प ऑफ माइक्रोब्स वी कैन प्रोड्यूस such as methane gas and other gases, and those gases can be used to produce electricity. So in this case what we are doing, we are converting organic waste into some sort of let's say for example methane or even hydrogen. By the way, that is also something we can talk about, that there are certain bacteria which can help in hydrogen production. All of you must have read about National Green Hydrogen Mission. Hydrogen is a very good fuel. So there are certain bacteria which can produce hydrogen from biomass, which will be part of, by the way, waste to energy technique itself. So we can talk about that also. So there are multiple ways how microbes can help in tackling fuel shortage. There is one more, if you know about it, then definitely you can write about that, which is called microbial fuel cell. माइक्रोबियल फ्यूल सेल बहुत अमेजिंग चीज़ है. आप घर पे बना सकते हो इस माइक्रोबियल फ्यूल सेल को. गो एंड बाई 2 electrodes, 1 cathode, 1 anode from market. Take some mud from your garden, connect those 2 electrodes there, connect a small torch का light. थोड़ी देर में आपको दिखेगा वो टॉर्च का लाइट जलने लगा है. Now why that torch light? कहाँ से उसमें इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आ गया? Because that mud you collected, it had lot of bacteria. and those bacteria in the decomposition process, they can produce electrons, and those electrons can now transport from one electrode to another electrode. So now it will help you in supply of electricity. So जब हम जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल चीज़ों को डाइजेस्ट करते हैं, बैक्टीरियाज डिकम्पोज थिंग्स. That decomposition is a very complex process. It can lead to multiple things. All of them are example of decomposition. Fermentation or anaerobic decomposition or converting biodiesel into lipids. They are example of decomposition. One of that decomposition can also lead to flow of electron inside your fuel cell, and we can produce electricity. So there are multiple examples which can be written here that how microbes can help in tackling fuel shortage. And finally, definitely conclude with, if you have not written about national policy on biofuel in the introduction, then definitely write that in the conclusion. That there is a dedicated national policy that how India should produce more and more biofuel. And it will not just help economically to us, it is also environmentally beneficial because the carbon footprint of biofuels is very less. तो इस तरीके से हम conclude कर सकते हैं that this will be a very important source of alternative energy. If you have any doubt in this question, you can ask. Sorry, again please repeat. We are mixing organic compound. Which part, who told you that? So petroleum also, for example, it is a synthetic complex organic material. But nonetheless, after processing, it is fundamentally a fuel. Your question is that mixing of ethanol in petroleum, does that not cause any problem? It does not cause any problem. In fact, let me explain this in detail. If that blending is not a lot, if that blending is let's say 10, 15 up to 20%, तो आपका जो नॉर्मल कार है उसका इंजन आपको चेंज करने की भी जरूरत नहीं. इट डज कॉज वन प्रॉब्लम, नॉट फॉर एनवायरमेंट बट फॉर योर इंजन. अगर ये ब्लेंडिंग बहुत ज्यादा हो, मान लो कि 40-50% जो है आपका एथेनॉल ही है, तो ये इंजन काम नहीं करेगा. दिस इंजन विल डिग्रेड, ये इंजन का वेयर एंड टेयर बहुत ज्यादा होगा. दैट इज अ सेपरेट प्रॉब्लम. But we can also design a new engine which can operate with, let's say, 50% blended ethanol. We can do that. As of now, the engines which we use in our cars and buses and in general vehicles, they do not have the capability to use high blended petrol. But 20% blending, you do not have to change anything, and still your engine is going to work for as long as what it is going to work today. So again, ये जो 20% target है वो random नहीं है. There is a reason why this 20% target was chosen or 5% target was chosen, that we do not have to burden automobile companies कि तुम एक नया इंजन बनाना शुरू करो, research करो नया इंजन. We do not want that to happen, right? So no, as long as that blending is less, there is no problem. This is a question of biotechnology. So do not have to, this is a question of applied. That is why I said in the starting of the class itself that UPSC ने past में भी question पूछ रखा है that what are the areas of applied biotechnology. So this is fundamentally a question of biotechnology. Biotechnology is use of any organism or biological process to make our life easier. So in this case we are using organisms also and biological process also. So biotechnology is also that दूध से दही बनाना, that is also biotechnology. And ये जो है biomass से fuel बनाना, that is also biotechnology, right? Okay, so his suggestion was that perhaps we can start with biotechnology in general. If you want to do that, do that. आप एक जैसे एक starting line में लिख सकते हो that biotechnology has applications in many areas, one of them being use of microbes in producing biofuels. But do not start defining biotechnology. This question already has its own scope. Do not have to define biotechnology and application of biotechnology in multiple areas. ये सब नहीं करना है. ठीक है, वो ऐसे देखो, ऐसे I think इतना एग्जामिनर्स को बहुत सारी चीजें हम मान के नहीं चलना चाहिए कि हम उनको पता है, But I think इस केस में हम मान सकते हैं that even if I am starting with biofuel and I'm explaining the way I have explained, that is more than enough to come to a conclusion that fundamentally this is a topic of biotechnology. But if you want to, एक हम starting में ही एक शुरू में एक line लिखेंगे, हम directly jump करेंगे जो हमारा main question जो पूछ रखा है. Any other question? We can talk about that. Why not? G20 summit मेंस एग्जाम के पहले ही खत्म हुआ था ना. हाँ बिल्कुल लिख सकते हैं. I think somebody did, so he is talking about that G20 summit में एक जो global biofuel alliance की जो बात हुई है, can we write about that in conclusion? I think if somebody did that, definitely that will fetch some extra marks, maybe 0.5 extra marks. That will be a very good conclusion, by the way. So connecting things with current affairs is always very helpful in answer writing. Any other suggestion if you have? Okay, this is again one of those themes which people expected a question for many years, and finally there was a question asked by UPSC. There has been question in prelims examination. Prelims में EV पे UPSC ने question पूछ रखा है, कम से कम 2 question आए हैं पिछले 6-7 सालों में, and finally there is a question in mains examination also. Both these parts, frankly, are very much interrelated. That adoption of electric vehicles is rapidly growing worldwide. How do electric vehicles contribute to reducing carbon emissions, and what are the key benefits they offer compared to traditional combustion engine vehicles? तो एक तो key benefit यही है that they reduce carbon emission. That is why I said that both of these parts are not that separate from each other. But nonetheless, because they have been asked separately, ideally I should try to bifurcate my answer. That in first part focus on reducing carbon emission, and in second part, apart from that, whatever other benefits are there, mention them, right? So let's start this question. I think again ये जो first line है, that's a very good line. यहाँ पे अगर आपके पास कोई data है, कोई figure है, if you know some figure, then you can answer, you can start your introduction with that, right? आपके पास specific data है? We can talk about some specific data perhaps. Electric vehicles or electric cars? I have a bigger figure. So I actually was checking the figure, and in last financial year, the total number of electric vehicles, and electric vehicles include cars and scooties and those, by the way, those 3-wheelers, they are also electric vehicles. So the total cell was in India alone, it was about 1.2 million, which was 150% higher than the previous year. And if we are talking about electric cars, then also I found a very interesting data that last year, the total number of electric cars which were sold in world, only I'm talking about cars only, was more than 10 million, and that 10 million had grown by 3 times in just last 5 years. So 5 years ago it was 2-3 million, and again just in 5 years it has increased by 3 times. So if you have some specific data, then you can start your answer with that. And even if you do not have a specific data, you can give more context to the first statement that worldwide as well as in India, the number of electric vehicles such as electric cars or bikes or 3-wheelers, all of them are increasing. And it is because of many tax incentives provided by government, dedicated initiatives of governments, and as well as overall reducing cost of electric vehicles and the benefits they provide to customer in general. So ek hum ek introduction mein we can give a context. If you have some figure, that will be the best introduction. Sorry? वो one of the benefit में हम आगे लिख सकते हैं perhaps. जैसे हम एक बेनिफिट में, ये हमारा इंट्रोडक्शन नहीं होना चाहिए. जो पेरिस एग्रीमेंट्स के जो भी ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, आई कैन नॉट स्टार्ट माय क्वेश्चन विद दैट. बट यस, डेफिनेटली इन वन ऑफ द बेनिफिट्स परहैप्स वी कैन रिलेट दिस विथ पेरिस एग्रीमेंट, एंड दैट विल बी क्वाइट हेल्पफुल. सो फॉर एग्जांपल, लेट मी एक्सप्लेन दैट हाउ दिस क्वेश्चन कैन एक्चुअली बी रिटन, हाउ वी कैन राइट द डिफरेंट पार्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन. This was again a news article from Hindu, July 2023. The promise of hybrid EVs in cutting short-term carbon emissions, right? So this was again a question directly asked from some articles, newspaper articles. So give data, how I'm going to start, give some data in the starting itself that provides some data here, and after that, talk about how do electric vehicles contribute to reducing carbon emission. अब ये हम दो तीन points हमारे main होंगे जो हम लिखेंगे. The electric vehicles fundamentally operate on batteries, and those batteries will be charged from electricity, right? So first thing first, that in general जो पूरा transportation sector है, it has a very high carbon footprint because of combustion of petrol and diesel, right? In case of electric vehicles, I'm charging a battery, and that battery can be charged from जो हमारा grid electricity है. ज़रूरी नहीं है कि वो खाली burning of coal से हुआ. There is a very good chance that the electricity which is flowing in that grid, that electricity also is because of solar energy, because of wind energy. So that is the first benefit. Ideally हमारा goal यहाँ पे देखो क्या होगा, that in future 100% of that electricity in our grid is solar energy, wind energy, hydrogen based energy, hydropower energy, and nothing of that energy is coal based energy or diesel based electricity. ये हमारा ideal goal होगा. जब ये होगा तब तो EVs और भी ज़्यादा environment friendly होंगे, but even today they are very environment friendly. They reduce carbon footprint. First benefit that we are going to write about here is, so in introduction I gave some data. What is happening? I need some help here. Again this is happening. No, I have to go earlier. हाँ इस पे करो. Then we can talk about how it helps in reducing carbon emission. I can write down many points. The first point can be that electricity in grid can come from multiple sources. That can be coal, that can be diesel, but it can also be solar and wind energy. The second point I can talk about here is that even if it is even if that energy is only coming from, let's say, burning coal and diesel, even then there was a research published by some respected researchers. For example, BBC published a report last year that throughout the lifespan, even with only fossil fuel based electricity, the carbon emission throughout the lifespan reduces by about 20% in case of electric vehicles. तो आप ये भी लिख सकते हो second point, that even with fossil fuel based electricity, the carbon emission in general throughout the lifespan reduces by about 20% in case of electric vehicles. That is the second point we can write about it. Third point we can write that think of a typical petrol car or diesel car. So this carbon emission is not just burning of that petrol. That petrol had to be mined, it had to be transported, it had to be processed, and after that it has been converted into petrol or diesel. All of those parts, all of those things, they have very high carbon footprint. So ये भी बहुत important चीज है that the entire supply chain, starting from the mining and transportation and processing, that had its own carbon footprint, apart from the carbon footprint when you burn them into your car. In case of electric vehicle, you burn coal, you produce electricity. So there is carbon footprint, but that carbon footprint is only the burning part, not the processing and not all other things. And we can reduce carbon footprint in that one part also. There are a lot of technologies which can reduce carbon footprint of burning coal also. And again, I'm assuming here that electricity is being produced only by coal. which is not the case. In fact, even in India right now, about 50% of electricity is being produced from coal, but in rest 50%, about 50%, you have very high contribution of solar or wind or biomass or nuclear also. And those things are clean source of energy. So we can talk about that also, that in normal cars, you have carbon emission जो CO2 emission है, that is because of the entire supply chain. In case of electric vehicles, that supply chain का जो carbon footprint है, वो negligible है. But in case of petrol, diesel, it is not negligible. It is actually a significant part. And one more benefit we can write, that how it helps in reducing carbon emission. That think of petrol. That petrol first has to be burned, and burning that petrol leads to, basically we are doing that into internal combustion engine, and that leads to mechanical energy which is being converted into kinetic energy. In case of battery, there is a battery which is producing electricity. That electricity is connected to a motor. That motor is connected to the wheels. So this conversion of electricity in case of petrol and diesel car, it goes through multiple processes. In all those multiple processes, some energy will be lost. In case of electric vehicle, yes, there will be loss of energy, but it will be less than loss of energy in petrol and diesel car. So it is more energy efficient also. And because it is more energy efficient, throughout its lifetime, it reduces carbon footprint. So we can talk about this energy efficiency part also. All of these have this direct benefit, that how electric vehicles reduce carbon footprint. Now come to the second part. What are key benefits they offer compared to traditional combustion engine vehicle? Before I jump to this part, I can definitely write a connecting line here, that apart from reducing carbon emission, there are many other benefits as compared to internal combustion engine. For example, one of the key benefit here is what we call regenerative braking. And this is again a fantastic example. So जो regenerative braking है, देखो जो normal cars है, petrol diesel car, when you apply brake, this leads to friction between your vehicle and fundamentally leads to friction inside the car itself, but that friction gets of course transformed into, in case of friction between tire and ground itself, and lot of kinetic energy is lost into heat energy. जो electric vehicles का जो design है, in that sense it is quite interesting, that when we apply brake, then the motor starts a reverse motion, and that reverse motion of motor produces electricity, and that electricity can be stored into battery. So when you are applying brake, then you are not losing energy, you are actually producing electricity and you are charging your battery. So that is a fantastic feature of electric vehicles, this concept of regenerative braking. That while in typical internal combustion engine, you lose that energy into thermal energy, in case of electric vehicles, this regenerative braking allows you to store that kinetic energy of vehicle. Not all of it, some will still be lost, but at least some of that energy will be stored into battery. That is a fundamental benefit of electric vehicle. Another fundamental benefit will be electric vehicles are so silent that deliberately some sound system is attached to alert pedestrians. आपके सामने से कार निकल जाएगी, पीछे से आएगी, पता भी नहीं चलेगा. They are so silent. And it can be quite dangerous, especially think about that happening in India. That at least right now, यहाँ पे कोई भी देखो traffic तो follow ऐसे भी नहीं करते. Lot of people are, जैसे I often think of this Pusa road. That यहाँ पे अगर बहुत सारे electric vehicles आ जाएं, that will be quite a problem. So if you're only relying upon your hearing senses, then the chance of accidents is higher here in case of EVs. So they reduce noise pollution, but they are so silent that often many EV manufacturers, they deliberately add some sound mechanism so that pedestrians can be alerted. That is another fundamental benefit. Third fundamental benefit is reducing air pollution. So think of the vehicular exhaust which is coming from internal combustion engine. Carbon dioxide is one problem, but then you have this immediate problem of air pollution, that you are emitting nitrogen oxide, you are emitting sulfur dioxide, you are emitting particulate matters. So all of those things, they contribute to significant air pollution. You can give perhaps a contextual example of, let's say, Delhi NCR pollution. That one of the major constituent of Delhi NCR pollution, which by the way we are going to just witness that, ek mahine ki bas aur baat hai. All of us are going to live into furnace, right? So that major contribution comes from vehicular emission. जो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स का जो vehicular emission है वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा negligible है. That does not mean that there is no air pollution, because think about it. If you are burning coal somewhere, मान लो दिल्ली से कोई 50 किलोमीटर दूर कहीं पे कोई thermal power plant है which is burning coal, then that burning coal also produces air pollution. So in a way, when we burn coal and then produce electricity, we are just shifting this air pollution from the main town to perhaps some other reason. But nonetheless, at least Delhi mein pollution kam hoga if there is EVs. And in general, again, always remember that somehow if we can phase out coal, then that air pollution problem in general can be tackled with the help of EVs. So we can talk about that also, that the amount of air pollution from EVs is very, very less. And we can perhaps write down one more point, that it is quite easy. Easy in the sense that अब वैसे पेट्रोल डीजल कार भी आ चुकी हैं कि जिन पे आपको कोई गियर की ज़रूरत नहीं है. But generally जो internal combustion engines हैं, they have multiple gears. And on those multiple gears, they operate more efficiently. EVs in general do not require gears. So I should tell you though, I am very sure all of you already know, that even in petrol and diesel cars, you have gearless cars now. But in EVs, that is a significant feature. It has always been there, and you just have accelerator, you just have brake, आपको एक gears की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो चलाना भी बहुत आसान है, काफ़ी simpler है. In that way, it is also better. We can also talk about that they are better because they provide tax incentives. Think about it, that you can save a lot of taxes from electric vehicles. We can also write down that the wear and tear of electric vehicle is very less. The only thing which you need to replace, by the way, which is very expensive after few years, will be battery. But apart from that, जो wear and tear है, वो बहुत कम है electric vehicles का. So there are multiple benefits of electric vehicles compared to internal combustion engine. We can write all of them, or at least some of them, which I have mentioned here. Definitely talk about some of the government schemes in this regard. जैसे you talked about Paris Agreement. How we can write down this in conclusion, how we can connect this with Paris Agreement. We can talk about in conclusion that government का जो एक बहुत important focus क्या है, that we have to become carbon neutral by 2070. One of the major carbon footprint जो industry है हमारा, वो automobile industry है. So our focus is decarbonization of automobile industry, and electric vehicles can play a very important role in doing that. This can be a very good conclusion. We can also talk about some of the government schemes here, जैसे FAME India scheme के बारे में आप बात कर सकते हो. We can also talk about, let's say, National Electric Mission Mobility Plan. So all of those government initiatives you can write down in conclusion. That because of all these benefits, there is a dedicated focus by Government of India, such as FAME India scheme or National Electric Mobility Mission Plan. That is how we are going to complete this answer. So again, this is one of those expected questions, which you did expect that kabhi na kabhi aayega, and finally there was a question. So anything you would like to add, or if you have any doubt? The question, again, देखो ये बड़ा ज़रूरी है, that question के demand को समझना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. How do electric vehicles contribute to reducing carbon emission? What are the key benefits they offer compared to traditional combustion engine vehicle? Question में कहीं पे कुछ ये नहीं है, अगर discuss भी रहता, forget about critical discuss, अगर discuss रहता, examine रहता, तो फिर भी मैं बोलता कि हाँ, we should also, or even comment रहता, by the way, comment upon, even then I would have told you that write down some of the shortcomings and some of the challenges. But ये जो shortcoming challenges है हमारे question के scope का part नहीं है. So this is also very important to remember, that just because you know something does not mean that you have to write it. Always write whatever is contextual, right? So I don't think you have to write down shortcomings and challenges in this particular answer. And by the way, ये जो दो part है, अगर आप इसको अच्छे से elaborate करोगे, you can easily write 250 words here. Last question. This was again a very expected question. What is the main task of India's third moon mission which could not be achieved in its earlier mission? List the countries that have achieved this task. Introduce the subsystems in the spacecraft launched and explain the role of Virtual Launch Control Center at the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, which contributed to successful launch from Sriharikota. So there are many parts of this question. I think the only part which perhaps you did not expect was the last part. बाकी सारी चीजें बहुत clear है. So there are 4 parts of this question. Main task, list the countries. That's a very small part. So if मान लो question 15 number का है, so maybe 1 or 2 marks for this part. List, not even 2 marks, maybe 1 marks for this part. List the countries that have achieved this task. But जो first part है and जो third and fourth part है, they are the main part of your answer where you have to focus a lot here. This question everybody is going to answer. How you can perhaps enhance the quality for answer. So in this case, the more specific your information is, the better marks you are going to get. And you can perhaps draw some pictures here also. So for example, you can talk about how we, just say, let me in fact explain this entire approach, what I am going to do here. I will first give a context of Chandrayaan 3. We can talk about, perhaps in the introduction itself, that how in August 2023, ISRO has become the 4th space agency to soft land on moon after US, Russia and China. ये introduction में हम लिख सकते हैं, जो हमारा एक part है उसमें ये भी परेशान होने की जरूरत नहीं कि क्या पता हम भूल जाएं. And you can also add in the same introduction that we became the first country to do this very near to South Pole. While all other missions were near the equator of the moon, this was the first mission which was launched very close to the South Pole of moon. ये हमारा introduction का ही part हो सकता है. Then we can go to the next part. So how I am going to write here? Basic context of the mission, that we successfully soft landed on moon. Then in the second part, we can talk about that how this was not our first attempt. First attempt, we tried the same thing in 2019 with Chandrayaan 2 mission, which had again a lander, it had a rover also, apart from orbiter. So orbiter still is active, but lander and rover we could not softly land, they crashed. Right, so we can talk about that also. So we had a lot of arrangements which made this soft landing possible. That will be an important part of this subsystems in the spacecraft launched. वो उसमें हम इसको detail में explain करेंगे. But we can definitely write in here about Chandrayaan 2. And with the help of Chandrayaan 2, we can talk about the objectives of Chandrayaan 3, similar objectives. 3 main objectives. पहला objective है soft land on moon surface. Second objective है rover, that we have to rove around the surface of moon. And third objective है to do in situ experiment. तो अभी तक जो भी हम moon के बारे में data हमने collect करा है, at least ISRO ने, हमने दूर से करा है. We have whatever data we have collected, we have done that from orbiter missions. Chandrayaan 1 was also only an orbiter mission. Now we want to do those experiments on the surface of moon, and we want to find relevant information about moon in situ. In situ means that on the surface of moon in this case particularly. So there are 3 objectives. We can talk about these 3 objectives. Soft landing, rover roving on the surface. We did that. Not only that, rover made a hop also. आपने news में पढ़ा होगा that not rover. The lander made a hop also. It hopped few centimeter above and then again it landed safely. Now this is actually very important because maybe in future we can collect sample from moon or from other objects and we can collect those sample and return it back to the earth. And third is of course in situ experiments. These are the 3 objectives of Chandrayaan 3. Now let's come to, we have already handled this part, list the countries that have achieved this task. Now let's come to the third part, introduce the subsystems in the spacecraft. अब यहाँ पे देखो, this is one of those areas where you are going to get more or less marks. So people who could recollect the name of payloads, they will definitely get more marks. But even if you do not have the name of payloads memorized, but even if you know the overall objectives of those payloads, that also should suffice. But I do not have any doubt about that if somebody could write, let's say Rambha tries to achieve this, or Chest tries to achieve this, if somebody could write all those things, then they will get extra marks. So for example, what we are going to write here is, what are the subsystems? We can talk about that it had 3 modules. That you had first a propulsion module. In propulsion module itself, we can talk about that how propulsion module, इसका जो main काम तो ये था, that lander rover को अर्थ से carry करके जाना lunar orbit में. Maybe I can make a diagram here, that when I'm explaining about propulsion module, I can make a diagram that जो हमारा initial orbit हमने जो launch किया था around Earth, that looked something like this. But we kept raising this orbit. And finally we went to moon, right? We went to moon, and after that we again kept reducing this orbit. We kept reducing this orbit and we came very close to moon. So we can make this diagram here, and we can talk about this propulsion module had all the necessary fuel which was able to achieve this. This is your Earth, this is moon, and this was the actual orbit which was achieved by our rocket LVM-3. But after that, ये जो V orbital maneuvering है, all of this orbital maneuvering, that happened with the help of propulsion module. तो ये तो हम एक यहाँ पे हम diagram भी बना सकते हैं. And we can also mention that apart from this, propulsion module also had this payload called Shape. The name of that payload was Shape. And the objective of this payload was to collect data about Earth from far away. Now why we are collecting data about Earth from far away? Because we want to understand that if we are collecting data about a planet which is habitable, Earth is habitable, then what type of data we can collect from so far away so that it signifies that life is possible on Earth. This knowledge perhaps will help us in some future exoplanet exploration, that we are collecting data about some exoplanet outside solar system, and we are trying to figure out if life is possible there or not. So in one line we can simply write that apart from propulsion module का एक काम तो ये है lander rover को carry करना to lunar orbit, but second काम ये भी है that it had a payload, and this payload collected data about Earth which will help us in understanding the habitability of some exoplanet. Then we can write about lander module. So lander module है, this had 4 payloads. Rambha, I think there was another payload called, if I'm not mistaken, ILSA, LRA, and there was one more payload called Chest. Rambha का purpose ये है that it aims to collect data about charged particles on the lunar surface. What is the density of charged particle? That's very important because that will allow that if communication is possible without any interruption. If charged particle density is very high, then it can help in communication but can also disrupt communication. ILSA, the focus of ILSA was to know the seismic activity on moon. That moon पे जो भी seismic activity है वो अगर है और क्यों है, and I should tell you that the information we have gathered, we are analyzing that information, and they have actually signified that some seismic activity is there, but why it is there, that we need perhaps more data for that. LRA aims to understand the dynamics of moon compared to sun and earth. That's if moon's position is changing compared to sun and earth, how that is changing. And CHASE tries to understand that how the temperature on moon surface is changing. So all these payloads were part of lander module. We can also write that lander module had sensors and an onboard camera which allowed soft landing. Because in the first part, the question had talked about could not be achieved in earlier mission. So Chandrayaan 2, we could not soft land. So we had a lot of arrangements here which allowed soft landing of Chandrayaan. So we can talk about that how it had many sensors. For example, it had a sensor called altimeter. That altimeter collected data that what is the height of this lander as of now compared to the lunar surface. It had velocimeter. Velocimeter collected data about altimeter collected data about altitude of lander module from the lunar surface. It had 2 velocimeters which collected its data both vertical velocity as well as horizontal velocity. Now, isko samajhna bahut aasan hai that when this lander got separated from propulsion, then iska khud ka velocity hai. But because of lunar gravity, it is going to fall with even more velocity. We need to control both of that. We need to control its original velocity as well as it is falling towards moon, its speed is going to increase because of lunar gravity. We need to control both of that. And it had this onboard camera. This onboard camera was taking a live picture of the landing site. And this onboard camera was equipped with AI, computer vision. Remember I talked about computer vision? So it was equipped with computer vision AI that it has to take a live footage of the landing site and it has to process that data and it has to come to a conclusion that is this landing site safe or not. And it was able to do that. And last but not the least, it also had an arrangement that even if it landed with 3 meters per second, हमारा goal क्या है that just before touching the surface, the speed should be 0. But arrangement यहाँ पे ऐसा था that even if let's say it is going to land with 3 meters per second, even then it is not going to crash. So we had lot of arrangements here, lot of sensors, a computer which was very powerful, an onboard camera, sensors collecting data about altitude, velocity, all of those things together, and that allowed soft landing on the surface. And last, rover module. Rover module had 2 payloads. These payloads allowed us to analyze lunar surface about its elemental and mineralogical composition, that what type of elements and minerals are found on the lunar surface. We already have found, for example, sulfur or aluminum and oxygen and many other elements on the lunar surface. And we are analyzing this data as we speak, and maybe we will get even more information that what type of elements we are talking about here. So we can write down this part, and finally, this part was interesting, virtual launch control center, but very interestingly, this was covered by Hindu. Vikram Sarabhai, and this was covered in fact again in July 2023. Vikram Sarabhai Space Center to carry out system checkouts ahead of Chandrayaan 3 launch. So देखो virtual launch control center का जो काम ये होता है, that just before launching of your rocket, you are analyzing your system that if everything is working fine or not. There are onboard computers. Those onboard computers are doing a diagnostic test of your rocket. Through a communication system, you are collecting this data and you are concluding, not going to the rocket, but you are doing all of that from far away, hence the name Virtual Launch Control Center. So just before launching of rockets, many space agencies have been doing that for many years. ISRO has started doing this in only last few years. That rather than a diagnosis of rocket just before launch, on board or people doing that, the final testing hai, this final testing now happens completely virtually. That there are computers which are doing this diagnostic test. We are collecting this data, we are analyzing this data, and we are concluding that if everything is as exactly as it was planned, or maybe if some changes are required, then we will perhaps delay this launch. So Virtual Launch Control Center allows you system checkout just before the launch, that if everything is functioning well, and if anything is required to change, then maybe we will delay the launch. We have used it for many launches. We also used it for Chandrayaan 3. So this is one part which was very specific, right? Just before the launch. After जो भी चीजें हैं वो mission control center करेगा. But just before the launch, everything will be done by जो system diagnosis है, that will be done by virtual launch control center. ये हमको final part में लिखना था, and finally आप एक positive conclusion लिख सकते हो that we can talk about in general that how it has inspired us as a nation or how we have celebrated this success as a nation, something like that, and we can conclude our answer. So again, this was one of the expected question, and UPSC did ask a beautiful question on it. I do think that everybody, I'm very sure that everybody has written this answer, but people who have made relevant diagrams and people who have provided some key information with names and then objectives, they will have more advantage and they will get extra marks in this particular question. So if you have anything to add or if you have any doubt, you can ask questions. No, it has replaced the manual checking. जो final diagnosis है वो manually नहीं होता है. Manually जो होगा, जो हम पूरा जब assemble करेंगे वो सब हम manual check करेंगे. But आपने जैसे rocket launch का आपने देखा है वीडियो, तो एक बार जब हमने place कर दिया, so जो final diagnosis part है, for that manual check-in is not required anymore. We can do that with the help of virtual launch control center, and that is why this question was asked. Okay, so one more topic, environment and disaster management, and all the best guys for your preparation. If you have any doubt, you can always send me a mail. सॉरी, फिर से बोलिएगा जरा. हाँ बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं. मैं इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ दैट मेरे हिसाब से अगर जिसने पेलोड का नाम लिखा हो और अगर फुल फॉर्म भी पता हो तो डेफिनेटली दे विल गेट 1 extra marks. But even I do not, it's very difficult to recollect so much of information. So even if I do not know the name of the payload, but I do know that in payloads का objective क्या है. For example, I wrote that lander module had many payloads with following objectives: monitoring seismic activity, temperature variance, how position of moon changes compared to sun and earth. अगर हम ये भी लिख ले, that is also good. But those who have written the names here, they will definitely have some advantage. That was my entire point. I think that shortcut कर लिख के भी ऑब्जेक्टिव अगर आप लिख दोगे तो बहुत है, बिकॉज अगर आपको फुल फॉर्म याद है तो ऑब्जेक्टिव भी लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. जैसे जो फुल फॉर्म है उस फुल फॉर्म में ही ऑब्जेक्टिव उसका लिखा हुआ है. आई थिंक आई शुड हैव, जैसे ये देखो, चंद्र सरफेस थर्मोफिजिकल एक्सपेरिमेंट. अगर ये आपने फुल फॉर्म लिख दिया तो ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या लिखोगे आप? ये थर्मोफिजिकल एक्सपेरिमेंट नाम से क्लियर है दैट इट इज गोइंग टू कलेक्ट टेम्परेचर डेटा. और लेजर रिफ्लेक्ट्रोमीटर एरे, अब यहां पे एक्सप्लेन करना पड़ेगा दैट व्हाट इज द ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग. सो इफ यू कैन रिमेंबर द फुल फॉर्म, वेरी गुड. But even if you could not, and it's totally fine, it's always difficult to memorize so much of data, then even writing objectives with shortcut, that is going to be good. Okay? See you guys.
Okay, very good evening everyone. Very long session at that. हाँ इतना लंबा तो exam भी नहीं है. Okay, but obviously see the preparation is always harder and seems longer than the actual battle, है ना? That is what happens. Okay, so very good evening. My name is Gitika. We will be today analyzing the environment and disaster management questions of paper 3, and environment and disaster management is a constant feature in UPSC. Prelims में तो बहुत ही important है. It's equally important in mains, particularly because the two concepts are very interlinked. Okay, with respect to environment also the questions are somewhere bordering around climate change and associated disasters. Okay, so let's quickly start. I don't want to waste too much time in introduction. सीधा question देखते हैं. Okay, because you all have been very patient already. I appreciate that. So the number of questions in environment and disaster management every year has been hovering around 4 to 5, especially in paper 3. That does not mean that questions cannot be asked in paper 1. Paper 1 you already know has geography, so a lot of questions, you know, which you can say are overlapping with geography and environment are asked in paper 1 as well. Okay, but in paper 3, we are talking about paper 3 today, it's roughly around 4 to 5 questions every year. So this is the graph. All right, so let's see. In disaster management there are two kinds of questions which we have observed specifically related to disasters. One is specific hazard specific questions. So you will have questions on, let's say, landslide, urban flooding, earthquakes, so on and so forth. So if you see here, the questions in 2022 talked about cloudburst, question in 2021 talked about earthquakes, and again in 2021 it talked about landslides. Okay, so there are hazard specific questions. So when you encounter hazard specific questions, your preparation should go in a structured manner. Like, one, you should know how to define the hazard. So how is cloudburst different from normal rainfall? There is a proper definition of cloudburst, if you know. So basically there is a certain amount of rainfall that is received in an hour in an area of 100 square kilometer or 10 kilometers into 10 kilometers. If you receive above that, that is a cloudburst, otherwise it is a normal rainfall. So when you encounter questions related to hazards, you should be able to define the hazard. Okay, then you should be able to tell the reasons for that hazard as to why it happens, you know. So if you're talking about earthquakes, you will talk about what? Plate tectonics, right? You will talk about the movement of plates. All right, and then you should be analyzing with respect to that hazard what are the major vulnerable places in the world. Okay, in the world and in India, what is India's status with respect to it? So if you see, mostly it is talking about Indian subcontinent, India and India strategy. So hazard pe general hoga, but they will ask specifics with respect to India. And within India, what are the key nodal agencies that are working for every hazard, for every this thing, there is a separate nodal agency. Okay, and for most of the hazards in India, the NDMA, that is the National Disaster Management Authority, has already given guidelines. So that guidelines becomes very important. Now, just want to warn you a bit here. If you say I will go on to the net and read about the NDMA guidelines, see, NDMA guidelines is like a 200-page book. Okay, earthquake pe 200 page ki ek book hogi on NDMA guidelines. You can't obviously read all of that. Okay, so somewhere you should probably try to look for, you know, let's say synopsis or a summary of these guidelines. With Vision, the students who are already enrolled, there is something called value added material which is provided to you that has documents on disaster management. You can go through that and the summary is given there. Okay, but I don't think it is open for all the, it's not an open resource on the website. I'll have to check with the authorities for that. And nonetheless, bottom line is, management NDMA guidelines जब भी किसी hazard की पढ़नी है, you should have at least 7-8 key points. And in all those key points, there should be talk about disaster preparedness. Okay, you should be talking about the preparedness aspect. You should be talking about early warning. Then you should be talking about measures that can be taken. So measures will be divided into two parts, structural measures and non-structural measures. Most of the hazards, most of the disasters can be avoided because of good structural measures. So for example, earthquake resilient buildings. Okay, landslide may again some structural measures if you take, they can be contained. So that is how हर disaster को, हर hazard को ये 4-5 specific points में पढ़ना है and we have to prepare. बहुत time नहीं लगाना है इसमें because the number of questions is around 2 in disaster management. Okay, all right, clear? This is just a brief overview. And then we have, then there are questions in disaster management. Sorry. नहीं पीछे कर बैक ठीक ओके फाइन. Okay, I'll try to deal with this. All right. So we were talking about hazard-specific disaster questions. Now we will be talking about disaster management conceptual questions. Also, UPSC has asked. And mind you, we are only analyzing the last 5 years' data. Okay. So here, if you see, discuss the recent measures initiated in disaster management by the Government of India, departing from the earlier reactive approach. So earlier, not just Government of India, the world over, they had a tendency of disaster mitigation, in the sense कि कुछ हो गया उसके बाद the approach was more reactive than proactive. Now, because of Sendai framework and all other, UN disaster risk reduction strategies, it has been now understood by authorities all over the world that disasters need to be prepared for, and not कि जब हो गया तो उसके बाद relief कर रहे हैं, rehabilitation कर रहे हैं, rescue कर रहे हैं. Okay, one has to prepare for them. So this question is also talking about disaster preparedness. Then you have to talk about vulnerability. Vulnerability is an essential element for defining disaster impacts and its threat to people. Now, what is vulnerability? Can anyone tell me the difference between vulnerability, risk and hazard? They all sound very similar, don't they? Okay, what is hazard? I've been saying hazard बहुत देर से, 5 minutes हो गए. What is hazard? Look, one thing in UPSC, और कुछ होना हो, you have to have the confidence to speak up. Okay, and you have to have the confidence to articulate your thoughts. See, the problem with this exam is most of us know everything conceptually. Abhishek sir very nicely taught you everything about Chandrayaan and all the phases and everything is good. Understanding सबको होती है. इस एग्जाम में वो आगे निकलता है जो इसमें लिख पाता है. If you're able to write, okay, so you should be able to articulate your thoughts. Okay, so difference between hazard, risk and vulnerability. Hazard is basically anything like earthquake hazard, okay, like a landslide hazard. That means एक tendency है उस area में वहाँ ये होने की. Okay, that is earthquake आ सकता है. We are in a high seismic zone. Okay, वहाँ पे landslide हो सकता है. That is a hazard. When you talk about risk, अच्छा, vulnerability means yeah. So how much can it impact human population? Okay, so अगर किसी हिमालय के जंगलों में earthquake आ रहा है, will it impact us? It won't have much of a difference, right? So we are not vulnerable as such to that hazard in that place. And risk is when you combine both vulnerability as well as hazard. Okay, fine. Risk is equal to vulnerability into hazard. So basically, vulnerability means how much of a possibility it has of, how much scope it has of destruction to human life and property. All right, fine. So vulnerability is an essential element for defining disaster impacts and its threat to people. The question itself is telling you कि इसका मतलब सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि वहाँ पे earthquake आ सकता है, वहाँ पे अगर earthquake आया तो क्या impact हो सकता है, कितना ज़्यादा to people, that is what is vulnerability. All right. Discuss the different types of vulnerability with reference to disasters. So there is social, there is economic, okay, all those things come under vulnerability. What I'm trying to tell you with this is that there are questions in disaster management, both theoretical as well as hazard specific, which have to be prepared. And these are low hanging fruits. These are low hanging fruits because आपको थोड़ा सा ही पढ़ना है, but you will be done with the topics. And at least 4 questions, 3 to 4 questions you will be sure about. Economics, agriculture, all these sectors are so wide. Science and tech is so wide कि आप कितना भी पढ़ोगे आपको हमेशा डाउट आएगा कि ये क्वेश्चन आएगा कि नहीं आएगा. You know, but with disaster management and such topics are low hanging fruits. तो इसको definitely पढ़ के जाना है so that when you are appearing in the exam, for sure you know कि इनमें से कुछ ना कुछ तो आएगा ही आएगा. All right? Good. Fine. Again, this question in 2019, it is about disaster preparedness is the first step in any disaster management process. Again, this is simply talking about emphasizing the importance of disaster preparedness. All right? Moving on. Fine. Now coming to environment. Okay? Environment, some questions have been primarily on asking on specific acts, laws, policies of both domestic, that is Government of India, and international. Okay? Generic questions कम आए हैं, not to say कि नहीं आए हैं, but कम. So they will ask you उसी में, you know, like for example, I'll show you. So here, coastal sand mining, whether legal or illegal, poses one of the biggest threats to our environment. Analyze the impact of sand mining along the Indian coast, citing specific examples. So this is one trend which is clearly observed. One is that in Indian context, things are always asked. Second thing is examples बहुत ज़्यादा पूछे जाते हैं. You know, give examples. And explicitly, of course, even if it was not written, you were required to write an example. But examples are explicitly asked. Okay? Then, for example, this question. What are the salient features of the Jal Shakti Abhiyan launched by the Government of India for water conservation and water security? Again, direct question asking about the objectives and provisions of the particular program. Similarly, National Clean Air Program. Similarly, Environment Impact Assessment Notification. Okay? So, these are examples of absolutely ekdam program specific questions asked by UPSC. Okay? And this is not to say कि सिर्फ recent programs पूछें. They'll also ask you questions on old programs. Okay? So, if you see this slide, there are questions from international conventions. Okay? So this is like, for example, recent COP26 हुआ ग्लासगो में, उसके बाद उसके outcomes पूछे, ठीक है? Then उसी साल similarly in 2021 air quality guidelines were released by WHO. Simple question on that. In 2021, this question was asked on air quality guidelines in mains. The very next year in 2022, in prelims, there was a question on air quality guidelines. Okay? So even if you don't get an opportunity to write mains, all the questions in mains become, or all the topics automatically become important for prelims. Clear? Okay. Similarly, again, see Glasgow, all right? And then Kyoto Protocol. This question is talking about Kyoto Protocol 1997 and 2022. And Kyoto Protocol has already been replaced by Paris Agreement, right? So now see, it's not just fresh but also old which are asked. Okay? Now, coming to this year's questions, this is just a brief as to what is the kind of expectation you should have, what kind of questions are asked. All right? Now let's come to the actual analysis. Okay. Dam failures are always catastrophic. Now this is a 10-marker question. Now with all the questions that we will, there are only 4 questions. All the questions, I will show you some samples of introduction, what should be in the body or the main content, okay, and some samples of conclusion. Apart from that, I will show you some toppers answer copies as to, of course, we don't have them writing similar answers, the same answer, but similar questions which they have attempted in Vision IS test series, okay, and how they have attempted this question, similar question. And then towards the end, I have also attempted one question, which I will share with you in the given time limit. So there is always a difference between theory and practical. When you're talking about theory, you're saying that, oh, ye aana chahiye, ye likhna chahiye, all these points should have been written. That's one thing. But when you sit down to actually write an answer within the given time limit, the story completely changes. Why? Because you're racing against time. You are racing against your memory. Points nahi yaad aate. Your mind is somewhere still working in the question, previous question, and you are required to, quickly remember points of the next question. So almost 20 topics you are running, and then you are writing 2 exams in one day. Okay, so imagine at the end and on consecutive days, essay, GS1, GS2 on next day, then third day you are writing GS3 and GS4. So by the time you are closing in on GS3 and GS4, your hands are also twisted because you are so tired of writing. 6 hours writing is not easy. Abhi 6 hours बैठना ही कितना tough लग रहा है. Clear? So keeping these limitations in mind, you have to make your preparation in a manner where these things become easy. Okay? बहुत सारी theory, see, if you go on reading about any topic, there is no end to it. Artificial intelligence hai, there is no end to it. You can granth ke granth padhe, likhe padhte raho. There is no point. Here you are trying to crack an exam. And to clear that exam, you have to make your preparation very concise. कि यार ये topic है, इसमें ये 4-5 point are important. These are the only ones that I will remember and revise, some examples related to it, and this is how I will attempt it. Okay, this is the best you can do because wohi 4 points will be easier to revise time and again, especially when you are, closing your exams. When suppose your mains is in September or August में आप revision कर रहे हो बार-बार, आपको 4-5 point हर topic के मिलेंगे, तभी आप सारा syllabus cover कर पाओगे. You get my point? So we will analyze this paper on those lines, apart from what content should have been there. Alright? Fine. So let's start. Dam failures are always catastrophic, especially on the downstream side, resulting in a colossal loss of life and property. Analyze the various causes of dam failures. Give 2 examples of large dam failures. Now, generally just start thinking what are the different causes of dam failures. Or can anybody define a dam for me? What is a dam? Okay. How will you start the answer? What more will you write? Store water, very nice. For different purposes, it can be for water management, it can be for hydropower generation. Yes, good. That's how you have to keep your mind running. है ना? Regulate the flow of water. Yes, you were saying something? Yes, right. No, but this is talking about dam failures, not dam construction. Okay, so make that distinction in your mind clear. It is talking about dam failure. मतलब dam बनाने से पहले जो rehabilitation of people हुआ है, जो displacement of people हुआ है, that's a different story. This is a dam failure. So this is a disaster management related question. Okay, yeah. Correct. So basically you start, see, I'll show you, when I go forward, I'll show you how toppers have written simple answers, very simple answers, but just to the point उन्होंने information लिखा है. Okay, we'll cover that also. So simple, the dam is a structure built across a stream or a river to hold water back. Okay, dams can be used to store water, control flooding and generate hydropower. This is what all you said. यही बोला ना आपने. ठीक है? So no rocket science here. Now, the question, it's a 10 marker question. 10 marker is 150 words. You hardly have scope for writing much. Okay, बहुत कहानी लिखने का scope ही नहीं है. So simply we're going to read what are the causes of dam failure. See, in general, research has given this is the percentage of dam failure. So for example, if there is an issue in the foundation or the stability of dam, okay, that accounts for 23% of failures. If there is an issue of overtopping, okay, for example, overspilling, all right, so that accounts for 38%. Then there is something called piping. Okay, what is piping? Piping means, so for example, if this is the dam and it is separating two streams, two parts of water from here. Sometimes what happens, see, at the end of the day, this is just ground, right? Thoda sa maybe yahan pe concrete ka wo kiya hoga, but it is still impermeable, right? So water can seep down, okay, and come to the other side. So when it creates this channel, ek pipe si ban jati hai, this is what causes piping. And because of piping, a lot of water actually goes to the other side, leading to a change in the foundation. So what was straight earlier became tilted. Okay, this is piping. Okay, of course you're not expected to know this. See, these are all things of civil engineering and structures. But this is just for your information now that the question has been asked. And then other issues, gate failure, human error, sabotage. What is sabotage? Intentionally somebody is trying to, like an act of terror, okay, or something like that, is a sabotage. So these are the simple causes of dam failure. You could have written this even without studying it, right? You could have written about uncontrolled construction, foundation failure, storage capacity issue. You can talk about excessive rainfall, that is a storage capacity issue, poor management, sabotage, human error. ये सब लिख सकते थे, ठीक है? Yes, absolutely. Okay, now the next part of the question is asking you talk about 2 examples of major dam failures. So anything that you know. Of course, Libya is the recent one. This you could have also mentioned in the introduction. The dam failures cause a huge amount of damage, okay, especially in the downstream areas. For example, recently witnessed in the Libya into 2023. Okay. Likewise, you can talk about Machu Dam. You can talk about this China's. This one is perhaps the most, the largest, dam tragedy that has ever taken place in the world. Approximately 170,000 people had passed away. Of course, okay, this was again many years ago, but still largest hai, so we are mentioning it. Okay. Now, simply considering the failures, measures during the design, construction, and management stage, these need to be taken. Planning needs to be done, and detailed planning for government in case of dam failure, and an institutional mechanism should be developed to ensure safe functioning. Simple, generic hai, okay? Now, see, now I'll show you. After this question, I will show you one topper's answer copy as to how the topper has, this is also another 10-marker question, how has attempted such questions, okay? Let's go on. This is another disaster-related question. What is oil pollution? What are its impact on the marine ecosystem? In what way is oil pollution particularly harmful for a country like India? Again, in Indian context, it is asking. Yes, you can manage. See, if the question is not asking you about catastrophic failure, that the question itself is telling you that they are always catastrophic in nature. No, so you don't have to tell, see, loss of property and life wo aapko question hi bata raha hai. Okay, why I'm saying this, it's already a 10-marker question. You don't have scope to, write much. Okay, so now you see this question, impact on marine ecosystems. Oil pollution, what is oil pollution? You simply tell what is oil pollution. Oil pollution is the unintended release or spill of oil or liquid petroleum into the marine ecosystem due to human activity. Kitna simple definition hai na? That is all that needs to be done. And what are the impacts? So what can it do? So basically what happens is when oil releases, in the marine ecosystem, it sticks to the body of animals like sea otters, birds. So earlier, jo sea otters, birds who had this ability to, dispel water, basically water was not attaching to their body. Okay, it was not getting absorbed. They could repel it. That repelling wali property of the animals gets, spoiled. So because of that, they start absorbing water, okay, and because of that they catch cold. जो कि earlier पहले water उस पे बैठता नहीं था on their body, it starts settling on their body, they start absorbing water, because of which they catch cold. So hypothermia, and because of that they also get exposed to harsh elements. So harsh elements through inhalation also. Okay, then there is trapping of juvenile sea creatures. So because the oil slick, you have seen that, right, in pictures, that oil is settled on the surface and does not give scope for movement to the juvenile creatures, that leads to trapping. Mass killing of marine sea life, of course, and there is an impact on mangroves. It is talking about ecosystem, so you have to not only talk about animals but also plants, okay? And destroys the insulating ability of fur-bearing mammals and birds. I told you this, okay? Simple hai. Now see this. Hypothermia, I just told that they water repel nahi kar pate and it gets absorbed and leads to temperature imbalance, okay? Now, in the Indian context, why is oil pollution so important? See, India has a vast coastline, okay? So you mention about that. You talk about the coastal states of India, the kind of population that is residing there, they will be impacted. Why? Because majority of the coastal communities' occupation is fishing, right? Correct. So that gets impacted. And then our huge petroleum demand is met through imports. So again, we are dependent on the coast for that, because majority of the petroleum is transported via sea routes, okay? And these are some of the examples, okay? So same points, again thoda sa, in the Indian context, if you are talking about what are the different community, impact it can happen in Indian context, similar points you can write with respect to India, giving some examples. So for example, in Chennai recently that oil spill had taken place and people because of that refused to buy fish because people thought it is contaminated. So it impacted not only directly but indirectly the fishermen community, so on and so forth. Now what I want to show you here is, okay, of course this is the conclusion that you can talk about. See, I wanted to show you this. This is the answer copy, if I'm not wrong, of Siddharth Shukla, rank 18. Okay, this year. Siddharth Shukla. Now, if you see his question, the question is talking about the problem of flooding in urban areas is not only due to overflowing rivers, but also uninformed ways in which our cities are coping with urbanization. Discuss. In this context, mention the NDMA guidelines on urban floods. Okay? Now see his introduction. Urban flooding is a disaster that is both natural and anthropogenic. Recently, Hyderabad and Mumbai witnessed devastating urban floods. Kitta simple introduction hai. Is there anything complicated about it? Nothing, right? Then, reasons for urban floods. Natural, then he talks about wetland encroachment, siltation. See, he has mentioned all the points, but very fast and quickly, okay, in the form of a flow chart, kind of. Natural में है, monsoon rainfall की वजह से है, because why? Because 80% of our precipitation comes from monsoon, and that means 3 months of the year or 2 to 3 months of the year receives 80% of the rainfall. बाकी सारा साल dry रहता है. तो एक साथ अगर इतनी rainfall होगी तो naturally we are prone to urban flooding. He has mentioned that. He's mentioned about climate change. Then wetland encroachment, siltation, failure of urban planning, sewerage. Again, giving examples like Mithi River and Yamuna. Everything is there in this answer without making it too verbose or too, big. Now, simply moves on to NDMA guidelines on urban flooding. Then he talks about 5-6 important points of the guidelines. Like I told you, it is a big document, but you just have to pick, the major summary from it. Is this clear? So are you able to understand? See, theory अपनी जगह है, एक concept को समझना अपनी जगह है, but to write an answer is a different art altogether. Okay, for which you need practice. Okay, I don't want to waste too much of your time because you're already running very late. Okay, so these are the other 2 questions that UPSC has asked. Okay, This is talking about the National Wetland Conservation Program initiated by the Government of India, and name a few of India's wetlands of international importance. Again, example वो आपसे खुद ही मांग रहा है, okay? Included in the Ramsar sites. So this program was actually started in 1986. So why is UPSC asking about it now? Okay, what could be the possible reason? In this year's budget, you know, the government has allocated budget for Mishti, Amrit Dharohar and PM Pranam. What is Mishti for? Mangroves, right? And Amrit Dharohar is for wetlands. Okay, so these schemes have been launched. So obviously, अगर कोई नई scheme किसी particular area में launch हुई है, you ought to weigh or you ought to measure the the success of the old scheme, how much that has performed. Okay, so this particular thing was covered in news very in detail. Now this is the website for indianwetlands.in. All information related to wetlands that you want, whether they are in Ramsar or not, everything, and all the programs related to wetlands can be accessed here. So this is the most authentic source. Okay. Just to tell you so that you can access these things later. Now introduction. Ab is question ka introduction. The question is asking you, I'll just take out the question here because I don't want to go back to the website. Previous slide. Comment on the National Wetland Conservation Program initiated by the Government of India. It is just asking you to comment on that. Okay, so you can talk about Government of India started this program since 1985-86. Or you can start with wetlands in India cover about 4% of the country's geographical area and they play a vital role in waste regulation and filtration. Okay, water regulation and water filtration. So this program was started in 1986. Similarly, you can also talk about, if you don't know this, आपको नहीं पता है कि in 1986 में शुरू हुआ है या आपको नहीं बहुत detail पता है, write a generic introduction. Wetlands are ecosystems which exist at the confluence of land and water, such as mangroves, marshes, peatlands. India has lost nearly 30% of its wetlands over the last 3 decades. Okay, that is why it is needed that we focus on conservation of wetlands. Through the national program, government has taken following steps. Okay, the different kinds of introductions that can be put in for one particular topic. If you know, good. If you don't know, see, if you know, then do mention it in the introduction because it kind of gives a perspective to the examiner that isko thoda aata hai. Okay, generic to har koi likh lega. All right, fine. Let's go forward. Now, the main content with respect to this is, see, basically the wetland program was merged with the National Lake Conservation Program and both were made into National Program for Conservation of Aquatic Ecosystems in 2013. So ये अब जो program which is actually running is National Program Plan for Conservation of Aquatic Ecosystems. Okay, under this program the government seeks to do basically 4 things. One is create a brief document for rapid baseline data, मतलब एक जल्दी से assessment कि इंडिया में कहाँ कहाँ wetlands हैं, what is their size, what is their status. Then you talk about wetland health card. You are assessing their conditions across 4 area categories, that is area, hydrological regime, biodiversity and governance. So एक wetland health card बनता है. उसके बाद there is an integrated management plan. A plan is devised for each wetland along with states as to how that wetland will be, conserved, how the biodiversity will be conserved and its resources will be augmented. Okay. For that, citizen partnership, that is wetland mitras, will be created. So ये basically 4 aspects हैं उसके. Now going forward, these are the different aspects which are part of that wetland particular program. So identification, financial assistance, see, it is a centrally sponsored scheme. So all centrally sponsored schemes, what happens? Government of India shares the responsibility with the states or allocates certain funds with the states and states also pitch in some money and together they make for conservation. Alright, so financial assistance is given, conservation and management, capacity building, research and monitoring, all these things are undertaken in the that program. Now see, this might sound very generic to you, but the examiner is always looking for keywords. Okay, it's always looking for keywords. So because the question is talking about comment, you will not just mention about the achievements, you will also talk about the limitations as to why this program could not achieve its full potential. Why? A, because all the wetlands are not covered under it. Okay, right? There are all small kinds of ponds, small lakes which are not covered under this program, because this program was primarily tackling major ones. Okay, then because of that there is states apathy. The states were not responding to the conservation of these wetlands in a very diligent manner. Then there was a issue of invasive species. Invasive species is also an issue. All right, because of invasive species, we lost certain wetlands. Okay, and of course climate change and data deficiency. Because of lack of enough data, we could not gather, because हमें पता ही नहीं है. So for a city like Bangalore had at every 50 meters Bangalore had a small pond. Now what is happening? Because of increasing urbanization, there is a tendency to fill sand in that pond and reclaim the land, right? Now that is happening, but what is happening because of that? Earlier जो बारिश का पानी आके उस pond में इकट्ठा हो जाता, that water does not have any place to go, because of which urban flooding is being caused. Okay, so these are the different impacts. Now see, these are the Ramsar sites of India. Currently we have how many? 75. That's because we are in the 75th year of independence, and that is why India recently declared 11 more. So we have 75 Ramsar sites. Okay. Now coming to the conclusion, you can talk about Amrit Dharohar, Mishti, all these schemes in the conclusion. You can say that, because the wetland conservation program has been going on, but to augment India's resources further, we probably need to implement these programs in a better way. Okay, so let's just see a similar answer copy of another topper for another question. This is again a 15-marker question. One thing which I observed with respect to UPSC tends to ask more questions in a 10-marker question and less in a 15-marker. So in a 10-marker question, we'll have 3 subparts. Okay, it will have 3 subparts. What is this, that, this. And a 15-marker will usually have 2 subparts, which means you are required to write more in 15, but sometimes your mind does not work on what all to write. And in the 10-marker, the challenge is, because so much is asked, you have to put all that information in a short space. Okay, so let's see this. National Hydrogen Mission can be a game changer for India's rising energy demands. Comment. Now this is again a program of Government of India. So this is why I picked up this question. This is a program of Government of India. The question is asking you to comment on this program. All right. Now if you see the, okay, this is Gamini Singla, rank 3 of 2021. Okay. So she writes, in the recent budget of 2020, government planned to launch a national hydrogen mission to give boost to clean energy. Simple introduction है, कुछ नहीं है, ठीक है? Then rising energy demands. So national hydrogen mission में she is not restricting herself simply to national hydrogen mission. ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ उसके provisions दे दिए कि ये होगा उसमें. She simply builds a context because it is a 250 marker question. She talks about what are the rising energy demands of India and the world. Explains that rising population, urbanization, we have development goals, and gives a flow chart. Similarly, then she talks about National Hydrogen Mission is a game changer, and how. Then clean source, affordable, easy availability, alternative source, because there are coal sources are depleting, and government initiative will provide funds for infrastructure, boost the sector. See, all the points that you see are very generic. है ना, आपको पढ़ के ऐसा लग रहा है कि हाँ ये तो पता ही है इसमें क्या है. But this is the answer copy of a topper. The challenge is not in writing these points. The challenge is in writing these points in a span of 3 hours and 20 questions. This is the challenge. Okay? जब इतना सब कुछ लिखना, एक एग्जाम में 20 questions attempt करना, and then to write, fill that up is the challenge. Okay, so now see, once she has given about the mission, then she talks about the challenges. Like we did in our structure, we spoke about the provisions of the program, then we talk about the limitations of the program. Okay, so in the challenges, she talks about skilled manpower is a challenge, lack of technology, 60% of energy demands are still being met by coal. And then finally, way forward mein, she probably ran out of space and time, yet she wrote all the points in a format like this. What does it tell you? See, what it tells you is that you should first have the courage to whatever your thoughts are, be articulate with them, it's very important. Unko likho. Then you should be able to structure your answer as per the demands of the question and address all parts, which you obviously know by now, but at the same time, try and make it concise. So for this level of preparation, do you think one needs to read the whole green hydrogen, national hydrogen mission ka document? No, you don't need to do that. You only need to read the newspapers. And from the newspapers, you need to pick 4 or 5 unique points. This point is different from this point. Clean source is different from affordable. Affordable is different from available. Affordability and availability is not the same. Affordability means it is cheap. Available means it is there for you to consume. Agar available ही नहीं है तो cheap का क्या करेंगे? Clear? Then alternative source. Again, this is a unique point. My point being that you have to gather 5 to 6 unique points for each of the questions. Alright, now I attempted this question on my own, okay, in the given span of time. Not to say that I did a great job, but point being, this is how I structured the answer. I talked about wetlands, I talked about their importance in India. Then I underlined that they have a major role in water regulation and biodiversity. Then I talked about the government launched this program. Okay, fine. I simply said it's a centrally sponsored scheme and following activities are undertaken it. I drew a flow chart. Okay, and flow chart mein I've written about everything, those baseline information, identification, conservation and management. These are the words which examiner will look for in your answers. Do you get my point? Number ऐसे मिलेंगे. Simple लिखने का कि okay, we should conserve, it helps in biodiversity conservation, it will protect animals, it will protect water and this, that, उसके marks नहीं मिलेंगे. The examiner is looking for these terms. Okay, this is what will fetch you marks. But the key takeaway here is not कि answer कैसे लिखना है, the key takeaway here is notes कैसे बनाने हैं. This is how you have to make your notes. You get it? आप battlefield में वही करोगे जो आपने preparation में किया है. आप प्रिपरेशन में कुछ और कर रहे हो और फिर एग्जाम में कुछ और परफॉर्मेंस नहीं होगा, दैट विल नॉट वर्क. सो व्हाट वी हैव टू डू इज द नोट मेकिंग हैज टू बी इन सच अ मैनर दैट यू कैन पुट इट ऑन द एग्जाम. 5 मिनट बचे, जल्दी जल्दी स्क्रिबल करके एटलीस्ट सारे पॉइंट्स लिख दो. यू शो मी वन टॉपर्स आंसर कॉपी वेयर द टॉपर हैज वेरी नाइसली नीटली रिटन इट लाइक अ बुक. Nobody has the time and nobody has the mental bandwidth to do that in this exam. Okay, so this is the key takeaway from this session. आपको कंटेंट बाहर मिल जाएगा, आपको नॉलेज सारी मिल जाएगी, डॉक्यूमेंट्स खोल के देखो, सारी इंफॉर्मेशन है. बट वॉट वी हैव टू लर्न फ्रॉम दिस सेशन इज हाउ टू प्रिपेयर एंड हाउ टू राइट आंसर्स. ओके, नाउ गोइंग फॉरवर्ड, again I drew the limitations of this program again in a flow chart because I was running out of time. I put a clock and I wrote it. Fine. Then the question I'm addressing, the second part of the question. The question is talking about comment on, I think it says, yeah, it says name a few of India's wetlands of international importance included in the Ramsar sites. So मुझे जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट साउथ वेस्ट के कुछ मेजर पता थे, नेम अ फ्यू है, ना 2 है ना 4 है, आई ड्रू. ओके, एंड I have seen toppers drawing worse maps of India, much worse. So don't laugh at my map making skills. It does not matter. Okay, but it does not matter. See, the ratio should be overall okay. So if you know, in this case, for example, my Arunachal went a little down. It should have been a little up with Rajasthan. on this tropic level, okay, on this latitude. These things matter, but overall क्या है, जब when you are running in the exam, you are just running against time, ठीक है? Quickly you draw the figure and you talk about that, and then you just conclude. While wetlands are crucial for our defense against climate change, they also act as buffers against storm. Now, this again one thing I wanted to tell you. अगर आपके पास फ्लो चार्ट करने का भी टाइम नहीं है एंड यू वांट टू गिव मोर एम्फोसिस ऑन द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ वेटलैंड्स, तो अपने कंक्लूजन में कॉमा कॉमा करके वो 3-4 पॉइंट्स लिख दो. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल कंक्लूजन में या कहीं भी यू कैन राइट दैट दे एक्ट एज अ बफर अगेंस्ट स्टॉर्म, दे प्रिवेंट फ्लडिंग, कंट्रोल इरोजन, प्यूरिफाई वाटर, ऐसे 3-4 करके एंड इसको अंडरलाइन कर दिया. सो द एग्जामिनर नोज दैट यू नो द इम्पोर्टेंस एंड रोल ऑफ वेटलैंड्स. Okay, and simply then with the announcement of new schemes like Amrit Dharohar Mishri, the government is taking a step in the right direction. खत्म. यही करना है, ठीक है? लेकिन पढ़ाई कैसे करनी है? When you're preparing notes, when you're reading the particular text, उसमें को स्टोरी की तरह समझ लेना है, लेकिन लर्न क्या करना है? When you note it in your notebook, आपकी नोटबुक में इससे ज़्यादा इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं होनी चाहिए. एक यहाँ पे मे बी साल का नाम लिख लो, एक सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम, बस ये 4-5 पॉइंट इज व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर दिस प्रिपरेशन. क्लियर? बिकॉज देयर सिलेबस इज सो मच, क्या क्या करोगे, ठीक है? ऑल राइट. नाउ this question, last question, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has predicted a global sea level rise of about 1 meter by AD 2100. What would be its impact in India and other countries in the Indian Ocean region? अब sea level rise related information रोज न्यूज में आती है. Almost every day there is, you know, an article related to climate change and sea level rise. So first of all, tell me, what are the causes of sea level rise? Glacier melt. Global warming is an overarching reason. What else? Global warming चलो मान लिया, और very good, this is the point I was looking for. Thermal expansion of water. So global warming से सिर्फ ice melt होके और पानी नहीं बन रहा है, जो पानी है वो भी expand हो रहा है. Water expands, you know, because of application of heat. So that is also taking place. In fact, 40-50% the reason for sea level rise is thermal expansion. Then what else? Greenhouse gases, again same global warming point. See, this is what happens. हमें लगता है हमने बहुत पढ़ाई की है, but when you come down to writing unique 5-6 points, you won't get anything. This is how the orientation of this examination has to change, how you have to prepare for this exam. Okay. This basically was an article in the news that Indian cities are at risk due to sea level rise, and in this particular article it clearly talked about Indian Ocean region. You know, कि कौन सी Asian cities were this. I will come to this point later, but all I wanted to tell you is, see, in the causes, when you see what are the causes of, I think I've covered it later in the slide. Causes में there are 3-4 main points. Global warming तो है ही, climate change, global warming एक में लिख लो. Global, because of global warming, one, you will write thermal expansion. The examiner will look for this term, thermal expansion. Then the examiner will look for the term glacier melt. Then the examiner will look for the term melting of ice sheets. How is glacier melt different from melting of ice sheets? How? Which one is land based? Ice, see this, so the thing is, ice sheets and icebergs. Ice sheets are of course both in water and on land. Icebergs, for example, they are already floating in the water, है ना? अगर हम बचपन में नहीं पढ़ते थे, एक ग्लास में आपने आइस क्यूब रखा, वो मेल्ट किया तो वाटर राइज होगा या नहीं? नहीं, बिकॉज there is no change in the volume, right? So icebergs which are already floating in the ocean, even if they melt, there is a very minuscule role that they will have to play. But glaciers and land-based ice sheets, because they are not already in water, that is extra water coming in the sea or ocean. So this is a big technical difference. Okay, this is what the examiner will look for, these two different points. Okay, clear? तो अभी जब भी न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ना है ना, इसको ऐसे ही पढ़ना है. यू हैव टू, दिस पर्टिकुलर आर्टिकल दैट आई शोड यू हैज ऑल दीज पॉइंट्स. इफ यू हैव टाइम, जस्ट गो एंड रीड दिस. It is simply talking about the reasons and comma करके दिया है, but all these points are different. So that is what the examiner will look for. Now why, if you talk about the introduction of this particular question, you can talk about कि okay, mean sea level rise in Indian Ocean is this and it is larger than the global mean. Indian Ocean region में जो mean sea level rise कर रहा है, that is higher than the global mean sea levels. Okay, you can talk about India's coastline and so on and so forth. Or you can make it, if you if you know about it, you can always talk about this report of the 6th assessment cycle of IPCC, this particular report called Special Report on the Ocean and Cryosphere in a Changing Climate. This particular report talks about that the sea level will rise from this to this. So if you mention this report, obviously balle balle, extra marks, ठीक है, the examiner will be happy. बाकी सब तो सब कहानी लिख ही लेंगे, ठीक है. Then or you can talk about the vulnerability of India. कुछ भी नहीं आता तो ये तो आता ही है. 7500 kilometers of coastline of India, and then how many people are living in this, ठीक है. Then see why I am repeating these points, although this is not the right answer, this is not a model answer. The question is, if you don't know the model answer, or if you don't know, how do you write an answer? And I have shown you toppers answers copies. They don't have anything brilliantly extra data or something like that written. Simple points cover kiye hain, but they have mentioned it. Okay, after this we will be seeing the copy of Ishita Kishore rank 1. Okay, and then yeah, I talked about why sea levels are rising, thermal expansion, glaciers, icebergs and frozen sea water. ठीक है, ये सब चारों अलग points हैं. Clear? All right. Now you can give anything in your this. So what is the question is talking about? What would be its impact in India and other countries in the Indian Ocean region? पहले तो general impact आप सोच सकते हो कि क्या होगा, and if you are talking about impact of something, always divide it into environment, economic, social, always. By default तो 4-5 points वैसे ही अलग अलग निकल आएंगे, ठीक है. So environmental impact में what will be? Submergence and flooding will take place. There will be erosion of coasts, clearly. Loss of ecosystem and habitat. Salinization will take place because of inundation of seawater. There will be loss of biodiversity also. That can also come in this. Okay. Economic impact, loss of agricultural land, loss of infrastructure. So a lot of good infrastructure, especially in cities like Visakhapatnam, Chennai, it is at the risk of being drowned because of rising sea levels. Okay. Then you have loss of livelihood for people, impact on fisheries. Economic may you can also talk about disruption in tourism, because most big number of Asian cities, especially in the Indian Ocean region, are dependent on tourism. Okay, so that. Then social impact में भी लिख सकते हो, displacement of people, health implications and security concerns. Is this clear? Fine. Moving forward. This is a map, okay, of the Indian Ocean region. These are the major cities which are prone to it. So when the question is asking you that what would be its impact in India and other countries in the Indian Ocean region, the examiner is expecting a map. And करना कुछ नहीं है, सिर्फ major cities जो है वो mark करनी है. ये कर सकते हैं ना हम? How difficult is that? कि sea level rise होगा तो ये सारी जो coastal main cities है impact होंगी कि नहीं होंगी? So how difficult is that? You can do that, right? And in India, you can obviously do this. Now, this is a simpler one. I would prefer something like this in an answer. Is this clear? So these are hacks of scoring more. When, see, in this exam, you will never have the confidence कि यार ये मैंने उस book में, उस page में पढ़ा था, ditto question आया, I can write the answer and I can get good marks. This will never happen in this exam. You will always have a question about which you will have some idea, about which you will have little bit of idea, but you will not be sure. That will always be the case, always. So what is smart is, we need to know how to structure our answer, which is actually the art of answer writing. How to structure our answer, how to make notes, prepare in a very concise manner, use that key terms in an answer, draw maps, give a good introduction and conclusion. All right? See, this class, The aim of this class is not to teach you environment and geography, disaster management related topics. The aim of this class is to give you certain tips and tricks as to how you can attempt the answer. Whether you know it, great. If you don't know it, then what you should have and what you could have. Okay? And then of course, you can always end it with a nice tourism, nice conclusion. You can talk about regional cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. You can talk about this Indian Ocean Rim Association. You know about this. You know about BIMSTEC. You know, you can mention all of that. आप कर सकते हो इसमें, ठीक है? So in a conclusion, you can mention that. Now let's see. Why is it? Here, this is what I wanted to show you. Okay, now this is the answer copy of Ishita Kishore rank 1 this year. Okay, now if you see the question, given its vast resources and technical expertise, India can play a key role in assisting the Pacific small island developing states, yani ki small island countries of the Pacific. Clear? I will require some help. Full screen. क्यों नहीं आ रहा? Zoom कर सकते हैं? हाँ. ठीक है? Is this better? All right. So yeah. So the question is talking about how India can play a key role. That question was on similar lines. You know. Okay, so how it can play a key role in dealing with the impact of climate change, analyze. Now this is a 10 marker question, but you see, simply she talks about India is being seen as the net security provider in the Indo-Pacific region. Ek line, bus, simple. And then she goes on to talk about India's key role. So as a climate leader, she talks about all the strategies of India, so that we have initiated as a climate leader, okay? International Solar Alliance, CDRI, Panchamrit scheme. Then, of course, she talks about the largest economy, how we are in a position to help, why we have a key role. Then we have an approach of Vasudev Kutumbakam. So, not only she is mentioning the important initiatives that she has India has taken, she mentions about the, you know, the soft side of our diplomacy as well. And then, about India's economic strength. Then assisting states with resources. So then she talks about what is the need for global climate finance, what is the support principle of loss and damage. What is loss and damage principle? Loss and damage principle is regarding climate damage which has already been done in, you know, such countries or otherwise, how India can cover up for that. Not India, loss and damage principle basically comes from UNFCCC. Okay, that agreement has been recently signed and it has been decided that a loss and damage fund will be created, under which countries will give fund for, अभी तक तो सिर्फ mitigation की बात चल रही थी, अब adaptation की है, okay? So that countries which have already incurred a loss or already incurred some problems, उसमें fund में से उनको help होगा, all right? So that. Then she talks about establishing historical responsibility of developed countries in CBDR. Fine. Then she talks about Global South, how Global South is important. Then India's technical expertise kya hai. She then mentions about all the important projects of India. So we have solar energy, disaster resilience, maritime expertise, Samudrayan project. Okay, again, see, vast coastal line, 7,500 km has made India introduce equipment-driven approach. That is, for example, use of plasma cutters in cyclone Amphan. So these are all points which only a person who has read the newspaper can write. Okay? When you will write points, if you have not studied, you will write generic points. But these points show reflect a person's knowledge. But उसको बहुत elaborate नहीं करना है. उसमें crisp फटाफट नाम लिखने हैं and you just have to mention it. And then finally she winds it up by saying India is in the top 10 of climate change performance index. Empowering these states can ensure it is the goal, its goal of becoming Vishwa Guru, that is one world approach. That goal can be achieved. कितना simple है? The introduction was so simple and then the conclusion was also simple. But see, I was listening to Aditya sir, he told you that 3-4 number सबके आ जाएंगे. You know, out of 10 mark, everybody will score a 3 or a 4. But the person who will actually get into the final list, get selected, will have 5 marks. And that 1 mark extra for which we are fighting in every question will come through such answers, where you are writing more in less words, which is also what UPSC tells. Okay? So, the key takeaway from this session is how you have to study. You have to study in this format where you are making concise notes, remembering the important points and knowing what to fit where. Alright? Not every answer, see, when a faculty comes and tells you an answer or a model answer, the faculty has a benefit of hindsight. He already knows the question. He can prepare a very good answer. But you cannot do that as students. Why? Because when you will be in the examination hall, something absolutely new will come up. So in order to prepare for that challenge, we have to see how toppers have done it. How, and throughout, I have shown you toppers of, you know, like rank 1 to top 20 ranks, how they have written answers. There's nothing extraordinary. It's just that good keywords they have not missed and they have addressed all parts of the question. So your preparation from here on, your note making, your style of reading has to be like this. अगर कोई टॉपिक कोई न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ रहे हो, स्टूडेंट्स कीप आस्किंग मी हाउ टू रीड द न्यूज़पेपर. आई स्पेंड 4 hours reading the newspaper. I'm not able to finish the newspaper. I'm not able to finish note making from the newspaper. If you try and jot down the whole sentence, how will you finish the newspaper? Even printing machine cannot do that. What you have to do is you have to jot down just the points. Just 4. हर article में से maximum 4 या 5 points you can take out. That's it. That is it. That is all that is required. And that is all that has to be remembered. All the faculties who have come here, they have talked to you about an introduction, a body, a conclusion. They have mentioned the points that you could have written in 1, 2, 3, 4. Every faculty has told you, you know, give the name of some specific data regarding it or some specific schemes that the government. They are all asking for specifics. आपको specifics करना है, general आप खुद भी कर लोगे. You are smart enough to do that. Is that clear? So I hope this session has been a little bit, you know, of a learning exercise for you all. Because going forward, we have to change the way we prepare. What happens is usually in UPSC, there is a lot of bombardment of information right from the start. The moment you start stepping into studies, there is so much material, so many resources, so many classes. You just end up getting lost in that. We don't want to do that. Okay? Jitna padna hai, thoda padna hai, baar-baar padna hai. This is the only thing toppers have done. All right? Thank you very much.